during certain instances.
Well, Shelley, I disagree with you on that. And we each have a right to explain our thoughts and opinions. So I appreciate your saying what you
Well, I
did.
don't know why you're bringing it up. That's the question.
Why am I
This
bringing
specific
just
bill.
brought it up.
Why
You brought
specific
it up.
bill?
You just brought it up.
No, you brought it up. You've given everybody this bill to look over.
Well, there was a certain email, I don't know if I should mention this email, but it was brought up by a board member that the yearly stipends from each select board member should go back into cover the legal fees that incurred during personal matters.
Right. There was an email sent out about
And then when you look at this particular bill, it mentions specifically 2 board members having contacted the town attorney regarding personal matters. I believe that's what I'm reading. That's just all I've noticed about this particular issue. So
I don't have a copy of the bill, I guess. I don't know. You know what you're
Shelley,
talking
do you remember what you wrote to everybody? Shelley?
I'm just that's the basis of why this is on the agenda from my understanding of everything I've read.
Shelley, you wrote an email recently saying that you feel that every member of the select board should use the stipends that the select board gets to pay towards Bob Fisher's bill. Do you remember sending that out recently?
Of course, Marion, I did.
Okay, so why did you send that? What was your thinking on that?
Well, because I know what you're thinking of. So I think the fair thing is that
you're the one who wrote it. What do you think? What made you think about that?
the reason why I wrote it was because of the fact that you brought it up as a concern, as a cost. So to remedy it, it was a board issue, okay? It wasn't a personnel issue. I think we all should take the burden of the cost if that's an issue that you feel, because it's not coming from anybody else. And that was my recommendation.
Okay, you know what, Shelley? I think you are a little erroneous in what your statement is a little erroneous. Melissa was mentioning the budget when she talked about the budget last meeting, and when she got to that line item, she mentioned that we are above
I don't think it's to blame Melissa for bringing it up or anything.
I'm not blaming.
Again, if I remind you and everybody else, is that we had a lot of expenses towards the Newbrook School property that drove the budget over.
Okay.
We're still not done with that, are we?
No.
So, I mean, no matter what, we still have more to do with that. We're going to spend more with Bob Fisher.
Those are the costs that.
I guess the thing is, the bill, and if we have more come up, we'll have to deal with it. I mean, but I mean, I think every year, not every year, but a lot of years, we go way over the attorney budget. I mean, we try not to put in a great big fee. We try to keep it down as best we can when we do these budgets. And if we make it, we make it. Sometimes we go over it, you know?
Right.
That's one of the things you cannot determine. But I said this whole thing for the school is long from being over by the sounds. I mean, it's either we drop it or we just keep going after it for that stuff, you know? But I would say if you got a bill from him, pay the bill.
I think Marion wants to make a point of the fact that select board use of the town attorney. So the VLTC has the recommendation that once it reaches a certain issue, it has to be handled by our town attorney.
Yeah.
They will not do it.
I mean, if the town needs a little extra money, if I still got my $200, use mine to help pay him.
Yeah, whatever. I've never collected it.
I never have either, but I'm just saying,
those who are involved with it, you know, as a group, we can do it, or those who were involved with it, they should handle it if it's taken the burden off the town. But it was an issue that was out of control, and it was a lot of our issues.
Well, I guess what I'm referring to is a school thing, but it doesn't matter if it's
Yeah.
over budget, it's over budget. I mean, we have to deal with it. You have to pay the man. I mean, he's still gonna be the town
Oh,
attorney.
yeah.
We're not at the end of the year yet either. And if that school thing isn't over, it's either you drop it or you continue on carrying on. We've gone this far with it. I think we should continue on carrying on with it. But I think we have shot, you're gonna have to pay him so we can, we need him again and he comes around.
Yeah,
Melissa,
I agree with this.
do we have money that we can pay this bill?
Yeah, it's already actually in the pay orders.
We have it.
Yeah,
Okay. So the town can pay the bill and we don't have to have people on the select board give their money, particularly the people who were not involved with it at all. And I actually said from the beginning that I would absolutely pay for my share of this bill. I said that to Annetta and to you, that if there's an issue with a bill from Bob Fisher, I would certainly pay my part out of my own money. You
no,
remember?
it's fine. I've already got it slated for you guys to sign off for tonight and mail the check out to Bob tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion about the money, funds?
Well, I guess who brought it up? I guess Marion put it on the agenda, so.
It was originally brought up via an email when we got the budget report. So that's where it started. Just to go back, I believe May 9th.
Mhm.
And who brought it up?
You did.
You did via email asking for a itemized list of what he was being contacted for.
Bob Fisher?
Yes, the town attorney.
I don't recall that. I mean, we've been using them, so I've never, I don't know
In
why
an
I would do
email
that.
dated May 19th, what are the legal costs to date on the legal costs regarding the select board concerns by subject? Please send me the actual costs incurred to date. Thank you. And that was written by you on May 19th.
Okay, so probably there was a reason somebody was asking about the cost. So.
Well, it started with Melissa's email saying that on that same date, just saying that she had attached a budget report for us all to look at and to please notice the legal expenses, just to give us a heads up as to what was going on as part of the budget. So.
And then you, Shelley, wrote a response that you gave the idea that each person on the select board should donate their stipend, so to speak, of what we get on select board.
So are we deciding that or what? I mean,
What?
we're having a discussion about it now. So
No,
I
you
guess,
just asked how did this come about, so that's how it came about.
Yeah.
And I had said to Bonetta and to Melissa that whatever part of Bob Fisher's bill had to do with me, I would be totally willing to pay that part out of my own money, not out of select board funds. And I made that very clear to both of them about several weeks ago. And that still holds. I would certainly be.
I guess if you wanted to do that, you could do that.
Yes, I can. You're right.
So
Okay.
we were all involved with it, so.
Any other conversation about this?
Well, is there something that you want to make apparent for the future regarding select board use of the attorney?
Well, I think that everybody should understand that when you call Bob Fisher about something that concerns you personally, and I don't mean just you, but anybody, you have to understand that there's a fee involved. And
But it wasn't, in this situation, it wasn't a personal issue. It was a select board issue.
well, I've been on select board other than last year for several years, and I was told by Shannon, not just I was told, we were all told by Shannon that if anybody wanted to call the town attorney about something, we had to understand that there was a fee to be paid. And so if you wanted, if any kind of issue came up with select board where somebody thought they should call the town attorney, it had to be discussed and voted on. And I can remember a specific incident where we were dealing with a contract with Green Lantern Solar for having a solar field put up. And this was going on for quite a while, with meeting with the owners and talking to our select board attorney about this. And then we were going to have the meeting. We were scheduled to have the meeting to put a final vote in. And one of the select board members on their own decided they were going to call the attorney. Nobody knew about it. This person brought it up at select board that that person had personally called that town attorney that morning just to double check on things. And we were told that that was inappropriate because in order to call an attorney, town attorney, where it was going to cost money, it would have had to be talked about with the whole board, that you don't just pick up the phone and call a town attorney who charges a fee for it.
Well, I think in this instance, there was the select board members were in discussion, and it was a personnel issue. So a personal issue. So in this case, it was not something that you are using as an example regarding a decision that we would have as a board. So I think there was a recommendation given to the select board member to make the call to the town attorney, or I don't think it was arbitrarily done. So, you know, this is a different situation.
Any other discussion?
Pay the bill, and we should all be mindful about how we use the town attorney in the future, because it does incur quite a big expense.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so we're moving on now to next item, which is correspondence. And Winetta, do we have any correspondence for this week?
There is none.
Okay,
Nothing's come in the mail?
nothing's coming in the mail.
It needs to go before the board for a decision.
Okay, so we're up to pay orders. And can you just repeat who is in charge of, who offered to do pay orders tonight?
I was going to come over, but I have asked, since Mike and Christopher are already over at the town offices, if they would mind doing them, and they have agreed for me. So,
and I have to go over and sign that
legal notice
yeah,
for real estate
notice to put out to bid for the auction. Okay, so motion to adjourn. Anybody making a motion to adjourn?
I make the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I wish everybody have
What's that?
You need a motion to suspend.
Motion to suspend.
Motion to suspend. Oh, before we do pay orders. Okay. Thank you. So I wish everybody a happy and healthy week. A healthy week, please. And take good care of yourselves, your families, and your friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, and you too.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Thanks.
So I'm going to call the meeting to order. And Eric Fitzpatrick is going to provide us with some information about the criminal classification bill, which is a companion bill to the expungement bill that we did earlier this session. It's still in the, I can't think of the name of the committee. Appropriations, my other committee. So Eric, if you want to do that, please. It's H580.
Oh, thank you.
Eric, you need to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Senator Benning. So good morning, everybody. Eric Fitzpatrick with the Office of Legislative Counsel here, as Senator Sears mentioned, to talk about H580, which is an act relating to establishing a classification system for criminal offenses. I'm sure the topic is familiar to everyone. It's been through the Judiciary Committee a couple of times already over the years. I think probably back in 2013 was when the Judiciary Committee and the legislature first created a criminal code reclassification working group. And it was basically, I think it was at the time, John Treadwell was still with the Attorney General's office, Matt Valerio, Dave Cahill, Robin Weber from the Crime Victim Research Group, and Judge Morris were the 5 members of that group. And they, with the entire idea of a classification system, just to refresh your recollection on that for a second, you know, I'd say not all, but the majority of states in the country classify their criminal offenses according to, for example, say 5 different levels, usually denominated by a letter. So it could be, for example, a Class A felony, a Class B felony, Class C felony, similar Class A misdemeanor, Class B misdemeanor, etc. And then there's something in the statutes that will say, here's what the penalty is for a Class A felony. Here's what the penalty is for a Class A misdemeanor. In Vermont, by contrast, as I'm sure you well know, each criminal statute has its own particular penalty embedded in the statute itself. For example, it might say, you know, a person who commits manslaughter shall be imprisoned not more than 15 years and fined not more than $10,000. Now, each one has its own individual penalty, and it's been developed over the years. Each time you add a new offense, we look at, you know, what the appropriate penalty is. But there isn't this overarching classification system that organizes everything into these different categories that many states have. And that's what the judiciary committees have been thinking about doing for several years now. As I say, the working group first started in 2013. That working group recommended a 5-tier classification system, but it didn't yet decide which offenses should go in which category. And the legislature realized that that was a substantially work-intensive project. So it tasked in 2018 the Sentencing Commission, which already existed, although it had been dormant. I think there was a small appropriation given in 2018 to the Sentencing Commission to get restarted and to look at the classification idea and think about which offenses should be categorized into which category. So that's what the Sentencing Commission has not completed that task yet, but they've started on it. And that's what you have in H580 is the beginnings of their recommendations as to how to put this classification system into place. And the House Judiciary Committee made a couple of changes to what the Sentencing Commission recommended, but for the most part, what H580 reflects is what the Sentencing Commission has recommended as the system to put in place to get started. The easiest way, and sort of the obvious question is, all right, what are these classifications that are proposed to exist? And I had Peggy put up a document that I think might be the easiest way to look at that. It's a chart, and it's called the comparison between the House bill and the Sentencing Commission recommendations. It's under my name, called Differences Between House Bill and Sentencing Commission Recommendations is the chart. And that's the easiest way to see what the categories are. I don't know if that's available to everybody, or is it something you can
Yeah,
you can pull
it's
up?
on the legislative, it's on our committee website. I
Oh,
don't know if
perfect.
Peggy can put it up or not on the screen. But I've got it. It's,
It's from the committee webpage. You can see it, Senator Sears?
yes.
Oh, great.
So either people that have that available, or Peggy could put it up on the screen if she's here.
Okay. So I'll review those real quick. So you can see there are 5 categories each for, oh, thank you, Peggy. You can see there are 5 categories each for both felonies and misdemeanors. So A, B, C, D, and E, both for felonies and misdemeanors. And so the felony category starts with Class A. That's the most severe penalty, and that's the maximum penalty, any offense with a maximum penalty of life imprisonment or a $500,000 fine. So those would be your Class A felonies. And you'll see also there's a comparison that shows you if there's any differences between what's in H580 and what the Sentencing Commission had recommended.
Eric,
Yeah.
Before we go any further, just I acknowledge this is an ignorant question, but a $500,000 fine or $1 million fine, what is the utility of that? I mean, if I imagine that no one ever pays off said fine, what is the function of $1 million fine?
I think it's viewed as both, there is some degree of, I think you're right, that the vast majority of defendants simply don't have the resources to pay those kind of fines. But occasionally some do have the resources to pay some. And I think it's sort of, in some sense, there's a history to it in that criminal offenses both have a period of incarceration and a fine attached to them. It's just, in many ways, that's historically always been the case. But also there's, I think, a view of deterrence potentially involved, retribution. You sort of talk about the general policies behind criminal penalties, and there have been many studies as to whether any of these functionally work that way, but certainly a retribution sense, which basically means punishment, right?
Yep.
Deterrent, or any sort of effect of deterrence upon the penalty on the potential criminal defendant's conduct. I think those are sort of viewed as.
But someone can't pay the $1 million and then evade prison time.
Correct. Yes, you wouldn't be able to sort of buy your way out of prison, no.
Right. Okay. So I understand the historical argument, but all of our discussions around fines have been around the other end, that we wind up in situations where people we would like to let go still owe fines, and we're trying to make up this potentially lost revenue. I'm just wondering, if we do an entire reclassification, but we put in place what are essentially fictitious amounts. I mean, $1 million fine for someone or a $500,000 fine, it just seems out of touch with reality somehow. So I'll just offer that and we'll go on. But yeah, I can't imagine anybody ever satisfying that part of their sentence. So, Senator Sears, is that
it's probably correct. I think sometimes that the legislature, in drug trafficking crimes, we've put up some pretty high numbers, assuming that you actually got at a person who was a chief. Usually we get at people who are rather low income and not able to afford those. But I always think of Bernie Madoff, that type of crime. Although he didn't murder anybody that we know of, but certainly.
Although I believe his son killed himself.
That may have been, yeah.
In any event.
Yeah, I think the point is well taken, that sometimes our fine structure, I always found to be pretty tone deaf to the actual wealth of the individuals who are usually, you know, involved in those crimes, except those white collar crimes, as well as some of the drug crimes, certainly. Frequently, there's quite a bit of money involved.
Okay.
Alice?
I'm just wondering, so, I mean, maybe you're going to get into this, Eric, but does this mean, so say this is adopted in Vermont, does this lock the judge in on exactly what these things are? They can't do something creative?
No, it just sets a maximum for any given offense.
Right.
In a sense, it's in that conceptually, it's no different than what we have now.
I think
Every offense has a maximum. It's just
Correct.
that there's no uniform organization to what those maximums are. So sorry.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is sort of an attempt. We currently have things like listed crimes, the Big 12, et cetera, that we often rely on. Is this an attempt to move us where we have various classes of felonies where people who are convicted of those certain felonies may or may not have different? Is that what we're trying to do?
I think, although this bill doesn't
I'm not
get
sure
there,
what it tries to, what is it trying to get to? And I think that's the question that Senator Nick is, and I have as well. What's the goal?
I think that's a question you really need better asked to the sponsor. But I think, you know, from a legal perspective, the strict organization of these felonies into categories is the goal. And I think some of the practitioners in the criminal defense area testified in the House that there's a geographic justice element to this and a predictability element, that with more standardization of penalties, that the actual, because, you know, there's a difference between the statutory maximum and what actually gets imposed on a particular defendant. So I think that some of the thought had been that the wide variation in the potential penalties without some sort of standardization across categories means that there's less consistency in the actual sentences that people get. And I think that's probably the best I can phrase what I think the goal is. And you know, some sense of predictability. I don't know that criminal defendants are necessarily calculating what their potential fine, you know, incarceration might be before they act. but I think predictability for the practitioners in the criminal defense field, prosecutors, defense attorneys, judges, that sort of thing. Right. But it's another good point that you were getting at too, Senator Sears, is that, and this is a very important piece of this legislation, is that the effective date is not until 2022. It's got a 2-year out effective date. And the reason for that is, as you look at this chart of categories, if you think about it, there's 900 plus criminal offenses that we have on the books right now. Mm-hmm. This bill does not, and if you're going to decide, well, the next step in this, and it's not done in this bill with the exception of the property offenses, which is the one place that this has been done in the bill, but the major task is going to be going through all these offenses and deciding, well, which category should it go into, right? That's the big, you can set up the categories, but then the big work product is going to be, all right, we've got these 950 offenses, which one should be Class A, Class B, Class C, et cetera. And that is the reason that you have a 2-year out effective date of 2022, because the categories are set up in this bill, but it does not yet place the different criminal offenses into a particular category. And that's something that presumably the Sentencing Commission is going to be doing over the next couple of years.
Senator Baruth has a question or a comment.
Maybe another dumb question, but why wouldn't we wait until we compare the categories with the offenses?
Yeah.
Another excellent question for the sponsor. I will add that my perception on that is that the idea was that it gets the ball rolling, gets the momentum moving toward the establishment of the system, and that with this sort of first step on the books, kind of, in some ways you could look, it's sort of comparable to the idea of a sunset sometimes. You know, the idea of a sunset is that it forces the legislature to take another look at it in a couple of years to act again. Maybe that's a good analogy, in that the idea was put this on the books for now, sort of puts the boots in the ground, as it were, on the ground. And that way, it's almost like you've got the skeleton in place and then you hang the rest on it when it comes out over the course of the next year.
I think if we could save, and now I have another question which you raised with this, Eric, and so our list of questions for the sponsor, Representative Lamond, will grow, but if somebody can keep track of them so he's aware of that when we invite him to join us. One of my questions is, under justice reinvestment, we're looking more at a risk-based than offense-based system, and this seems to move us in an offense-based system rather than a risk-based system.
I think that's right. It's offense-based, yep.
And that may be counter to what we're trying to do in the overall scheme of criminal justice reform. Just another question for the sponsor. So thank you we try not to shoot messengers here.
I appreciate that.
So continue your message, please.
What was just so I can remember too, because I don't want to forget, what was I know, so we have the risk-based versus offense-based comparison, right. And then
the corrections department and the justice reinvestment, I think, leads us more and more to a risk-based criminal justice system, so that people who are high risk are the ones that are incarcerated. People that are low risk would not be. Sometimes the crime is such that you have to have a period of incarceration, but they may be, in fact, low risk to reoffend.
So the three questions that I've noted so far are, what is the purpose of having this system in the first place?
Yep.
Number two, why do it now when the Sentencing Commission hasn't finalized its recommendations for what offense goes into what category?
I think Senator Bruce's point is, why do it when we don't know what the crimes are that why wouldn't we fit the crimes in to the categories?
Yep. And then you've got the justice reinvestment comparison piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is more risk-oriented, risk-based, trying to establish that. And here we are labeling people as a Class A felon. I know in New York State, they have sex offenses, Class A, B, and C, I believe. And I have this constituent who's always telling me that so-and-so is a Class A felon, sex offender. And sorry, there is no such thing in Vermont. But
right. All right, I've got those questions noted, though. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you want to continue on with the kind of the chart.
Yeah.
I think we were at the Class C felony.
Yes. And you can see as I think both you and Senator Bruce were pointing out as well on the fine issue, that the House bill does knock the Sentencing Commission fine recommendations in half for the most part. 50, on the Class A, for example, Sentencing Commission recommended $1 million fine. They went down to 500,000. The categories for felonies are life for Class A, 20 years for Class B, 10 years for Class C, 5 for Class D, and 3 for a Class C felony.
Well, maybe the question number 4 for the sponsor would be, why have fines at all determining? Shouldn't it be the maximum term of imprisonment? Because the fine for drug trafficking, the drug trafficking statutes have rather high fines, but may not meet the life imprisonment.
Part of the answer to that, Dick, though, might be where do these fines end up? If they're supporting the victims' advocates in any way, shape, or form, that might be a whole other part of the equation.
I guess why bother with why bother with fines as part of our classification system?
Because they're not paid very much, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
Clearly, you know, a guy with a $25 bank account's not going to be able to make a $500,000 payment of a fine.
Right. Yeah, I noted that one too. Thank you, Senator Sears. You'll see as you move into the misdemeanor categorization that the line between a misdemeanor and a felony is preserved. It's a 2-year, exactly the same as it is in existing law. So if it's a 2-year maximum imprisonment, then that's going to be a Class A misdemeanor. And then it goes down there from 2 years to 1 year for Class B, 6 months for Class C, 30 days for a Class D, and no imprisonment. Because we have a bunch of offenses on the books that are fine only, and they would fit into your Class C misdemeanor category. The idea for attempts, right now attempts are punished in the same manner as the underlying crime. In other words, whatever the penalty is for the underlying crime, an attempt is generally punished the same way. The proposal here is to make each one a Class C felony, which in the category for that is a 10-year imprisonment. Sorry, but it either would be that or the punishment for the underlying offense, whichever is less. So.
Wait a minute. I want to make sure we're talking about attempted murder being a Class C felony.
No, only if the yes, I think that's right. Whichever one would be less.
Well, given
So,
all the and I want to get the right term regarding Jack Sawyer, all the angst, community angst about charging him with an attempt and our attempt statutes. But the one thing that people relied on was an attempt is the same as an actual, in terms of a possible sentence. Are you saying that if we change this to a Class C felony, the punishment would be 10 years, no more than 10 years for an attempted murder? Not you, as the sponsor saying.
well, the House, yeah, yes, but yes, that's right, Senator Sears.
So I think that's a real, I can see that being people wondering why they did that.
Yeah.
If that's really what would happen.
Right.
I know we had that whole argument about whether what he did was actually an attempt and Vermont's laws regarding attempts, but we attempted to change the laws regarding attempts and were unsuccessful in changing them, as I remember. And part of the comfort level was at least it was the same as if you had actually completed the crime. So
right.
I would say that's another question for the sponsor.
Yeah, I noted that one too.
Mm-hmm.
So that takes us through the chart. There's only a couple of other points I wanted to hit, but we don't need to look at, well, it's good to keep the chart up actually, because sometimes you can bounce back and forth. But a couple of other points to note are the bill, as I say, although for the most part, it doesn't put the long list of criminal offenses into a particular category. It does do so for property offenses. That's one of the substantive areas that they did get, and there's about 45 different property offenses, and that's the bulk of the bill actually. Most, you know, I think it's a 38-page bill or something, and about 34 pages of that is just going through all of the property offenses and making a determination as to which category that they go in. So in that section of the criminal law, the property offense section, the work of deciding which category to place each offense was done. And that's, rather than go through each one of those here, I think it's just helpful to note that that's what they were done. They were categorized. Another point I wanted to make is that because of the fact that it says a 2-year, it's not effective immediately, but goes into effect on July 1st, 2022. The bill has what's known as transitional provisions, and those are on page 3. And that's because it may be that since it's unclear at this point when the decision will be made with respect to the vast majority of these criminal offenses about which category to put them in, this sets up some transitional language that says what happens in the meantime. In other words, between now and then, how will offenses be treated? So if you look at, for example, on page 3, and this is section 54 of Title 13 was where it would be placed, you'll see that the language provides it unless otherwise provided by law. In other words, if the legislature has not yet passed a statute or passed an amendment to a particular statute saying what category it goes into, for example, as you were indicating about attempted murder centers here, if there hasn't been a statute yet that says murder shall be punished as a Class A felony, that hasn't been done yet, well then this provides you with some language that would be in effect in the meantime. So it says under felonies, for example, any felony punishable by a maximum term of life shall be a Class A felony. So that just provides you with something that would be in effect during this 2-year period while the Sentencing Commission is presumably doing this work to categorize all the offenses.
But can I ask, Eric, let's say that we were to do that,
yep,
and someone is convicted during that 2-year period. So they're convicted of a Class C felony, and then we decide in the final reckoning that that should be a Class B felony. Wouldn't that cause lasting confusion?
Well, remember, during the first 2-year period, this won't be in effect yet because it doesn't go into effect until July 1st, 2022. But nevertheless, the situation you described could still happen. Like let's say this does go into effect on July 1st, 2022, and the Sentencing Commission hasn't completed all of the categorization yet. So the fact pattern you described could happen in that situation where somebody gets convicted of some offense that's under this categorization would be a Class B felony, but later on it's become a Class C. I think that the courts could work with that because it's not unusual for that to happen even now. Sometimes the legislature changes the penalties for offenses, and that has resulted in litigation sometimes to determine, well, which penalty applies. But generally speaking, the penalty that's in effect on the day that when the offense was committed is the one that applies.
I guess
now it's
I go back to the simplicity principle. What the sponsor is asking us to do is, quote unquote, get the ball rolling. So to put these into place, put transitional language into place so that we can do something now. But as far as I can tell, there's no harm to be incurred if we don't put this into place and just wait until we have the entire scheme. That way we don't need transitional provisions. We keep what we have in statute, and then we make a systematic overhaul at a later time without the possibility of the fact pattern we were just discussing.
Yeah, that may be our amendment.
Okay.
Maybe not exactly as just worded, but I think it makes eminent sense that if you wanted to pass something and we were to agree with their attempt at putting all property crimes into X category, then that might be a start. But to try to attempt to say in 2 years we're going to know what Class B felonies are and what Class C felonies are might be difficult. Well pointed out. I think I don't necessarily oppose the idea of a criminal classification system, but I worry that that the way this is laid out without knowing what the crimes are yet could have unintended consequences.
On that same point, just another thing to alert the committee to about the transitional provisions is, and again, in theory, the transitional provisions may never need to go into effect, right? Because if before 2022, the Sentencing Commission finishes all the categorization, they can come back to the legislature and say, we've got the whole thing done. We'll have this go into effect instead of this bill because this hasn't gone into effect yet. See what I mean? So that's the theory. And the one point to note, if all the offenses aren't categorized by that time, and this does go into effect, another, you'll have to be, if you look at the transitional provisions, for example, subdivision B, 1B under the felonies, says all felonies punishable by a maximum term of 20 years or more, but less than life, shall be Class B felonies. I mean, a Class B felony is a 20-year term. But, you know, not every existing offense fits neatly into these categories until the final classification is made. So let's say you had an offense that was a maximum term of 25 years. And someone gets convicted of that before the final classification statutes have been enacted. Well, then the way A and B work, if someone's got a maximum term of 20 years but less than life, so that would be 25 years, right? 25 is more than 20 but less than life. Yep. That would be rounded down. That would be a Class B felony, and that would be a 20-year max, which should be a 5-year reduction in what the statutory maximum is. Everybody follow that?
Yep.
So anything that doesn't neatly fit into one of those categories, because the net for C, it's a 10-year. So in other words, a 15-year one, for example, doesn't fit in. The sort of the default is to round them down during this transitional period. Again, that may not happen because ideally the Sentencing Commission gets all this done before July 1st, 2022, and you can put that into place and this never goes into effect, but just something to be aware of.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna transition over. I know you've got to go somewhere else. Right. Well, actually, you're not physically going somewhere else. You're electronically going somewhere else.
That's
we're
right.
Not allowed to.
I know. I feel like I was saying I have to go upstairs, but I'm not really going upstairs now.
No. This brave new world of Zoom and other stuff, it really is overwhelming, and I'm still trying to respond to the diaper request.
Oh, God.
What is
Have you
the diaper
responded
request?
to the diaper? I guess it's just for those of us on appropriations. A certain group wants to get funding for diapers.
Oh.
And I'm overwhelmed and hadn't gotten back to them, and now I'm getting these emails that I must have missed their email.
I had no idea where the diaper request was going.
It's a certain group actually in the Champlain Valley that is providing diapers to families. It's not a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. It just
There's a whole lot more about this particular bill that is going to require a lot of discussion. I was reading through some of the provisions, and in one instance, they've created a organized retail theft bill that if you create an act of theft with someone else within a given time period, I don't know why the time period's in there, but the way they get classified depends on how much they actually stole in retail value. And I don't know how they came up with that concept. If I break into Littleton Coin thinking I'm going to get $1 million, but I'm only successful in breaking into the glass case that has quarters in it, I'm classified differently for the amount that I'm removing, even though the overall act was my breaking into the place with somebody else within 180 days. Wow. It's little things like that that are going to leave people like me confused on how you approach this dealing with clients and with state's attorneys trying to resolve cases. So I'm only floating that one example out there, that there's a lot more to this bill than just the classification itself.
Well, I can't wait to hear from Representative Lamont.
Well, on that point, that's actually, Senator Betting, that was the one last point that I wanted to make before I left, because you're right that is the one in the entirety of the bill is all about reorganization, except it creates one new offense, and it's the one you just named, organized retail theft. And the idea behind that is that evidently there was testimony that for shoplifting offenses, that defendants were intentionally shoplifting up until an amount of goods that would only go right up into the amount that crosses over into a misdemeanor, which is $900 currently. And remember that when we went through the property offense distinction years back, the legislature settled on $900 as the threshold between a misdemeanor and a felony. So there's been evidence that defendants are shoplifting, $850 worth of items in order to only be prosecuted as a misdemeanor. And the idea behind the organized retail theft is if you can show that it's part of a sort of a joint enterprise, it's all part of the same action, that it can be prosecuted as a felony. That's the theory.
You know where that's going to end up, Eric? That will end up as an essay question on the bar exam for some poor slob to explain.
Right, that's true.
I can't wait to talk about organized retail theft. I'm just thinking about where I live. So you go to Williamstown, Mass, and you steal $850 worth, depending upon what the limit is in Williamstown. Then you go over to Hoosick Falls and you steal 850. Then you come to Bennington, steal 850. It's 3 different crimes, but it's not organized because they're in 3 different states, and you've only traveled about 26 miles.
Right.
I think if you do it by yourself, it's not organized. Is that?
No,
right?
I think it is organized.
No, I mean under this bill.
I don't know. I didn't read that part, Joe. You're way ahead of us.
Now, the real question is, can people be charged with conspiracy if they didn't actually pull off the retail theft, but they did one intentional act?
Possibility.
You might want to have Martin Lamond on for quite a while for testimony purposes. This is going to be fun.
I'm sure he'll be looking forward to it after he sees this YouTube. All right, thank you, Eric. Head upstairs, wherever it is you go to move from one meeting to another.
Yes, they're taking up S-183.
Now Michelle's coming downstairs to be here.
Right. All right. Well, I'll move on upstairs then. Thanks, everybody.
All right, say hi to everybody upstairs.
I will.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So unless you've avoided news of all kinds for the last 4 or 5 days, you probably know that things in the United States have gotten extremely intense. On top of a global 100-year pandemic, coronavirus, where the United States has been one of the worst hit countries, thanks in part to our failed federal leadership, we have seen the tragedy of George Floyd being killed by police in Minnesota set off a string of extreme civil unrest. And this includes examples of just about everything you can imagine, both by protesters and by those who are pretending to be protesters but actually have nefarious intentions, and by police as well. And meanwhile, we are completely lacking anything that would be called leadership from the Oval Office, with Donald Trump doing everything from calling for pro-Trump protesters to gather at the White House on Saturday night, which they didn't, all the way to tweeting about essentially release the hounds, talking about Secret Service's vicious dogs that would be unleashed on protesters who breached the fence at the White House, up to and including flying to Florida and taking credit for a SpaceX launch of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station, while retweeting videos of himself talking about all of it Saturday as protests raged and buildings burned. And I really spent a lot of time this weekend thinking about what's the primary story here? What's like the main analysis that has to be done? What's the lens through which we need to understand what's happening in our country right now? Because I wanted to come to you and give you that point of view. Here's really what this is about. And the conclusion I came to is that there is no one lens. Things are more complicated than this is really what's going on. And I know that there are a ton of hot takes about this. If you look at Twitter lately, if you look at cable news, everybody claims to hold the real key. They claim to say this is the true filter through which this should all be seen. I'm here to tell you I don't have such a lens for you, because I believe any such lens is too simplistic. Now, if you want that simplistic analysis, there are plenty available. There's no question about it. But to some degree, we sometimes are blinded by narrative. And in some cases, if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Meaning, if you want to see every issue as being related to one problem, you're able to find a way to do that, even if it's not really the right or most robust analysis. So I'm going to give you some examples, and then we'll get to what I think is a reasonable analysis and way to think about all of this. So one storyline we're hearing, and we've heard it from a lot of different people, is this is merely about race. This is about white cops killing black people. This is about white cops oppressing black protesters. This is about a fundamentally racist justice system. It's about a fundamentally racist society. That's what the lens is. Now, of course, race is a massive component that is causing understandable rage among a lot of people. But that analysis doesn't tell you everything that you need to know. Our economic system, at its core, for example, functions to stymie and suppress real change and activism. And it goes way beyond race, has racial implications, of course, but you miss that if you make this only about race. Much of that economic system is certainly rooted in supremacies along racial lines, but a race-only analysis falls short. A lot of the hot takes we're seeing are only about race. Another perspective that is heavily represented is that this is really about capitalism, right? Any capitalist system is inevitably racist and inevitably leads to this degree of social unrest: arson, looting, property damage, police violence against protesters, protester violence against police, protester on protester violence, protesters versus looters. That the idea is that is because of a capitalist system. making this simply about capitalism, ignores the countless social democracies, right? Which that's a form of capitalism, it's regulated capitalism, that are some of the places where these issues of inequality and racial tensions have been best dealt with around the world. Some of the best examples, in fact, of functioning societies with reduced income inequality, reduced racial inequality, social safety nets, trust in institutions, less corruption. They are regulated versions of capitalism. So I believe that the capitalism analysis also fails. Another lens that's being presented as the lens is simply about police brutality, meaning this is about police brutality as what killed George Floyd. This is about police brutality as the problem in the protests. In other words, if it weren't for police brutality, George Floyd would be alive. If George Floyd were alive, we wouldn't be seeing these protests. We at the protests are also just seeing further police brutality. Now, there is no shortage of police brutality at the protests. What happened to George Floyd is unconscionable. But this is about so much more than that, including economic and racial issues. It's about the militarization of law enforcement in the United States. And there are people making it only about that. It's not only about that, but that's a part of it. When you militarize law enforcement, you create overly aggressive policing. You can argue that that played a role in George Floyd's death. Militarization is what led police in riot gear in dozens of cities over the weekend to use tear gas and rubber bullets and to see media and random bystanders and even people peacefully protesting, which is, of course, their right to do, horribly injured by police. So militarization of law enforcement is another huge problem in the U.S. We've covered it, but it is not the only lens that we need to be using. So here's the reality when you think about this, and we often want things to be black and white. We want to say, this is what this is really about. The reality is this is a country of 331 million people. We have examples of everything you can imagine. We have dozens of different problems that relate to what we are now seeing. Just this weekend, we saw sickening violence done by police to protesters, including, for example, an elderly man with a cane shoved onto the ground by police. And we saw police, and I believe it was Michigan, show up and tell the protesters, I'm putting down my weapons. I'm with you. Let's march together. We saw protesters burn entire buildings and brutalize business owners, including middle-aged women. And yet we also saw protesters guard a police officer who was separated from his squad on Saturday night. And this is the risk about the out-of-context sharing of pictures and video on social media, 10 seconds from one protest and 15 from another. And I actually did some of this over the weekend, and I don't know that it was the best thing. Not only does it lack immediate context, it lacks broader context about all of the issues that have gotten us to where we are now, including, by the way, a complete lack of leadership from the president. And we're going to talk about that later, which is why I'm not digging into it too much right here. So my message is what we are seeing is mostly about systems, and it is less about individuals. You're seeing a ton of debates about what portion of police are good versus bad, which is very fraught terminology anyway, good and bad. What portion of protesters have good or bad intentions? What portion of protesters are grassroots members of the community versus out-of-town astroturfers, as has been a growing narrative over the weekend, used in part to discredit the real and justified anger that protesters have about what's going on in their communities. The problem is, if you just argue about that, if you spend your time on those questions, well, 82% of the protesters are good, or whatever you might say. You're not really digging into the systemic elements at play. If we figure out it's 85% of the protesters that are good instead of 80, then what? It's good fodder for corporate media. It does little for anybody else. So I don't pretend to have one single unifying theory about this. This is what it's really about, and at the exclusion of other things, that's not something you're going to hear from me. But what I can tell you for sure is that you won't understand any of this if you don't understand the context. And that's where a lot of the local news coverage of the protests has failed, which is a complete lack of context. Oh, somebody looted a cheesecake factory and they came out with a cheesecake. That's coverage that we saw. Doesn't really tell us anything about what's going on. So racialized policing combined with a two-tier justice system for rich and poor, a system that focuses on street crime at the exclusion of white-collar crime, combined with an economic system that doesn't work for a huge portion of the country, in addition to right now having nearly 25% unofficial unemployment in the midst of a 100-year pandemic, in addition to a complete absence of federal leadership from a president who tweeted all weekend from his bunker at the White House, combined with corporate media that really is seeking to foment division rather than find solutions, it's not a good recipe. And then you add to that militarized law enforcement that seems to always have money, despite we supposedly lacking our supposed lack of money for healthcare and education. It's all of that stuff together. Now, I want to be really clear. This is not like a social justice intersectionality analysis of race and gender and it's not that. What it is an understanding that we have systems in our country that are bigger than any one protest or any one police officer. And only with that multi-focus perspective can you really get anything that we would call an all-encompassing analysis. Let me give you another example of a false debate. Riots are good versus riots are bad, or riots are effective versus the riots are ineffective, or they are criminal or they are heroic. First of all, a ton of this debate is actually semantic in terms of some people are arguing over whether riots are good or bad. Others are arguing over what counts as a riot versus a protest. There's racialization of the language, there's a lack of context, etc. But what you really have to understand is you can simultaneously say, I'm against violence, both against people and property. I believe it is unlikely that the violence will achieve much. And yet, at the same time, I understand that people have had it, and I get what's going on, right? Someone's son is killed by police, and then a window gets smashed. It's hard to feel like these things are equivalent in any way without needing to endorse property damage. We can understand that people have absolutely had it. People are sick and tired of the status quo. And while I might not think we will achieve change by breaking windows, I understand and sympathize with the absolute anger and disgust with these systems that protesters have. Now, I have to tell you, the argument that the unrest has accomplished nothing, I don't know if it's a good argument. You all know that I have always said I favor legal protests. I'm against violence, including against most forms of property crime. Over the weekend, we saw the officer who killed George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, arrested. We saw Fox News Sunday devote an hour to the protests, to George Floyd, and to how coronavirus disproportionately affects communities of color with guest Cornel West. I don't know that were it not for the national unrest, we would have seen that be the Fox News Sunday show. I don't know. I think that what we're seeing played a role in what Fox News even decided to do on Sunday. Would we have seen Derek Chauvin get arrested? Would we potentially be seeing the other three officers get arrested were it not for this degree of unrest? I don't know is the question. It's less clear to me that this has accomplished nothing. And that is separate from whether these are tactics that I condone. Last thing, and I want to be really clear here. This is not like some kumbaya segment where everyone's thoughts are equally valid and everyone is equally responsible for what's going on. That's not what this is. But what we need to understand is that the word privilege is often thrown around. You're privileged if you say cops are mostly good and protect you, because a lot of people live in places where the cops aren't primarily there to protect you, or at least it certainly doesn't feel that way if you're part of certain communities. Or you're privileged to be against property crime during protests because you live somewhere safe and the systems work for you and you can't possibly imagine what it's like to actually be in the position that a lot of the protesters are in. In some way, all of those allegations are correct, and yet this is not so much about individual privilege. It's, again, systems that aren't working for large swaths of people. And that gets me to my last thought. In history, we've seen unrest lead to movements which lead to activism, which will often enter the political and legal space, which at some point will end up being decided by a judge somewhere. Look at Brown v. Board of Education, the landmark decision that said states can't segregate schools by race. That was in 1954. It started in 1951 in Kansas. It involved 3 years of activism, protests, consensus building, and eventually it was a Supreme Court decision under Earl Warren that decided 9-0 on the court, schools can't racially segregate. As we figure out what needs to happen next, do not miss the forest for the trees that may come 1, 2, or 3 years down the line. If what is going on now will lead to change, it may come down to who is on the Supreme Court in 1, 2, or 3 years. I don't even have to tell you what that means about a decision we all have to make 5 months from now, because you all know exactly what that decision is. So 2 weeks ago, I did a story asking, is the United States a failed state? We failed on a medical response to the pandemic, health systems falling apart, corruption, no trust in government. Are we a failed state? We are now finding ourselves asking, is the U.S. a first world country in light of the completely absent leadership as from federal government as protests rage nationally over out of control policing, as it is seen by millions and millions of people? And in addition to the protests, literal dumpster fires around the White House as the White House sits in darkness with Trump tweeting, as you have violence, police attacking protesters, protesters attacking police. We're seeing media get shot with rubber bullets and attacked not just physically, but ideologically for their presence at the unrest. Caitlin Rust, a reporter for an NBC affiliate station in Louisville, Kentucky, was fired upon by police Friday night covering a live street protest that was going on. CNN reporter Omar Jimenez was arrested while covering protests over the weekend, subsequently released. It was chalked up to confusion by police about who he was. He happens to be black. Last night, Cleveland police said no media would be allowed in any of the downtown area as protests raged. It's not even clear that that's legal to do. This concept of a first world country comes from the Cold War. It has some implicit biases, but really now what we're talking about is the westernized, developed nations of the world. So look at what we have: corrupt, incompetent leadership, increasing attacks on media by government and by police, growing unrest between police and the public, a judiciary system that has 2 tiers, one for the rich and one for the poor. We've got rampant cronyism and corruption, lack of access to quality health care for a huge portion of the country, a failing education system. Our response to the coronavirus pandemic has completely failed compared to other developed nations. Infrastructure is not crumbling, but we are way behind where we should be for a country of our wealth. Look at our airports to some around the world. Look at our highways to those in many parts of the world. And meanwhile, our president is sitting in a darkened White House, sometimes in the bunker below it on Friday night, as D.C. literally burns, providing no leadership, no words of de-escalation, nothing other than self-aggrandizement and threats to protesters. So I'm not literally saying we are no longer a first world country, but more and more we're reacting to events the way a less advanced country would. I want to hear from you about this. I will have more about it upcoming. Let me know your thoughts on Twitter at @dpacman. Remember to make sure you are subscribed for free to the daily 1 hour long David Pakman Show podcast on whatever podcasting app you use.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Tom Cunningham and Chad Sampson. Thanks so much to both of you guys. Also want to say thanks to Kelly Good. Kelly is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. She's been a member for almost 5 years. Grab a membership, get all the great membership benefits, including the daily bonus show, by signing up at joinpakman.com. There are images of police using violence against peaceful protesters. There are images of police creating confrontations, even attacking defenseless elderly people. We played a video of police knocking over an elderly man with a cane, shooting at the media. These images have gone viral over the weekend. Now, I want to be really clear. I already did a story about how what's going on in America right now is not just about one thing. It's not just about race. It's not only about police. It's not exclusively about capitalism or Trump. This is a massive, multifaceted ordeal. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't look at individual elements. And one of these elements is the idea of police as oppressors versus police as victims, as some have started framing police to be. We are seeing wholesale pepper spraying of peaceful protesters. We've seen members of the media shot with rubber bullets. We saw kids hit with pepper spray. We've seen police ramming police vehicles into crowds. A Dallas woman was hit in the face with a rubber bullet while walking home with her groceries. Police wildly hitting people with batons, in some cases, people walking away from protests. None of this excuses any violent actions by protesters, and there have been horrible actions, including attacking business owners, beating one business owner to within an inch of his life for trying to defend his business, beating a female business owner brutally out in front of her store. We have seen it all. But I want to focus in a little bit here on the police component and talk about it with you. There are people, and I'm friends with some of them on Facebook, I'm seeing it on Twitter. There are people who have immediately taken to painting police as victims. Arguments like, a bad cop may have killed George Floyd in Minnesota, but now innocent police all over the place are being attacked for no reason. And often these arguments end up in debates about numbers, like, well, most police are good. Is it 97% or 99%? Well, is it 99 or 99.3%? And I said earlier in the show, imagine we figured out with some precision what portion of police are the problem, as we might call it, and what portion of police are not. Imagine 99.2% of police are good. Okay, well, I imagine that most of my audience, even if you're okay with property crime and protest, where insurance companies are the ones taking a hit and corporations, I imagine most of my audience is not okay with unprovoked attacks against random police officers who aren't doing anything wrong. If you do believe that for what happened to George Floyd in Minnesota, it's okay to just physically attack an officer in Miami, we're just not on the same page. I think that's the minority of my audience. Does our analysis depend, though, on whether it's 99.2 or 99.3% of police that are good guys in it for the right reasons? Because what really this is about is context and power dynamics. In total, once you concede that most cops are good and doing their job as best they can, often in difficult situations, sometimes dangerous situations, you also have some cops that go into law enforcement specifically because they would love an opportunity to beat the crap out of someone, just like some portion of people go into the military because they like the idea of shooting someone and killing them in some kind of theater of war at some point. That is some percentage. Okay, so then what, right? Whether it's 0.8 or 0.7 or 0.08% of police that are going in because they want to do violence and misbehave and have all the worst intentions, what next? And that's where the more difficult conversations start. Questions like, are the good cops who are just doing their job part of the problem? In that, if you're not part of the solution, are you implicitly supporting the status quo of that small percentage of police that do horrible things and get away with it? To what degree? Should every, quote, good cop quit in protest to show solidarity with the protests, leaving our country to be policed only by the bad cops? What counts as a sign of being complicit? Is silence a sign of being complicit? What power and responsibility do individual police officers have to fix the problem versus police chiefs, versus federal law enforcement agencies, versus police unions that represent officers around the country? Should the good cops be treated respectfully or suspiciously, absent any reason to believe they are one of the bad cops? How should they be treated by protesters, the average person, etc.? When you start asking these questions, you realize that most of the changes that need to be made are systemic changes. It needs to be much more likely that if you do the wrong thing as a police officer, you will be caught and punished. It's not likely right now in a lot of our society. Just from this weekend, we have dozens, if not hundreds of officers on video doing horrible things. Are we confident they're going to be identified and investigated and charged and punished when it's appropriate? Not really. because if it were more likely that they were held accountable, they would probably change their behavior. That is a systemic issue. A good system will take care of that sliver of police that are doing sick, horrible things. So let's answer the questions one by one. First of all, being a police officer is not like being an accountant, okay? Accountants don't represent communities in the way that police officers do. Accountants don't wield their power with firearms, and accountants don't have a power dynamic relative to their clients the way police officers have a power dynamic relative to the people that they are dealing with. So on the one hand, the good police officers must say much more loudly, these things are not okay, and we're committed to fixing it and changing it. And good for them, many police officers have done exactly that. At the same time, the anger by protesters towards a system of policing that is fundamentally broken in many parts of our country is justified anger. And this is why it's so powerful when police officers get it and say, I'm with you, like the sheriff in Michigan who marched with protesters and the video going viral. And it's important for protesters to know that their anger with the system is justified, and yet it's not okay to go attack random individual cops who have not done anything wrong, which is why it was great to see protesters protecting a police officer Saturday night who had done nothing wrong and was separated from his squad. This is why it was great to see video from, I believe it was Brooklyn last night, with organizers saying, do not interact with the police. We are not here for that. We are here to get our message out. Do not incite violence. If you see anyone inciting violence, call them out. And, you know, in the midst of this, there's this really ugly thing that's going on where there are people sort of making the focus that the protesters are from out of town. And at one point, there was some wrong report that more than half of protesters in some place were from out of town. Another report, it said, it seemed like 1 out of 7 were from out of town. Now, sometimes that could mean the next town over. It's not really a big deal. But the point is, this out of town narrative is being used to imply that you merely have people from other communities who are not coming in to protest because they actually are concerned about police brutality in relations or whatever, but that they are coming in to provoke or to loot or to steal. You could be concerned about what went on and drive from another state. And it also appears to be completely untrue. So we've got to be really understanding of how some of these narratives are being used to distort and discredit real justifiable anger. We also have to recognize the growing number of protests that are saying, we are not here to do violence at all, and we are not here to do violence to the police, but we have to realize that the anger is justified given the systemic dynamics that exist. That's sort of my sense of it right now. I'm glad to hear from you about it as well. Okay, so now let's go from talking about police to talking about destruction of property. There are reasonable people who have centered in on what seems to be a dividing line as we see unrest and protests and physical violence and property damage around the country. When we talk about property damage, there is often a debate as to whether it counts as violence in the sense of when people say, I am against violence. So most people agree attacking random bystanders who aren't being violent is unacceptable violence. Attacking random police who aren't doing anything wrong, that is violence in any sense of the word. Most people agree blocking traffic is not violence. Now, you could be for or against blocking traffic as a protest tactic, but most people would not say blocking traffic is violence. You could maybe say, well, if you prevent people from getting to work and then they lose their jobs, blocking traffic becomes kind of like economic violence. But in the kind of violence we're talking about, blocking traffic, most people agree is not violence. What about property damage? So first of all, we have to call out the right-wing hypocrites on this issue, the concern trolls who a month ago were saying sacrifice grandma to coronavirus in order to open the economy, who are now saying the worst thing you can do is break the windows of a big box store. They are hypocrites. I'm not interested in those hypocritical concern trolls. I want to deal with the real people, with the sensible people who in a real way want to talk about this. There are folks who believe that, for example, destroying government property when no one gets physically hurt is okay, But for example, destroying a private business is not okay. That depends on who you're targeting. You could be targeting a business with bad practices, or you could be targeting a government that is a bad actor or whatever. You could find, a logging company and say, we are going to destroy or disable their bulldozers so that they cannot take down these trees. Saying what determines whether destruction of property is violence is merely whether you're doing it to a government property or to private property. I don't think that's really the dividing line. What this comes down to is, what do we mean by violence? Violence defined as behavior involving physical force to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Damaging property sort of fits. If you want to take a legal perspective, certainly the unlawful exercise of force or the exhibition of such force would encompass the destruction of property. Now, others would say the real crux of human violence versus physical violence against people rather than objects is where we should be focusing. If you are talking about breaking a window, that's not really what a lot of people believe is violence. So here's the bottom line. If you want to make this a semantic argument, if you want to make this about definitions, you can define violence in a way that does or doesn't include property crime. It won't really get to the underlying issue. And the underlying issue is whether sometimes violence is justified. So even if we agree on whether property crime is or is not violence, that doesn't answer the question of whether property crime, destruction of property, is a valid form of protest. Who gets to decide what's in the protesting playbook? If you leave the protesting playbook only to the elites and those in positions of power, it will be restricted to only writing letters, chanting and holding signs, right? The point is, if you let those already in power define what is okay in terms of protesting, certainly nothing will ever change. Now, is there any guarantee that destroying property is going to achieve change? There's not. We do know that destruction of property has been a part of protesting for a really long time. You look at the Boston Tea Party, destroyed property to fight back against the capitalist monopoly and political rights that were being claimed by British colonists. You look at slave uprisings in the United States, which included destruction of property. You look at the Plowshares' Aid, a group of 8 Christians, including priests and nuns, who took hammers to the nose cones of some nuclear warheads, poured their blood on the facility's papers in a call for peace. So the legality part of it is clear. This stuff is illegal to do. But I think we can all, every single one of us, imagine a situation where we do the moderate methods and they bring no change. They don't get attention. And then you say, well, we don't want to do violence to people, but we're going to start destroying some property. Destruction of property, in my mind, is clearly violence of a kind, but in certain situations, it might be the only thing people have left short of starting to actually do violence to individuals. Now, which situations count? I don't know. What about the consequences? Well, there are consequences. You're not going to get around that. Will property damage get you what you want? Often it will not. Property damage may, in fact, do the opposite. It may turn public opinion against you. But whether property damage that's not hurting anyone physically is a valid form of protest, that's a question that goes back at least hundreds of years. And anybody pretending that there is one single solitary answer that applies to every situation is just wrong. History tells us that's not the case. I want to hear from you about this. We're going to continue covering it on the David Pakman Show Instagram, @David Pakman Show. We will take a break and be back with much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
We are currently in a crisis of leadership so severe in the United States that Donald Trump spent his weekend retweeting videos of himself and threatening protesters with vicious dogs and violence from Secret Service agents rather than leading, uniting, doing something productive, because he doesn't know how to do those things. And according to one White House report, the reason we've not heard from Donald Trump something from the Oval Office, a message of unity, is that Trump has nothing to say. So rather, he's staying quiet, except not really because he's tweeting uncontrollably. The U.S. is devolving into chaos. Trump spent the weekend retweeting videos of himself trying to take credit for the SpaceX launch, threatening protesters with vicious dogs, claiming he'll designate Antifa a terrorist organization. He has no idea what to do. It is a complete lack of leadership. We fortunately heard from former President Barack Obama with something that could be approximating leadership. We're going to look at a couple of items here, starting with Donald Trump's threats to unleash vicious dogs on protesters. He might as well have said, we're going to get the fire hoses out as well. There have been varying levels of unrest around the country stemming from the police killing of George Floyd. This includes people near the White House. Trump tweeted on Saturday about protesters near the White House. Check this out, this incredibly ludicrous rant. Trump saying, quote, "Great job last night at the White House by the U.S. Secret Service. They were not only totally professional, but very cool. I was inside, watched every move, and couldn't have felt more safe. And they let the protesters scream and rant as much as they wanted. But whenever someone got too frisky or out of line, they would quickly come down on them hard. Didn't know what hit them. The front line was replaced with fresh agents like magic, big crowd, professionally organized, but nobody came close to breaching the fence. If they had, they would have been greeted with the most vicious dogs and ominous weapons I have ever seen. That's when people would have been really badly hurt, at least. Many Secret Service agents just waiting for action. We put the young ones on the front line, sir, and they love it." He might as well be saying, Secret Service is thirsty for blood, and we're bringing out the fire hoses. Release the hounds is what he is essentially saying here. Now, this point about, vicious dogs and ominous weapons, that's bad enough. The idea that young Secret Service agents are just waiting for action, that's Trump claiming. I'm guessing the Secret Service would not even agree with Trump's characterization. This is Trump claiming that Secret Service is looking to beat the crap out of people. That's the opposite of leadership. That's the opposite of bringing calm to a nation that is dealing with essentially the Spanish flu at the same time as some of the worst civil unrest that we have seen, in addition to a complete lack of federal leadership, all combined at the same time with a recession/depression going on. It's all happening at once, and Trump is doing nothing to actually bring people together. A real leader would ask for calm. A real leader would go to the Oval Office and address the nation saying, we are a nation in struggle. I hear you. I hear your concerns and your complaints. I'm committed to working together to improve the country. Let's stop the violence. Let's stop the attack, stop the violence by police. Let's realize that we are one nation currently fighting a pandemic and a recession depression. No one benefits from adding this chaos to the pandemic. I'm here with you on the inequality in our justice system. I'm here with you on policing. Give me the space and the calm I need to work on this. Instead, he tweets threats about vicious dogs, retweets himself taking credit for the rocket launch over the weekend that has nothing to do with him, says, hey, Antifa, you're now a terrorist organization, which I will get to next. This is incompetence combined with authoritarianism from a wannabe dictator, Donald Trump. Don't for a second think that Donald Trump, by the way, is not deep down planning to use these protests to further disrupt the 2020 election for his benefit. Unrest in major cities, things are way too crazy for vote by mail. Ballots will be stolen or something. We absolutely can't do it. Trump has the power of the bully pulpit. At any point, he could say, I'm going to use that for good. He could do it now in so many ways. The country is plagued by challenges, the pandemic, financial crisis, oppression, discrimination coming to a head. And we have nothing from Trump. He also tweeted, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. That's a quote from violent, racist Miami police chief, I forget his name, years ago. A tweet so hideous, it was flagged by Twitter as glorifying violence. A real leader would dial down the anger and the heat. Trump doesn't know how to do that. So he's antagonizing protesters. He's riling up his own base. He's firing up the gun people. And he's not even pretending to represent all Americans here. Trump opens his mouth and trash falls out. That shouldn't surprise us anymore. I hope people are realizing the urgent nature of removing this president. And we've got to keep our eye on the ball because the distractions keep coming. And that's what I want to talk about next. We cannot be distracted by Donald Trump's antics from the real crises and real responsibilities and duties that we have. The virus, police killings, protests devolving into chaos and violence. Removing Trump must be done. But Trump is very aggressively trying to distract us. I already told you some of the ways earlier. And the latest is Trump tweeting that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. Donald Trump, of course, announcing this on Twitter, saying, quote, "The United States of America will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization." So there's a few different things to talk about here. Antifa is a militant left-wing movement that stands for anti-fascism, Antifa, okay? That's where the name comes from. Antifa is not centrally organized. It's a sort of umbrella designation. Antifa I see as more of a strategy than a group of people per se. And sometimes they do violent things that I vehemently oppose. I have been endlessly critical of many of the tactics employed by individuals organizing under the umbrella of Antifa. It appears, though, that what Donald Trump is trying to do here is not actually constitutional in designating them a terrorist organization. The United States State Department has a list of terrorist organizations. They are foreign. Antifa is not foreign. Antifa is a domestic group. Even more importantly, if Donald Trump were to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, they would lose some First Amendment protections which apply only to foreign terrorist organizations. So understand that this is part of the framing by Trump and William Barr, that the recent protests and unrest are merely left-wing anarchists looking to do violence and sow chaos. Now, to be clear, there is no shortage of anarchists all over the political spectrum doing protesting, many with ulterior motives. But there is also plenty of right-wing astroturf. There is police escalation by way of haphazard pepper spraying, shooting at media, etc. And this entire story of this is not genuine anger and frustration with policing in America or whatever else. These are provocateurs coming in from outside. That is being used to single-handedly devalue the complaints and concerns that the protesters have, and we can't fall for that. But this claim from Donald Trump that he will be designating Antifa as a terrorist organization, it's a political statement. It is not a law enforcement statement. It's really important to understand that. And it doesn't appear to be a legal statement either. Trump really cannot designate a domestic group a terrorist organization. It would deny them their First Amendment rights. It would also deny them due process. And it is likely unconstitutional, and it's not something Trump is going to be able to do. He may not even really try, because understand, the State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations, you just can't put Antifa on that list. But he said it on Twitter, and that's the whole point. That's the big picture here. This is another attempt to distract. We must keep our eyes on the ball. Trump has failed on coronavirus. More than 105,000 have died. 50 or 60% of those deaths could have been prevented by a 2-week earlier request from Trump for a 50-state stay-at-home order and actual testing capacity. On that note, I don't want to get you to something boring, but understand, Trump's tweeting about designating Antifa a terrorist organization. We still, after 4 months, aren't testing 500,000 people a day in the United States. We still, after 4 months, aren't at the absolute minimum testing we need to really look at reopening the country. We have national unrest with protests, violence, looting, destruction of property, arson. Trump's tweeting about Antifa and that the White House will release vicious dogs to go after protesters if they get past the fence. Oh, and by the way, the wall isn't being built. Trump didn't repeal and replace Obamacare with something better like he said he would. His trade war with China has failed. 25% of the workforce is out of jobs in the last 10 weeks. So, of course, Donald Trump is trying to take credit for SpaceX and make this about Antifa and otherwise pretend that he's doing a great job. It is an abject failure that we have not seen in the United States for a long time. I mean, you You have to look at Bush's failure on 9/11 when he said, let's go into Iraq, even though they didn't have anything to do with the 9/11 attacks. And this is all meant to distract. It actually is starting to feel like it may not work. If you look at polling, cautious optimism that what Trump is doing to distract isn't working. Assume nothing. Every one of us has to vote in November.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So over the last 48 hours, we've had a stunning contrast between the man who is currently president of the United States and the man that wants to be president of the United States. And I'm talking, of course, of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Donald Trump, as I've already told you to some degree, sat in the White House at one point in the basement bunker. At another point, he went down to Florida to give a speech about Elon Musk's success with NASA in launching the Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft to bring 2 astronauts to the space station. And Donald Trump essentially spent the weekend tweeting, attacking the motives of protesters, threatening to release vicious dogs against protesters, and generally escalating tensions. Meanwhile, Joe Biden, who is 4 years Trump's senior, went out and, wearing a mask, talked to actual protesters about what's going on, why they are protesting, and all of these relevant issues in society today, took pictures with people while tweeting conciliatory and understanding things rather than threatening people with releasing the hounds, essentially. The contrast could not be more stark at this point. No national address from Trump meant to reduce tensions and bring people together. Instead, a weekend of tweets about vicious dogs and ominous weapons, and the Secret Service is going to go after people. Tweets talking about we're going to make Antifa a terrorist organization, and then Trump being rushed on Friday to the underground bunker used to protect presidents during terrorist attacks below the White House. Even China goading Trump. Foreign Ministry spokesman Li Zhenzhao urged the United States to eliminate racial discrimination and protect the lawful rights of minorities. Hu Jijin, editor of the nationalist tabloid Global Times, telling Donald Trump, Mr. President, don't go hide behind the Secret Service. Now, that's Trump. Then you have Biden, who you don't have to like, you don't have to see as a progressive because he's not. Joe Biden went and met with protesters, tweeted conciliatory messages. You don't have to love Biden to understand the difference between these two men. You don't have to see Biden as a progressive because, as I said, he's not, to realize that the world is laughing at us and we would be better off if they stopped. And replacing Donald Trump with Biden is the option we have 5 months from now. And I will be doing everything I can to make sure that that replacement takes place. Trump tweeting about releasing the hounds on protesters. Joe Biden tweeting, quote, we are a nation in pain right now, but we must not allow this pain to destroy us. As president, I will help lead this conversation. And more importantly, I will listen, just as I did today visiting the site of last night's protest in Wilmington. Biden publishing a 5-minute video discussing what we are seeing with police and George Floyd in some detail, adding, quote, we are a country with an open wound. None of us can turn away. None of us can be silent. None of us any longer can hear those words, I can't breathe, and do nothing. We must commit as a nation to pursue justice with every ounce of our being. And most importantly, maybe Joe Biden not hanging out in a bunker or in his basement in Delaware, but just going out and talking to protesters. We're showing some of that video now. So listen, am I saying Joe Biden is the be-all, end-all on criminal justice reform? Of course not. Joe Biden sponsored the 1994 crime bill that was so destructive. Bernie Sanders also voted for it, by the way. And there is no doubt that not enough was done during Barack Obama's administration, of which Biden was a part, on criminal justice. But this is comparing apples to bicycles. It's comparing apples to trash. When it comes to Biden and Trump, And the leadership deficit that we're experiencing right now, it's a tragedy. And the optics of Trump tweeting from a White House bunker while Joe Biden is kneeling with protesters, this isn't good for Trump. It shouldn't be good for Trump. And Biden, of course, would not get everything right as president, but at least he would bring back something that looks and feels like leadership and like a man connected to what's happening in the country, rather than a guy who will literally sit in his basement tweeting agit trash as more and more violence is instigated by virtue of his every tweet. Speaking of a furious basement-dwelling Trump, this is fascinating and hilarious. Donald Trump has been completely embarrassed by world leaders, including the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who turned down Trump's invitation to come to the U.S. for the G7 summit at the White House. So understand the backstory. For a few weeks now, the White House has continued to talk about, we want to do the G7. We might do it at Camp David. We might do it at the White House. Coronavirus, no, I think we're going to be able to do it. It's going to be really, really great. And reporters smartly were asking, should you be doing this given the pandemic? But also, which world leaders have accepted your invitation so far? And they didn't say, but they just kept insisting. Trump did, and Kayleigh McEnany. World leaders are reacting very favorably. We're going to have news about this soon, yada, yada, yada. Hopefully it'll happen at the end of June. Everything's going to be fine. We suspected this was BS. Most world leaders, clearly, from what they say, understand this is not the time to be traveling all over the world, possibly spreading coronavirus, to come and give Trump his photo op at the White House or Camp David. And one of the first to turn down the invitation over the weekend was German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who essentially said no thanks. She said, I'm not going. It's too early to reopen. We shouldn't be having large gatherings. The virus is very much circulating. And Trump reportedly furious at Angela Merkel. And then Trump does this thing that, you know, it's not surprising, but it's so pathetic. Trump decides to pretend it was really his decision not to do the G7 and that the countries that are currently in it aren't really the right ones, calls it an outdated group. And according to press pool reports, Donald Trump said, I'm postponing it because I don't feel as a G7, it probably represents what's going on in the world. It's a very outdated group. Trump mentioning that he wants to add Russia and some other countries to the group. So this is an obvious lie. Trump is postponing it because nobody's coming. They've turned down the invitation, at least Angela Merkel has. World leaders said no, and now Trump is pretending he didn't want it to happen with this group anyway. And the entire, adding Russia thing and the group being outdated. This is how Trump attacks people that don't want to say yes to him, quite simply. It's just everything is a childish temper tantrum. Now, just imagine what Trump will do if he loses in November. It will be like nothing we have seen before from any president. One other sort of interesting thing about the whole G7 fiasco, this is why diplomats exist. In a normal administration, you don't have Trump for a month saying, we're going to push for G7 and the leaders are reacting very positively, very strong positive reactions. In a normal situation, diplomats figure all of this out. You don't put Trump out there on a limb saying we're doing the G7 and we're doing it here, even though they're not actually yet scheduled to do it. Then you end up with world leaders saying no thanks, and Trump tries to save face by saying, well, I want better countries in it anyway. In a normal administration, diplomats handle this. There will be one statement about it, and it is either we have decided to postpone the G7 due to coronavirus fears, or we are confirmed having the G7 on such and such date. You avoid all of these embarrassing fiascos in the first place. This is all self-harm done by Donald Trump. And the degree to which he is being shunned by world leaders is really representative of just a slide down the totem pole, so to speak, for the U.S. presidency globally. It's embarrassing to Americans. It needs to change. And just imagine this is what Trump is doing over Angela Merkel saying no thanks. Just imagine what he will do if he is indeed defeated in November. We have a voicemail number. Good question in this voicemail. That number is 2192-DAVID-P. Voicemail caller says, hey, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, but is any more money coming for coronavirus? Because it's been 4 months and we got $1,200.
Hey, David. I was just really curious, especially with the end of the month coming up. We've only gotten one stimulus package or direct payment to the to the people.
Yep.
I was wondering if you offhand knew what percentage of this stimulus package, I mean, everything including going to the banks and all the cruise liners, all these different companies,
Yeah.
what percentage of all of that went directly to the people? Just how much of our tax money was dished out to companies compared to how much did we get our money?
Yeah, so a couple of things there. I mean, first of all, I believe that we had I thought it was 6 trillion total, and that 2 trillion was direct stimulus, and then a bunch went to specific big industries, and then a bunch was available to smaller and big businesses through PPP. I don't have those exact numbers. And then the bigger question is, this started in mid-March for a lot of people. We are now in June. For some people, this sort of started to ramp up in February. In places that took it really seriously earlier. Is $1,200 going to be it, or is there going to be some more stimulus coming? The second quarter numbers, second quarter being April, May, June, we're now in the third of 3 months of the second quarter. If we don't start seeing recovery, there has to be more. Something more is going to have to be done. And you've got people like Ro Khanna with proposals. You have other members of Congress with proposals. Trump's not talking about it. This just doesn't work. $1,200 and unemployment only for people who completely lost their jobs. It's just not going to cut it. And one of the things we will be talking about on the bonus show today is that a lot of the eviction freezes are expiring now. It's June 1st. Some eviction freezes expire, and people aren't going to have money for the rent that's due today, June 1st. So we'll talk about that on the bonus show. We will also talk about much more. Get instant access to the bonus show by becoming a member at joinpacman.com. It takes seconds. And remember to get our free daily podcast, the 1 hour podcast, on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, or any of your favorite podcasting apps. We are there. Grab that daily podcast.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 374th edition of Energy Week. This is a report of news in energy and climate change starting the 28th of May, running up to the 3rd of July, and we are reporting this on the morning of the 4th of July. This is Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And we are both working from home because of the coronavirus by telephone. I'm sorry if the sound is not as good as it should be, but you know, we're chugging along here. Every day I get up and go to the internet and find the news on energy and climate change. It goes up to my blog, which is geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and the script, the thing I call a script that Tom and I work from, is available at a blog site, and if you watch this at BCTV or if you are at YouTube or wherever, you should have that blog site available to you. It's called energyweeknews.wordpress.com with a date. It might come up as a bit.ly link. And also, the various sites should have a copy of that script that you can download. Anyway.
Well, some of these sites are well worth looking at. And as a matter of fact, we're going to hit one or two today that are almost mandatory.
I would think so. You know, we've got some really interesting stuff going on in the world today. As I said, we're going to start on the 28th of May. If you go to any of these blogs, there are links to the original articles. And we will start with a painting from the 19th century by Frederick Edwin Church of icebergs.
And that's what it's called. Interesting painting. Take a look in the foreground, almost to the center. There's a ship there, a shipwreck in that picture.
I think that's correct, yeah.
And you can see the mast has been knocked over.
Yes. This is kind of a romantic thing that, you know, a person would use to add interest to.
Well, this guy Church was rather well known in his time. As a matter of fact, he was the best known landscape painter in the middle 1800s.
I believe it. I've looked at his work. There's a lot of it, and it's a lot of...
This particular article has a lot of his art there, and it's worth seeing.
Yes, it is.
It's good art.
This is from the BBC, by the way.
There's a picture on this. Yeah, it is. It is from this website. There's a picture of what's called Ice Watch, and it's more recent. It's not the 1860s. And what it is more than 24 blocks of ice that had already been lost from Greenland's ice sheet were placed in London and left to melt.
Yes.
As an exhibition, a display.
Yeah, and
the ice is a metaphor for the damage that humans have inflicted on the Earth.
Yeah. What do you got for a title for the article, Tom?
Well, how about that? The climate change clues hidden in art history.
As scientists, policymakers, and members of the public attempt to make sense of the climate crisis, art historians are finding clues about how the relationship with nature has changed, about past and present society's ideas of climate, and even about the physical changes of the planet.
So as I said, this is one of the ones that's well worth seeing.
It is, and because
of the website.
Yeah, largely because of the pictures.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Without the pictures, it's nothing.
Okay.
Well, we got an interesting picture here coming up of a coal loading facility.
Yeah, this is a sea of coal with a big bulldozer right in the middle of it, and the bulldozer looks a little bigger than an ant, but it looks pretty small in this picture. And this is from Scientific American.
It is that, and it says coal's decline continues, with 13 plant closures announced in 2020. I think we're going to touch base on this more than once in this episode.
It just goes on and on and on. Power companies have announced plans to close 13 coal plants this year, according to an E&E News review of federal data and companies' closure plans. 2 other plants will be converted to natural gas. Burning coal is no longer economically sound.
Repeat that sentence because it's valid.
Burning coal is no longer economically sound. And that's true even if the coal plants have been paid down and are old and, there isn't any new work that has to be done on them. It's just not economical to burn coal. It's too expensive.
Well, right now, in some circumstances, and it's a lot of circumstances, burning coal is more expensive than solar, even if you got the coal for nothing.
Yes, or if you have to build new solar to do it. Basically what we're at, the situation that we're in is that the utilities are finding that it's cheaper to replace the coal plants than it is to use them.
And one other thing that's happening is kind of a vicious circle. Coal plants are running less, and the less you run it, the higher the cost per unit energy.
Yeah, and because those plants are designed specifically to run flat out all the time, reducing their output is not just expensive, it's
costly.
Really expensive.
Yep, absolutely.
And we're going to follow this with another article. Should we go into that?
Well, we'll get to it eventually. Well, I guess the next one coming up is very closely related. It's called Renewables, Crushing Coal. And it won already 100 days this year.
Yes, and this is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture here of a wind farm.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is. I recognize those turbines. I know what turbines look like. The U.S. has seen year-to-date performance for renewables that is dramatically above any previous years. Renewables are on a streak going on right now, overtaking coal for production of electricity on a daily basis for 100 days so far this year and for 60 days in a row.
Well, in 2019, the best day saw renewables generating 50% more electricity than coal.
Yeah.
And in 2020, we've seen as high as 96% more.
Yeah.
Even more than last year.
Yeah, and the thing that I find interesting about this is that a lot of those days when renewables were beating coal were days in the winter, which is one of coal's 2 important times.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah, and I don't know what it. I think that coal is doomed. There's no question about it.
Well, in 2008, coal supplied half of the country's electricity.
Yes.
And by last year, it's down to less than a quarter.
Well.
And as we will talk about, I think a little bit later, renewables will pass coal on an annual basis this year.
This year. And the prediction at the end of last year was that it would happen next year, so that it would happen in 2021.
Well, it's happening quicker.
But it's happening quicker. A lot of that is because of the coronavirus, which is having a much more profound effect on coal than it is on renewable energy.
That's an interesting observation.
Yeah.
That is true. Absolutely.
So we're up to Friday, May 29th, with another item from Clean Technica.
And we got a picture of a tanker, and I'll touch base on a couple of notes about that tanker.
This tanker is really funny.
When we get to it here.
Read the title, Tom.
Mission created to promote zero-energy emission electric vehicles.
7 Japanese companies have joined forces to launch a zero-emission electric vessel consortium, the E5 consortium. 3 of them, Asahi Tanker, Exeno Yamamitsu Corporation, and Mitsubishi Corporation, recently built the world's first electric ocean vessel, the E5 tanker. I don't know that this is really the first electric ocean vessel, but I'm sure that it's the first electric ocean tanker.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right there. Well, this isn't really, they call it an ocean tanker and it operates in the ocean, but it's really a coastal tanker. This
Yes.
is small. This is only 200 feet long.
Yes, it's a.
And its purpose is to offload oil from a super tanker and bring it closer to shore or directly to a ship like a cruise ship.
So this is basically what is called a lighter, which
Yeah,
means
a lighter, a shuttle tanker, something
Yeah.
like that. Absolutely.
it would probably be useful for, say, Massachusetts to deliver oil to Martha's Vineyard in Nantucket or something like that. But
Well, these large super tankers can't get into a lot of places. I mean, they're
Right.
pretty big. Let's give you a quick rundown on this. This is 200 feet long.
yeah,
A U.S. Navy aircraft carrier is 1,000 feet long.
yeah,
A cruise ship a little larger than that, 1,200. A container ship is a little larger than that, 1,300. And an oil super tanker is about 1,500 feet.
and one of the things that's interesting is this tanker is 499 tons, but what they call the ultra super tanker, those things actually go up over 500,000 tons. So they're 1,000 times as big as this. And
Well, there's an interesting 3.5-minute video of this ship in operation, and it can go in any direction. It can sail sideways. Literally, it can. It does that to get in where it's got to get into.
Well, of course, I mean, this is what they can do now. They've got directional jets. There are a lot of ships that'll sail sideways now. Not very fast, though.
Well, the E5 has a goal of establishing new ocean shipping infrastructure services to develop and commercialize zero-emission vehicles.
Right.
And that's what this article is really all about.
Right. Okay.
Let's move along here. We're moving to the Antarctica.
Yeah, with a view of a research ship. And this is from CNN.
A little bit of ice.
A little bit of ice.
Antarctic ice sheets capable of much faster melting than we thought. That's not good news.
No, it's not. Antarctic ice sheets retreated at rates of up to 50 meters a day. That's 164 feet at the end of the last ice age, researchers have found.
Almost faster than you can walk.
Well, no, I'm not. If you're old enough, maybe. But they warn that we could soon see similar levels of ice retreat should climate change carry on weakening ice shelves in coming decades.
There's huge implications here for global sea levels.
Yeah, huge. And NOAA is saying also these sea levels are going to rise faster, and this is not good. This is not a good time to buy seaside property, I think.
Well, you get it cheap in some spots.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. You want to go on, Tom?
Yeah, let's move along. Where you see a couple of interesting buses here.
Yeah, this is an interesting picture. I want to point out there are overhead lines in this picture.
I'm looking at that, and they're dual lines.
And they have tracks below them. So
I looked at that too.
There's an electric trolley that's running through this area.
Well, trolleys usually need one wire. They got electric buses in Boston.
Yes.
And they run with wires.
Yeah.
And they got two wires like that. It wouldn't surprise me that over the years they've had trolleys running there. They've had electric buses with pantographs on them. And this is the latest iteration. These are battery powered.
Right. But the thing that's interesting to me about those overhead lines is if they can change entirely from trolleys that are powered with overhead lines to vehicles, it could be trolleys, but certainly buses that are powered by batteries, those overhead lines are going to come down. That picture would be a lot prettier without them.
I think.
Yeah, anyway, this is an item from Clean Technica. You got a title?
The city of Krakow orders 50 electric buses.
Yeah, in Poland, the city of Krakow has decided to order 50 Solaris Urbino 18 electric buses to help clean up its air and stop global warming. The new 50 buses will be added to an existing fleet of 28 Solaris electric buses The order, including 50 bus charging stations, is to be delivered this year. These buses are big, by the way. Look at that. That's not.
Well, they're a bus and a half there.
Yeah, this is an
Articulated.
articulated bus, and
they're permanently attached.
Yeah, so it's probably twice as big as the mover buses that run through Brattleboro and the local buses.
Oh, easily twice as big.
Yeah.
These buses carry 140 passengers.
Okay.
And they can be recharged by means of a roof-mounted pantograph, which would imply they're recharging from those cables or something like that,
Yeah.
or from a plug-in.
Which means that if they have recharging places at stations that the bus stops at that can be reached by that pantograph, they can pull in.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's handy.
They're talking about $40 million here, by the way. These guys aren't playing around.
Yeah, and you know, by the way, there was another order that was even bigger that I saw today that came from the city of Halifax, Nova Scotia. I think they ordered 200 buses.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Canada's a little bit ahead of us and stuff like that.
Yes, there are a lot of people in this world who are ahead of the United States right now.
Well, right now, Toronto's got a wonderful public transportation system.
Well, you know, this has been going on for a long time, Tom. When I was in college in the 1960s, I was in New York City, and I was traveling on the
Myrtle Avenue L.
Subways, and you know those trains like the AA train and so forth. The local trains, a lot of them, the sides of them were just solid graffiti. The stations were not in good shape. The trains were not in good shape. A lot of things were old. The Myrtle Avenue L was running in those days. It was an elevated train, and it looked like it might have been designed in the 1890s.
Probably was.
Probably was. And I had been in Europe. I'd seen European transportation, and I knew that the Europeans were way ahead of us. And that is a situation that has got worse.
I think so.
In my opinion. Anyway, we have an item. Should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, we'll move on to one coming up from Forbes.
Yeah, and this has a picture of a wind farm. By
Is
golly,
that
those
what it
are
is?
turbines too.
I guess that's fog, huh?
That's fog. Yeah, I used to live on a mountaintop in New Hampshire, and I would see a lot of that kind of thing where the entire Connecticut River Valley would be full of fog.
Right, exactly.
And then mountains would be sticking up from it. It was really quite impressive. And when the sun came up, it was like having a huge pillow laid out from you to the horizon with mountains here and there. It was really quite beautiful. Anyway, this is from Forbes, as you said. And you want to read a title? Or?
Yeah, just how good an investment is renewable energy. New study reveals all.
Renewable energy investments deliver massively better returns than fossil fuels in the United States, the UK, and Europe, according to analysis. Despite this, the total volume of investment is still nowhere near what will be required to mitigate climate change.
Well, from the article, the study found renewables investments in Germany and France are yielding returns of 180% over a 5-year period, compared with a 20% loss for fossil fuels.
You want to sit down with me, Tom, and we'll discuss our investment portfolios?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
I got a roll of quarters.
What? Yeah. I had a roll of quarters once. I went to a store, and I don't remember the list of things that I bought with it, but...
Them days is gone forever.
Well, what had happened, this was like 1980, whenever it was that the price of silver went through the roof, and I was selling those quarters for something like, I'm gonna say that it was like close to $5 each.
I was just gonna say they were going for about $5 a piece.
And it was like, these were quarters, but they were what, when I was a kid, when you were a kid, we could walk into a bank, ask for a silver dollar, and we'd get a dollar made of silver.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Should we go on?
I think we should. We're coming up here to Saturday, May 30th. There's an interesting picture of an airplane.
Yep, and this is from CNBC. And that is an electric Cessna. Yes, it is an interesting airplane. What do you got for a title?
The world's largest all-electric commercial aircraft has completed its first flight. Now, that particular airplane is based upon a conventional propeller-driven, internal combustion airplane that's been operating very, very well for a long time.
Yes.
It's a workhorse, but
Yes.
this is the first time it's been electrified.
Yes. When I saw that, I wondered if anybody would pull out any DC-3s and electrify them.
Hey, what?
DC-3?
Oh.
It flew on a DC-3.
It's just not much smaller than a DC-3, really.
Yeah, well, it's
Good
smaller.
format, but its carrying capacity is big.
Yes. The DC-3 was, I actually flew in a DC-3 in 1962. And the last time I looked, they were still in use. And that was probably 5 years ago. These are things that go back to the Second World War. Anyway, did you read the title? I think you did. So I'll read the...
I'm not sure that I did, but I'll do it again.
Okay, do it again.
The world's largest all-electric commercial aircraft has completed its first flight.
The largest all-electric commercial aircraft completed its maiden flight. The Cessna 208B Grand Caravan was flown at Moses Lake, Washington, and used a 750 horsepower all-electric developed by Magnix, a company based in Redmond, Washington. The idea of a 750 horsepower motor being put into an aircraft just strikes me as wild.
Well, we've taken a look at that, and they're making them a lot smaller than they used to.
They sure are. They got super magnets now.
Well, from the article, the iconic Caravan, this plane, has been a workhorse of industry, moving people and transporting goods on short routes for decades. So This is another step on the road to operating these aircraft at a fraction of the cost with zero emissions and from and to smaller airports. So it's an old-fashioned plane, but it's still significant and it's still quite useful.
Yeah, they're still making this particular model.
Definitely. Oh yeah.
An important thing that you just said was that it was at lower cost.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of this, when you think about aircraft, if you know people who have flown in airplanes, of their own and things like that, they constantly talk about engine checks that come up after a certain number of hours.
Exactly. You're sort of talking about what's going on around in my head.
Yeah, and these aircraft are not cheap. They really are not.
They're much more reliable, and they cost a lot less to operate.
Yes, these electric aircraft, by comparison to internal combustion aircraft, are cheap, and yes, as you said, they're a lot more reliable.
As are the automobiles.
As are the automobiles. As are the buses. The last time I looked, an electric bus, which is in some ways comparable to this, cost 150% of a diesel-powered bus, but the difference in maintenance costs and fuel costs was so great that difference was paid back in 4.5 years. So,
that makes sense. Yep.
Yep. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, you got another picture of, guess what? Turbines.
Is that what those are? Here, I thought they were children's whirligigs. Our engineering magazine is responsible for this particular.
It is that, right. U.S. renewable energy consumption surpasses.
You there? You want to read that again, Tom? There was an interference.
U.S. renewable energy consumption surpasses coal for the first time in over 130 years.
In 2019, U.S. annual energy consumption from renewable resources exceeded consumption of energy from coal for the first time since 1885, according to the U.S. Energy Administration's monthly energy review.
Well, wind is now the most used source of renewable energy for electricity generation in the United States.
Right. And that's why we've got wind turbines up on this. But This is, again, the decline of coal, and the decline of coal is extremely rapid, and it's inexorable. It's just
I
something.
think it's much faster than anybody would have predicted a couple of years ago.
Oh, much, I think. Well, you and I think, were predicting that it would go faster than the predictions that other people were making.
I think so. That was a little bit of nostalgia, maybe.
Yeah, we can pat ourselves on the back, and if we're wrong, then we get pats anyway. So our next item is from oilprice.com, unless you've got more from that.
No, I just don't have a note that it's from oilprice.com. But that's
okay. It's a picture of solar panels we see. And
it's what it looks like to me.
I did not get any indication of where those solar panels are located. So I'm sorry to say I don't know.
I think I did, and I think they're in France.
Okay. Somehow that doesn't look like any part of France I've ever been in. But there are a lot of parts of France I've never been in. So
well, France borders Spain with the Pyrenees.
You're absolutely right.
And then it's Switzerland on the other side. So
yes,
there's some high levels in France. Well, let's move along here. Huge natural gas company looks to power operations with solar energy. That's kind of ironic, isn't it?
I guess it's ironic. U.S. natural gas processing and transmission firm Williams is looking to develop solar installations on land it owns close to existing facilities to power its operations with electricity from solar energy. Williams owns and operates about 30,000 miles of pipelines.
This is a big company. They handle about a third of the natural gas in the United States.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, it's a company that most of us have never heard of, so
they keep a low profile, but they're finding it more advantageous to use solar to to operate their own facilities than to use their own gas. Which I guess they want to sell, you know. That's
it's kind of like that tanker what is the tanker that we just saw, the little tanker,
yeah,
the 500-ton tanker. It's powered by electricity, but what is it carrying? Is it carrying oil?
Carrying oil.
Is this ironic?
It is.
I will repeat something I said a few weeks ago on this show. I was working in a patent office in Washington, D.C., and I told one of the attorneys that if I ever got rich, I was going to fulfill dreams in 3 fields simultaneously. One was technology, one was ships in the sea, and the third was music. And he said, "What would you do?" And I said, not that I would actually do this, I would build a nuclear-powered collier. Now, a collier is a ship that carries coal.
Oh, yep.
And he laughed at this. And he said, what does that have to do with music? And I said it would be called the Cole Porter. But
okay.
And for anybody who doesn't know, Cole Porter is one of the really great composers of the 20th century.
Of modern times, yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, move along. We got an interesting picture here of what they call a bug hotel.
Yes, indeed. How many people would be able to identify what that was? Okay, and this is
like a wood pile for wood-burning stove, huh?
Well, yeah, it looks like somebody's done something for his wood-burning stove, but it isn't. And, you know, it's interesting, if you look at those pieces of wood, they all have holes drilled in them.
By the bugs?
Yeah. No, I think they were probably, I would bet they were drilled by drills to let the bugs in. But nevertheless, however that happened, this came from Clean Technica.
And it's about Audi. Audi, the car?
Yeah.
Their new Mission Zero, protecting natural habits and biodiversity. They seem to be getting serious about this.
I think they are. Audi has been a member of the Biodiversity in Good Company initiative for 5 years. Volkswagen Group has numerous projects to preserve biodiversity at Audi sites. The Audi Environmental Foundation has plans to expand that commitment to benefit biodiversity.
We're addressing 4 action areas in this program: decarbonization, economical water use, resource efficiency, and preservation of biodiversity.
Yeah, and in order to be able
to do some good stuff.
Yes, and in order to be able to really do that and do it right, they're going to have to stop building internal combustion cars. Which
Well, that's
they
going to
will.
happen naturally anyhow, just because it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Economics.
Absolutely.
To misquote Bill Clinton, it's the economy, stupid.
Yes, right.
It's economics, stupid.
Yes. Okay, should we go?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture of some vegetable plots.
Yeah, this is a vegetable garden in Thailand, I think.
I think it is. It looks nice.
Isn't it? Nice looking.
It's called New Wave Urban Farming. And it is from Thailand.
Yeah. People continue to lose their jobs amid pandemic, raising concerns about whether farmers and growers in the production chain can still get their supplies to market. The question also arises as to whether consumers can afford to buy them. Some people have been developing ideas to address food security. And, you know, this brings us back again to the idea of a victory garden, which is a term that I've been seeing a lot more in the news than I had for years, possibly forever.
Well, I'll mention just quickly what a victory garden was. During World War II, they were encouraging people to grow their own energy, and they called them victory gardens.
Yeah, to grow their own vegetables.
Grow their own vegetables, I'm sorry. And from this article in Bangkok, we have sunlight, we have water, we have lots of space.
Yes.
Growing vegetables is better than growing grass. It's time to rethink our way of producing food.
I think that's right, yeah. And I think we mentioned Victory Gardens in a recent show, and I mentioned the fact that there is a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens.
Yeah, there is.
And, you know, this was, I was watching, it was a documentary about the Second World War recently, and they went into the Victory Gardens there, too. And one of the things that I've been seeing, interestingly, in the news is that the number of people filing for unemployment in the United States just keeps
astronomical.
It's 40 some odd million, and
astronomical.
At the same time, I'm seeing news articles about the fact that farmers need workers, and they can't get them. You know, they can't get anybody who's willing to go out on the farm and work.
Well, it's hard work.
Farming is hard work, but people who love farming. There's just no question about it. Did you ever work on a farm, Tom?
Never did.
I did, and the farm that I worked at was owned by one of the wealthiest women in the country, as a matter of fact. But it was still a farm, and we weeded in the vegetable garden, and we took care of chickens, and we put hay in the barns and stuff like that. And you know, throwing a bale of hay up onto a truck, you start doing that all morning, you're gonna build some muscles.
I would say.
Yeah, those bales. You know, a good bale of hay weighed 40 or 45 pounds. This, of course, is a bale that looks like a brick, not the ones that are rolled up and you put one of them on.
Yeah, right. Old-fashioned bales.
What?
They're the old-fashioned bales.
These are the old-fashioned bales, yeah.
Well, let's move along here. We got a nice picture of the Empire State Building.
Is that what that is? I thought it was a wind turbine.
Well, they might put one on the roof one of these days. Who knows?
Yeah, this
the longest time, almost all of my young life, that was the largest building in the world.
Yes, mine too. I think you must have lived about the same time I did, Tom.
Something like that.
We're up to Monday, the 1st of June, and this is an item from Clean Technica.
And it says the Empire State Building reduces carbon emissions by 40% with energy-saving upgrades.
When it was built during the Depression, the Empire State Building projected a message of hope by keeping every room lighted for all to see. Today, the energy retrofits in the building have reduced its emissions enough to show new hope for the future.
They're serious about this. They're doing about everything they can to save energy.
Yeah, they're going to have to do more though. 40% isn't enough, unfortunately. But you know, they're in the middle of everything, and they have a lot that they might be able to do. We're seeing solar panels that are being built that double as window panes, and there's a lot of windows on that building.
That's going to make a big change.
I think it is, yeah.
I mean, it's going to take a while for this stuff to filter down, but we're here. We're operating at the leading edge of technology, what we're talking about.
Yes, yes.
Well, one of the interesting things is what the Empire State Building is doing is serving as a model for other large buildings in the city, of which there are many.
Of which there are many, yes, that's true. And a 40% reduction is actually impressive when you consider, here's a building.
Oh, absolutely.
It was, what was it built, 85 years ago?
It was built in the 30s.
Yeah, before I was born.
30.
Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
We have an item from PV Magazine USA and a picture of rooftop solar panels in Hawaii.
Is that what that is?
I think that's what it is. Either that or it's Wisconsin.
Well, it's not Vermont.
I think it's not Vermont. Yeah.
Cities could generate hundreds of times more solar power than they do today. Oh, absolutely.
These people should talk to the people who run the Empire State Building. While applauding the rooftop solar progress of dozens of cities, a report from Environment Texas offers policy options for further progress. Per capita solar leaders are Honolulu, San Diego, Albuquerque, San Jose, and Burlington, Vermont.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Didn't surprise me.
You're well aware that they're doing a lot of solar up there?
Yeah, yeah. People
What's the name of that guy that lives up that way that's big in solar?
Yeah, yeah. My parents, by the way, used to live in Honolulu.
Uh-huh.
And they had to leave because of mean people who were there, who came by.
You mean the Japanese?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. My father was in the
Navy.
Naval officer for the entire war, beginning to end. He had 13 battle stars.
Wow.
He was on the island of Corregidor the day before the Marines landed. Can you believe that?
Yeah. I can, but that's still something.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saw action, that's for sure.
He saw the battleship Fuso sunk, and he said it was one of the most pathetic sights he'd ever seen because the Japanese had no idea where their enemy was. So they trained their guns out randomly and fired.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Wow.
I mean, that's desperate. That's desperate. Anyhow, let's not dwell on that. You got more on cities?
Well, just a quick rundown. It's just a statistic. 26 U.S. cities have at least 50 watts of PV per capita.
50 watts of PV per capita.
And Burlington obviously is one of them.
Burlington is one of the top ones.
Yep.
Yeah, and Honolulu, I forget the figure for Honolulu. Do you have it in front of you?
I don't have it, no.
It was like 350 watts or something. When you've got that much power, you're getting onto the point where you're pushing in the direction of enough power to keep a modest household going modestly.
Yeah.
Double modest, and you're okay.
Well, it's going to happen slowly, but a lot of people are going to be turning into solar just to lower their electric bills.
Oh, yes, that's true. Okay, should we move on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a picture of a Danish offshore wind farm here.
Is that what that is?
That's what that is.
Oh, okay.
And this is an interesting article. What will coronavirus do to renewable energy?
This is from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, believe it or not. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, renewable energy was growing, but not fast enough to meet the Paris Agreement's carbon reduction goals, let alone to deal with climate change. Now, the economic shock of COVID-19 is slowing the growth of renewables, at least temporarily.
It's just going to be temporary.
It's going to be temporary. The thing that I find interesting about this is I see articles probably on the average, half a dozen of them every day at least, about the future of renewable energy when the pandemic is over. Now, we have no idea when the pandemic is going to be over. We really don't. It could go on for years. We just don't know. hopefully.
Yeah, nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah, hopefully it won't go that long. You know, we'll have an answer to it, or it'll, you know, like Donald Trump said, it just magically disappear, because things like that can happen. Without speculating on where the pandemic goes, we do have to deal with climate change, and this the various articles. Some of them say renewables are in terrible trouble, and not very many say that.
I don't think that's really accurate.
I don't think it's anywhere near close. Some of them are pointing out that renewables are being installed even with the pandemic going. And that is something I've had interviews for the work that I do for Green Energy Times. I'm just writing an article, in fact, on solar power in a town in Vermont. And the people who are doing the installation say there's no slowdown in their business. And so a lot of the people who are commenting on this say, yeah, coal is slowing down, oil is slowing down, gas is slowing down. Renewables are slowing down a tiny bit, but only a tiny bit, and the orders are not going away.
Well, from the article, quote a sentence, this isn't going to be an easy goodbye, but we're in the long goodbye to fossil fuels.
We, yes, well, I think that is the case. So
definitely.
Are we all done with that one?
Yeah, I think so.
So we're up to Tuesday, June 2nd, and we've got a picture of the May 30th SpaceX launch at Clean Technica, and there's a reason why it took a couple of days for this particular article to come out. But what do you got for title, Tom?
SpaceX gets to the International Space Station, but what about doing it with renewable energy?
This is a fascinating article, but I will only suggest it to people who really enjoy math.
Yeah, you're right about that. They do the math right in the article.
Well, Michael Barnard, who is a guy who wrote this article, is a person I've been familiar with for, I don't know, probably 8 years. And he used to work for IBM, and I don't know what he did there. I think he might have been a computer programmer. But he dropped out of IBM and just went into writing about renewable energy and energy in general. And he's a really successful writer. He's got articles in the New York Times and Forbes and you name it. But he's really big on numbers. And
well, he does the math in the article, and it comes out.
Yeah. Okay, I should read the synopsis, shouldn't I? SpaceX,
I think so.
NASA launched 2 astronauts to the International Space Station on the SpaceX Crew Dragon. These SpaceX modules are called Dragons, and there's a Crew Dragon and a I forget what the other one is called, but it's for moving items around. Calculations show that we could turn water into rocket fuel sufficient for a shuttle launch using a month's wind power from a small wind farm at a cost of about $285,000.
That's about 8 turbines he's talking about.
Yes, it's not big. But the thing that's interesting about this is if you compare it to the cost of the fuel that's going into the launch anyway, which is
$450 million.
Yeah, but this is not saving money to have it done from a wind farm, but it is basically a similar cost.
Well, I think the point of it is it's about spending money.
It's about spending money and making waste, both.
Yeah.
If you're going to make hydrogen and oxygen by electrolysis and fuel it with coal, you're going to have a space launch that is expensive in terms of its carbon footprint. But if it's going to be fueled by wind, that makes it a very different thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the hydrogen oxygen combination, which burns into water.
That's what rocket fuel is.
Yeah, that's rocket fuel. It's one of a bunch of different things that can be rocket fuel. I remember hydrazine and nitric acid being combined. That's an interesting combination.
Doesn't sound good.
No. Hydrazine, most people are unfamiliar with hydrazine, But hydrazine, you get a drop of that on your arm, it hurts like you've been stung like with a bee. Just
Okay.
a drop.
I don't know this stuff.
Well, if you get a drop of hydrazine onto a drop of nitric acid, that's going to do a little bit worse than a sting by a bee, because hydrazine is a very powerful base, where nitric acid is a very powerful acid. But nitric acid is an oxidizer, and hydrazine is a deoxidizer. What do they call those?
Off the top of my head, I can't think.
I don't remember, but it's a strong reducing agent, and all of a sudden you've got two things there. The molecules, they really want to react, and so all you have to do is feed the two together. You don't have to light anything. It just produces power. But they're both pretty nasty to deal with.
Sounds like it to me. Just the name hydrazine alone scares me.
Have you ever dealt with formic acid?
No, I haven't.
Formic acid.
Sounds like ants.
It is ants. It was an acid that was first identified by fractionally distilling ants.
Okay.
And the story there is, and I got this from a guy who had a doctorate in pharmaceutical chemistry, formic acid is the only antacid that's acid.
Huh? Oh, okay, I get it. It's a pun.
Well, maybe we should escape from that humor.
Yeah, let's move on before somebody recognizes what we just said.
Okay.
A plunging cost of wind and solar marks a turning point in energy transition.
This is the picture of a wind farm in France, and the item is from Reuters, and it says...
I've seen that picture before.
I'm sure. You know, there's, in fact, I think there's another picture farther down in this broadcast that is a reuse of one that we had a couple of months ago. I don't like doing that, but sometimes, you know, particularly when I'm in a hurry in the morning, I just let one slip by.
Well, I've seen the picture, but you had nothing to do with it.
Aha. Plunging costs of renewables mark a turning point in a global transition to low-carbon energy, as it is increasingly cheaper to build solar and wind farms than to run existing coal plants, a report from the International Renewable Energy Agency shows. Now,
well, that's what we've been saying all along.
That we talked about that earlier in the show.
Absolutely.
So, there you have it.
Well, scientists still say the world needs to stage a much faster transition to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change.
The transition that we have to do has to be as fast as the reduction that we've had in fuel use from the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has to happen every year like that.
I guess that's a good way of looking at it, and
it sounds scary until you realize how much money it's going to save us all.
Well, just using renewables from this article, the world could save up to $23 billion a year.
Yeah.
Just using renewables.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's the economics, stupid.
It's the economics. We should move on, Tom. It is.
Yeah, I think we should. We got a picture of a natural gas pipeline here.
A rather small one, I think. This is from Huffington Post, which is also called HuffPost. What do you got for a title?
The EPA mounts a new strike on states' rights, this time to boost pipeline companies. A little politics going on here.
People should pay attention to this. You know, if you think about this from a conservative point of view, the conservatives have talked about states' rights. And
that's the whole point.
Yep, and what they are doing is they're saying the states' rights have to be held back. So this is not a conservative EPA. This is a Trump EPA. And it's the synopsis says, as chaos grips the nation, the EPA is changing water permitting rules to make it harder for states to block construction of fossil fuel pipelines. The EPA's new rule prohibits regulators from factoring in a project's impact on climate change. And, you know, this is mind-boggling.
How can they do such a thing?
The EPA is doing this? This is the Environmental Protection Agency?
Yeah. Well, they're protecting the environment, but not for people like us, but more for the people who own the oil.
Yes, that's right. And this is also another violation of conservative tenets, because what they're doing is they're picking the winners and losers. And in this particular case, they're picking the winners despite the fact that the winners are losers. And so, you know what I think about when I see this? I think the United States, particularly if you compare it with other countries and what they're doing, like China, where 98% of the world's electric buses are made, and they have taken over more than half of the bus market worldwide because of that. The United States is acting like it's in a race of chariots that are drawn by 4 horses each. And in the case of the American chariot, it isn't really a chariot, it's really a farm wagon, and it's drawn by 3 horses, 4 horses, 3 of which are lame, and the 4th one is dead. I don't think we're going to lose.
Yeah, we get the last day of the show, Wednesday, June 3rd. That's yesterday, isn't it?
It sure is.
There's a picture of a Indian guy called Gautam Adani, and he's an interesting guy.
He is an interesting guy, and he's the chairman of the Adani Group. And I wonder if that's a coincidence, do you think, Tom, or is maybe he...
That's just the luck of the draw.
That's the luck of the draw. Okay, this is from PV Magazine Australia. What do you got for a title?
Adani chief talks solar and hydrogen storage opportunity. This guy's, he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. And this is, you know, it's over and over again. We're hearing the word hydrogen more often than we're hearing, you know, a lot of words that you would think people would talk about. But hydrogen is
what's
really important.
Here is this guy's from India.
Yeah.
And he's competing worldwide.
He's competing worldwide. That's right. In a market that the United States could be in, but is it in? Not the way he is. COVID-19 presents an opportunity to pause, rethink, and design a faster transition to clean energy future. According to Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani, he pointed to a 99% drop in the cost of solar modules over a 40-year period, and he said he expects this trend to continue.
That's another 99% drop he's talking about.
Which means that you're taking the price of solar power down to, well, right now...
almost nothing.
Oh, very close to nothing. So what do you got? You got solar panels that cost almost nothing. You got electricity that costs almost nothing. You've got marginal costs that are almost nothing. You've got electricity that you could give away for free.
And still make money.
And still make money. How do you do that?
Well, I think that's going to be the trend. The power companies are going to charge for the wires, not for the power.
They're going to charge, you know what I think they're going to charge most for it is use of software.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah. And
well, this guy's goal is to become the world's largest solar power company by 2025. That's coming up pretty soon.
It is.
And the largest renewables company by 2030. So he's got big ideas.
He's got big ideas. He surely does. And, you know, I don't know. It makes me sad to think of what the American potential is, and the fact that in the pursuit of making America great again, we've been pushing obsolete technology. It's just not going to fit. Okay. Should we move out of that?
Yeah, we got a picture of a bunch of tankers just sitting idle. Oh, we've talked about this. They're doing nothing but storing oil.
Yep, and we've actually used that picture before. It's the picture that I referred to earlier. This is from Clean Technica.
The oil and gas industry doesn't have a bright future. This is a very good article, by the way.
Yes, it is.
A lot
the
of
oil and gas
in it, but it's a good article.
The oil and gas industry has been in a recession, effectively, since the global financial crisis 11 years ago. Each year, production volumes have increased by more than global demand. So the production is going up faster than demand is, meaning that the market has been in decline, with lower prices for crude oil and natural gas the natural result. And you want to know why, you know, Russia and Saudi Arabia are angry at the United States? It has something to do with the fact that we're producing oil at below cost and dumping it on the world market through fracking. And, you know, this
basically, yes. I mean, it's costing us more to frack it than we can sell it for.
Yeah. And we're not doing it we're not doing it we are doing it as a national policy, but it's being done in a way that I think is reminiscent of Ponzi schemes.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it's not going to last very long.
No, I don't think it's going to last very long. I think the majority of gas and oil companies in this country are probably going to go broke this year.
Well, the little guys are anyhow.
Yeah.
I mean, the Exxon Mobils they got so much in reserve, they're not going to go broke. But a lot of little guys are going to be right out of business.
They're going to be out of business, and this is something that that is an industry that we've talked about this, where the CEO of one of the companies was saying that it was the worst investment you could make was investing in fracking companies. Almost all of them.
They're not coming anywhere near their potential or their predictions.
Well, the overwhelming majority of them apparently go bankrupt, and when they go bankrupt, the stockholders get nothing out of the bankruptcy. So, our last picture has solar and wind power.
In the same picture.
Same picture?
That's right. It's the same location, isn't it? Or is it a composite?
I don't know. Anyway, this is from The Guardian.
UK electricity, coal-free for the first month ever.
The UK's electric system had its greenest month ever and ran without coal-fired electricity for the full month of May. National Grid, the energy system operator, said the UK's sunniest spring on record helped reduce the carbon intensity of the grid to its lowest level ever recorded. Now, those are two different statements. The fact that it's coal-free doesn't automatically make it the lowest carbon intensity, because you can.
No, it's connected, but you're right. It's not absolute.
You can get it. You can get the electricity from natural gas,
and that's got carbon in it.
And it's got carbon in it. But in this case, the natural gas is suffering too. And
this is interesting because, according to the article, the UK's electricity system is run without coal-fired power for 54 consecutive days, and that was when they wrote this.
Yes.
So it's probably up over 2 months already.
Yes, probably. I mean, I don't know what the weather is out there now. I was living in Devon through a period that they called a drought. And I got to tell you, that countryside was gloriously green during a drought.
Was it, huh?
Yeah, the thing that made it a drought was the fact that the sky was blue.
It doesn't happen much in England, does it?
It happens, but this was a beautiful, beautiful deep blue sky. Devon is fortunate at there's not anything really west of it that produces much in the way of haze or whatever. So there's no factories. I shouldn't say no factories. There's not a lot of factories in Cornwall.
Okay.
But whenever I think of Devon, I think of the 5 countries that make up the UK.
Is it 5?
5.
Okay.
England, Scotland, Wales, North Ireland, and Cornwall.
Well, Cornwall, they considered. Well, it was another country at one time, wasn't it?
As far as you're concerned, it still is.
They got a different accent down there.
They have a different well, they've got they're.
Well, talk like Long John Silver.
Yeah. Anyway, Tom, I think we've got through our articles for the week, and we happen to have finished just at about the end of an hour.
Well, there's a takeaway from that article. It says record low demand for electricity during the coronavirus lockdown has left little room for the UK's last remaining coal power plants to play a role.
Yes. They were operating all that time at a zero capacity factor.
Yep.
How about that? Well,
they're not coming back.
What?
They're not coming back.
No, they're not coming back. They were scheduled to close down in Britain, I think, in 2025, but they're not going to last that long.
No.
Anyway, there is the show, And everybody knows, everybody who's been paying attention knows as much as we do. So I guess we'll just say bye at that time, at that point.
Well, usually you got a nice little aphorism to say for us. What is it this week?
I forgot to put one up. You know, as I said last time, bald, overweight, and befuddled. Goodbye, everybody, and come back next week.
It's been real.
Bye-bye.
Adios.
Welcome, graduates, family, friends, faculty and staff, members of the Board of Trustees, to the Landmark College May 2020 graduation ceremony. Now, this is not a virtual graduation ceremony. This is a real ceremony, and we're so proud of everything you've done, graduates. Given the disruption we've all faced in our lives due to the coronavirus public health crisis, and when thinking about you, our graduates, and how you handled the disruption to your lives and to your learning, my thoughts today are brief and simple. It's not what happens in life that matters, it's how you respond. That's what matters the most. Life is uncertain. Anything can happen. You can find yourself in extremis at any moment. You can't control that. But you can control how you respond to adverse conditions. What does it take? Courage, persistence, confidence, and a willingness to adapt. A willingness to adapt, even when it may be uncomfortable or difficult to do so. You, our graduates, you responded to a very difficult situation. You took it head on. You didn't give up. You completed your college requirements in a completely different format. You have proven that you have what it takes to handle whatever life throws at you. And that says something important about you all. That's what makes you different. We talk a lot about learning differences. That's not what makes you different, learning differences. What makes you different is you have what it takes to respond to adversity and to succeed. Congratulations to every single one of you. Now, before we get started, as always, we want to mention our recent faculty retirees. This year, Steve Carmichael, Lena John, Cindy Tolman, and Jim Balcom. You will be truly missed. In our ceremony today, students were given the opportunity to submit photos and speeches. They'll be shown during the conferring of degrees. And we also have a shout out from a special guest and friend of the college. Now, we'll move into the presentation of awards. Thank you.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Julius Adochi. Julius, you have come a long way during your time at Landmark College. At first, you weren't sure if Landmark could give you what you needed, if you were in the right place, and if you fit in. We knew you were, of course, but like all of us, a sense of place is something we have to discover for ourselves. And you did just that when you became involved with the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion. But you didn't stop there. You used your experience and your position as a trusted mentor on campus to help so many others who needed to know that Landmark was the place for them. Through the programs that you have sponsored to the individual outreach that you have provided, you have helped so many students think about their place in the world, understand that what they say and what they think matters, and that they make our community stronger. With confidence, I can say that Landmark would be less of a place if not for you and your contributions to our community. Congratulations, Julius.
At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements, such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics, such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness, and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. This year, the student who best exemplifies these characteristics is Stephen Vitt. During his time at Landmark College, Stephen has become a thought leader on campus. He is an influential neurodiversity advocate because he speaks from the heart with a moral center that includes everyone, not least those who are vulnerable in society and not possessing his advocacy abilities. He has been a pioneer, helping the college to create the Center for Neurodiversity from the ground up. He has served on the center's steering group, participated in outside panels, provided media interviews, and invested his energy in faculty-student research projects, including creating online research guides for the library and evaluating dictation software. The general consensus from those who have had the opportunity to work with Stephen is that he is a real partner in the learning process, and that is ideal for academics. His academic work is used as exemplars in classes. His scholarship is a valuable resource for others, and his advocacy for social justice and willingness to act clearly demonstrates that potential to make life better for others, including the next generation of children as they move through their own educational journeys. Please join me in congratulating Stephen Vitt, this year's recipient of the Academic Dean's Award.
The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but someone who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student also helps the rest of us realize that we have far more resources to draw upon than we may think, and therefore helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. This year, we have 2 Charles Drake Award winners, Jenny Beller and Katie Maroney. Jenny and Katie, I know you're watching today. You both deserve this award so much. We're so proud of you. Everything you've done here over the years has been an inspiration to many. Keep doing exactly what you're doing, and you'll succeed no matter what you choose to do the rest of your lives. Congratulations. The President's Award is given to the student who best exemplifies the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, and is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. This year's President's Award winner is Erica Loveland. Erica, I know you're watching. I can't think of a better recipient this year than you, Erica. You've touched so many at this campus. You've succeeded in every realm. We think the world of you. Congratulations.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Olivia Ames.
Like many of you, Landmark is my second college experience, but previously I had felt left out. Everyone seemed to be moving through life with great ease, and at Landmark, although I need to use my scooter, I felt more included. I knew everyone there were facing challenges of their own. Landmark has helped me with my time management and procrastination. I'm still a work in progress, however, as I waited until the last minute to work on my speech. But there's a quote I love. Don't give up. You had a bad day. Forgive yourself and do better tomorrow. Landmark has taught me that with effort and perseverance, tomorrow will be a better day. I'm so proud to be part of the 2020 graduating class at Landmark.
Jake Baskin. Andrew Blanchard. Hugh Devers, Phi Theta Kappa.
Finally made it to graduation. To be here is surreal because at times I didn't think I was going to make it with my grades hanging on by a thread, but as you can see, I'm here as a college graduate, as a Landmark college graduate. I've met many friends here that I have just absolutely adored and will probably continue to know for the rest of my life, as well as teachers that I hope to keep in contact with and use the lessons and skills they have taught me in life in the college I will go to and continue from here. I'd like to say a special thank you to Eric Maddie for all the public speaking and communication skills that I use in my personal life as well as academic life. And a special thank you to John Rose for being too cool for freaking school and being the man. Thank you for all the strength, for all the lessons and everything you have taught me. Stay awesome, stay cool, and keep contemplating jazz. Thank you.
Morgan Doyle Elwell.
I would like to say thank you for the school for giving me the opportunity to come here during the last few years. Thank you to my family for always supporting me, and my mother for being my biggest advocate both growing up and even now.
Zachary Dunn. Matthew Goldstein.
My time in Landmark may have come to an end in a way that we all didn't want, but I'm just so glad that I was able to come here. I grew as a person in such a way that I'm more confident with going out in the real world, making friends, getting a job in an environment that doesn't collar you for having learning disabilities, but pushes you to be better and to be more comfortable with who you are. I hope everyone stays safe out there, and I also hope that you find a way to celebrate because you've all done such a great job, and we've all gotten through this together, and we're gonna go out and do great things out in the world. I also want to dedicate this to my friends who I'm mostly leaving, that I hope you have a good time too without me, and I hope you stay safe.
Gordon Graham. Oscar Held, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hello, everyone. I don't have much time, so I will be brief. I have learned many things here at Landmark. I have learned how to cooperate with others more in terms of school, and made many friends, improved my billiard skills and my basketball skills, as well as the qualities that a leader needs to have. These qualities are very important especially in these trying times. We need more leaders if we are going to survive this, or just in life. We need them to inspire us and keep pushing forward. And since I believe I have those qualities, I will do my best from now on. Thank you.
Alexander Call.
I have been in Landmark for a time that seems so short yet so long. As Mother Teresa said, yesterday's gone, tomorrow has not yet come, we have only today. My first day at Landmark was very different from my college that I went to before. The teachers were much more accepting of us students with LDs, be it dyslexia or on the autism spectrum. I've met students just like me with similar LDs, though we all learn differently. I now know that I can accomplish things that I did not think I'd be able to accomplish before, all thanks to Landmark. In these times, there are only two things I can say: stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Kevin Knowles. Christian Loreno, Phi Theta Kappa. Catherine Maroney.
Hello everyone, and congrats to the class of 2020.
I know I'm repeating a lot of Landmark graduates when I say I truly didn't expect to make it this far, never mind under these circumstances we're facing. My experience at Landmark was unlike any I could have imagined after too many years of frustration and failure over my learning difference. At Landmark, I found solidarity, compassion, and a whole new understanding of myself as a student, one who is capable despite the little voice in her head telling her she's not. I still remember my very first day as a Landmark student, and after just one taste of failure, I was ready to pack my things and go home because I thought that meant I was just not meant to be successful. But here I could reframe my thinking. Just as one failure could affect me, so can just one piece of feedback, one hello on the quad, or just one instance of understanding to interrupt the vicious cycle. Thank you, friends, family, faculty, and staff at Landmark for never giving up on me. Thank you.
Hannah Marshall. Nicole Metzgar.
I wanted to say a big thank you to my family for helping me get to this point. I also wanted to thank the teachers and Landmark staff members who were kind and encouraging and who helped and supported me during my 6 semesters here at Landmark College. This was my next big step after graduating from high school towards proving all the people, teachers, peers, including myself, and probably a few people here, wrong. And I plan to continue proving them all wrong as I continue my educational journey at my next college and earning my next degree. But before I leave, I wanted to say a special thank you to a few select people, to my mom and dad, my sisters, my few close friends that I made here, along with Brian Cohen, Adrian Major, Ann McCloskey, Rebecca Maddie, Alice Vogel, Kathy Burris, and of course the amazing Jim Balcom. Thank you.
Eric Nordstrom. Dylan Riley. Rosie Rose. Daniel Rosenberg.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how these speeches are eventually going to be organized, but I know if it's alphabetical, then I'm pretty late on the list, so I'm going to keep it brief. I didn't come to Landmark straight out of high school. I, like many other students here, spent a semester or two failing out of a local college, feeling awful and unworthy of an education. Also, like many other Landmark students, I struggled with executive functioning and attentional challenges throughout middle and high school, and like every student graduating today, I still have a learning disability and I still struggle with these things every day. But today, I'm graduating with an associate degree, so I think I've come a long way. And I'd like to thank Landmark for helping me make that happen. The support I've received from the teachers, advisors, executive functioning coaching, from tech support staff and librarians and Res Life, that support is what made this day possible for me. I've always believed that everyone is deserving of an education and capable of achieving it, but somewhere in the process of struggling through school, I was convinced that that statement somehow didn't apply to me. I'm grateful to Landmark for proving me wrong.
Anne-Marie Scalfaro.
Today I'm graduating and I can't believe I've gotten this far. It wouldn't have been for the help of my mom and my dad and my family. I also want to thank Landmark College. You guys have been an amazing support system, and I wouldn't want you guys to change that. Thank you, teachers and faculty, for being kind, helping, and understanding. It really means a lot, more than you would ever know. Thank you all again.
Erica Shea.
I would like to thank Franklin Academy, my parents, my friends, my boyfriend, and Landmark College for believing in me. Today I received the greatest achievement of my life, which is my associates in liberal studies. But I am not done. I am a shooting star that keeps continuing to thrive. Elton John once sang, "Don't you know I'm still standing, better than I ever did, looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I'm still standing after all this time." I am not the only one that is still standing here today. All of you are too. Congratulations to all the graduates. Thank you.
Julius Adochi. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Arts in Business Studies. Brendan Lemieux.
Hello all, this is Brendan Lemieux here. I'd like to take the time to thank all my family, friends, and all the faculty at Landmark that have helped me while my 2 years there. I'd especially like to thank Dr. Landon for helping me with all my business courses, as she's always easy to email and help out if I have a question. I'd also like to thank my parents who have helped support me throughout my time at college, and I'd also like to thank Charlie, Dan, Eric, Tim, and Guitar for always supporting me. I hope we keep in touch and have a great summer. See ya.
Corey Zaruki Cohen. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Computer Science. Gil Bornstein. Christopher Farena. Caleb Strauss. Justin Willis, Phi Theta Kappa.
Hi, my name is Justin Willis. My time at Landmark College has taught me to never give up. I have to push myself every time I need to get work done, and I couldn't do it alone. The help and support I received from the Landmark staff was unbelievable. I was blessed to have been able to work with students who share similar struggles and professors who understood how we were wired. I want to thank the Landmark professors who put their heart and soul into embracing those of us who learn differently. Their mission to help us takes patience, passion, and extensive knowledge of multiple learning disabilities. And finally, I would like to thank all Landmark staff for making Landmark College what it is today. And a special thank you to my advisor, Ann Wheeler, for not only dealing with my unscheduled visits, but also getting me to where I am today, a cap, tassel, and a degree, and the confidence to move on to my next challenge. Thank you, Landmark.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Science. Daniel Meadows.
Hello, my name is Daniel Meadows, AS. First, I would like to thank my parents, my family, and friends for supporting me during my time at Landmark. I would also like to thank my advisors, Gene Fulton and Todd Miller, for helping me navigate my courses at LMC. Finally, I have to thank folks like Doug Lynch, Kim Coleman, and Cindy Tolman for being as caring and committed as they were in class. All of the chances you've given me and all the patience you have had have allowed me to give this very speech. I came to Landmark College with so many expectations, and so many of them have turned out to be wrong. The location, the school, the staff, and the students surprise me every day. Campus is funny that way. The greatest surprise that I felt every day was my own progress. I earned my own self-respect and my place within the professional world, even during the current pandemic. In closing, I would again like to show my gratitude to those who've given me the love and support that I needed to excel, even with my learning differences. Thank you and good luck to all of those still stuck at home.
Sabina Breitbard.
Hello, I'm Sabina, and I'd like to thank everybody who supported me in getting my degree in life sciences. I'd like to thank my Aunt Nancy and my Uncle Alan and my friends and family. I'd also like to thank the STEM department, who really care a lot and are very accommodating. I'd like to thank Professor Stein, who was my professor for 4 of my classes and also my mentor. I aspire to have a similar career that he has, and going forward I will be studying conservation biology. Thank you.
Justin O'Brien. Nathan Santana.
I just wanted to thank Landmark College for all the support throughout the years. And of course, the teachers have helped me succeed. I wanted to thank my friends and my family for everything they have done for me. I wanted to give a big shout out to Mark Thurman and the Rise Up Center and everything that they did to help me succeed and grow as a person. And now I'm looking forward and moving on to the next chapter. Thank you, Landmark.
Daniel Shin.
Hello. First, I'd like to take this time to thank everyone for supporting me throughout my entire journey here at Landmark College, especially to all of my instructors, my academic advisor Denise Higgins, who always urges me to get all the work done. Also, thanks to all the staffs and decals, the librarians, and all of my classmates that helped me out in some assignments. I also would especially like to thank my family for always supporting me. Next, I really loved and enjoyed every single minute of the opportunity for all the school events, such as being a radio DJ, a member of the Arcade Club, the Student Government Association, and the Campus Activities Board. And I'm also grateful to work for Emily Northa and the numerous opportunities that she had offered. Finally, I know that this will be my last moment as a student here at Landmark College and that I thank everyone for treating me like a family member of the campus community. As President Eden always says, don't give up and keep moving forward and always believe in yourself that you can always do it of achieving your goals. Thank you and good luck to everyone in your next journey that's part of your future. Go Sharks!
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual is the first to meet the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership. Wyman Jackson.
It is exciting to have our first Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership graduate this spring 2020. Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, abbreviated as COML, draws from and combines the communication and business fields in some really interesting and meaningful ways. The major is grounded in current organizational theory and leadership best practices with multiple opportunities for real-world application. Now, the foundation of the major is built upon courses such as marketing, management, interpersonal communication, and media production. Now, students then can go on to focus in two different ways. One is called Leadership for Organizational Social Change, or the other is Multimodal Communication and Storytelling. We anticipate our graduates with this major to be prepared to move in multiple directions, all different kinds of careers and professions, including advertising, public relations, human resources, sales, broadcasting, new media. It goes on. Again, congratulations to our pioneering first graduate, Wyman Jackson.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Erica Loveland, Golden Key.
Landmark, thank you for being part of the development that has made me proud to be dyslexic, for being a place where I could explore various leadership roles and participate in many fun activities. I am so grateful for the connections I've made from faculty and staff to, of course, my friends. Thank you to my peers for showing me different perspectives. Thank you to my boyfriend and his family for giving me a second home on the East Coast. And of course, thank you to my family for the endless love, support, and encouragement. I will cherish the memories that I've made at Landmark, from cultivating mushrooms with a couple science professors to traveling Africa. Landmark is a special place, and I'm so honored to be a part of this family.
Sean Noonan, Golden Key. Jenna Pavajak.
Thank you to my family, friends, and the great faculty and staff for making a huge impact on me. It's hard to believe that after all these years, my school life is coming to an end. My life has sure been interesting, to say the least, from repeating second grade to skipping seventh grade to now graduating college in 4 years despite this pandemic. Thank you to Landmark for the continuous support, the opportunities you've provided me with, and the great lifelong friendships I have made. I did it!
Christoph Rozicki. Jessup Strauss, Golden Key.
I want to thank everyone who stood by me, especially when things got hard. Special shout outs to my parents, my various teachers from over the years, and all my close friends, whom I shall never forget.
Stephen Vitt.
First of all, congratulations to my fellow graduates. I would like to thank all the professors I've worked with over the years, in particular Peg Alden, Dan Miller, and Solveig Schmalski. They've given me not just knowledge, but confidence in my own abilities. I would also like to thank everyone at the library. with special mention of Kathy Burris, who has been not just supportive in my academics, but a good friend as well. Speaking of friends, I would also like to thank all my peers that supported me over the years. Most of all, I want to thank my mother and grandmother for their endless support. I love you, Nunny. Mom, thank you so much for always believing in me. I could never have done this without you. Turns out you were right about my potential. Have fun bragging.
2 baccalaureate students will graduate today with a major in psychology, the first to do so at Landmark College. Psychology students explore the many facets of human behavior and the human mind by reviewing scientific studies of each, as well as learning the varied research methodologies of this far-reaching discipline. At Landmark, of course, there's a special emphasis on neurodiversity. Through coursework in cognitive, educational, and developmental psychology, as well as basic neuroscience, applied statistics, and human biology, students in psychology develop the foundational background knowledge that will help them pursue any number of career options, including counseling, education, research, and business. In fact, the study of psychology underlies almost everything we know and will continue to learn about human interaction in an increasingly complex world. Congratulations to Emily Bartlett and Gianna Eisenberg.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals are the first to meet the requirements of the Bachelor of Arts in Psychology. Emily Bartlett.
Hey guys, it's Emily Bartlett here. I just want to thank all the people who got me here, all the friends that I've made. I'm definitely going to miss them. All the faculty and staff, my family, my advisors, everyone. And I'm definitely going to miss all my friends that I've made here, as mentioned before, and definitely gonna miss doing study abroad. That was one of my favorite things that I did here. Ireland, New Zealand, Costa Rica, most recently London, and yes, they're all in that order. And I am super psyched to be one of the first graduates of this BA in psychology. And on that note, I'm going to throw my cap in the air. Whee!
Gianna Eisenberg.
Congratulations, class of 2020. I just wanted to thank my professors and advisors for helping me get to where I am today. I really want to thank my friends for all your support. I want to thank the people in the business office, the RAs and RDs that I got the opportunity to work with. I love you all so much. I want to thank my boyfriend, Nate, for all his support and going through this college journey with me. I want to thank my moms for making it possible for me to come to Landmark. I love you guys so much. And I want to thank my emotional support guinea pig, Oreo. Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Arts. Jenny Beller, Golden Key.
Good afternoon. Every day is a great day to be a shark, but today is an especially great day. Thank you to everyone I've met at Landmark. I truly believe it is the people that make this college so great. A special thank you to the art department and the residential life team. I am so proud to be graduating alongside a bunch of my friends and fellow RAs. Yay, class of 2020. Thank you.
Alyssa Casey.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at public speaking, even with the benefit of multiple takes. I'm inclined to keep this brief for my own sake and the sake of the viewer, but I will say this. Graduating has been a struggle and a half, and I wouldn't be able to do it without support. So I really want to thank my parents and the rest of my family, Amma and Umpa, Auntie and Uncle. I couldn't have done this without their support, emotionally and financially. I have no money. Thank you for putting up with my procrastination, breakdowns, and constantly changing my mind about my future career. I think there was a month there where I legitimately wanted to be a circus clown. Sorry to say, you'll be putting up with school, Alyssa, for another few years as I aim for my master's, but at least one step is sorted. Moving on to this next chapter in my life, I'm daunted, but I couldn't be more excited despite my fear. This has been a very weird semester, but I'm glad to say we all pulled through in the end.
Maxwell Cornell.
My time at Landmark has made me appreciate the value of self-reliance as well as the values of camaraderie and cooperation. When I first came to Landmark, I had no idea which way to turn, and over the subsequent semesters, I have grown a deeper appreciation for the people and things that challenge me to be my best self. I would like to thank everyone who has supported me on this journey as I continue to find my way and develop as an artist and a human being. I am proud to have been part of our Putney community, and I am humbled by the talent, goodwill, and gentility I have seen in the students and professors I have met along the way. While at this moment we may be separated geographically, we are all in this moment collectively, and I hope we can all continue to share the moments of our lives with each other. Thank you all so much.
Vikas Mitchell.
Hello, faculty, fellow graduates, friends, and family who are here with us to share this amazing moment. I want to send a message to everyone out there who has any sort of learning difference. If you focus on your strengths rather than your weaknesses, you will be successful. I have always been timid to disclose my LD because I believed that it would take away from the opportunities I could have been given. I feared I would be looked down upon and not be able to succeed. Landmark College has proven that wrong. I want to thank everyone at Landmark College for granting me so many wonderful opportunities. Thank you to my fellow students, friends, and faculty for being so caring, understanding, and supportive. You will all be missed.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. Nathaniel Gully.
Congratulations, class of 2020. We did it. I just want to give a shout out to all my friends that I met along the way and all the friends that I had in California. Thank you for being there to support me on this whole crazy journey. Shout out to all my family back in California, and most of all, shout out to my mom and dad. Thank you for pushing me and getting me to this point. I wouldn't have made it here without you. I'll shout out to my girlfriend, Gianna. Thank you for helping me through this whole college journey, and I can't wait to see what's next. P.S. Nate, hope you packed everything. It's been a crazy month.
And now we're going to hear from a special guest of Landmark College.
Hello everyone, it's Ewan McGregor. I'm sending this message to all the graduates at Landmark College this year to wish you all my best and to give you all my congratulations for the hard work over the last 4 years. I'm really sorry that you've had to end it in this odd way during this lockdown situation with the coronavirus, and that you haven't been able to finish together at the college. It's a shame that you haven't been able to do that, but I know that it'll be very special nonetheless that you're graduating in the way that you are, virtually, online. I got to know Landmark a little bit over the summer. My daughter Jamman came there to do the summer course, and I saw what a special place it was and what special people go there. And I could sense that it was a very wonderful atmosphere, and I bet you've all had a great 4 years there. So I just wanted to wish you my best wishes going forward, and my congratulations for all the hard work that you've done, as I've said, over the last 4 years. And they told me to say congratulations to the May Landmark College Associate and Bachelor Degree graduates. And I had to write that down because I would never remember it. I remembered a Shakespeare play once, but I couldn't remember that one line. Anyway, lots of love to you all, and congratulations and well done. Cheers.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degree in Liberal Studies, Business Studies, the Associate of Science degree in Computer Science, Life Sciences, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Communication and Entrepreneurial Leadership, Liberal Studies, Psychology, and Studio Art, and the Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science on this day, May 30th, 2020. I hereby present the May 2020 class of graduates who are now officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association.
Good afternoon, and congratulations, Alumni Sharks. On behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now claim you among our alumni ranks. I feel a deep sense of pride to continue to serve you as you further your educations, start careers, and embark on new life paths. There's a motto in alumni relations. You are a student for just a few years, but you are an alum for life. The focus of these points of life start and end with dates. But what matters most is the dash that's in between those years. The dash represents all the time spent working hard and learning more about yourself. We heard from you today all the great things you did with your dash as a student. Trips to Botswana, pioneering one of our new degrees, and making friends that will last a lifetime. And if you're anything like me, in your undergraduate dash, there were some hiccups too. My hope for you is that you know how much this dash is worth as a student, and now how much more it will mean as an alum. The mentors you just thanked, the moment that you found yourself while you were here, learning that perfection does not exist, but motivation does, are the things that will guide you in your next dash. In your alumni dash, you have many more years, even decades, to give back in the ways that you were afforded to as a student here. I'm excited to be the one that officially welcomes you to start your alumni dash. And to officially start this dash, we mark this moment with the gift of your alumni pin. This pin is exclusive, and it represents your continued connection and commitment to Landmark College as proud, productive Sharks. It also symbolizes a sense of security, knowing that no matter where you are, wherever you go, that you will always have a spot and a place back at Landmark College. We ask you to wear this over your heart, where Landmark will be for the rest of your life. Congratulations, welcome to the Alumni Association, and most of all, welcome to your new dash.
Here's a message from our board chairperson, Bob Lewis.
On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees of Landmark College, congratulations on achieving your college degrees. Graduation is always a highlight for me. Congratulating you and hearing about your paths to get here, your hard work addressing your challenges, and the appreciation you all show to others who have helped you. They are all reminders for me on how I should live my life. As you move on from here, remain thankful and supportive of this great institution, Landmark College, its unique mission, its faculty, and its staff. And at this truly defining moment in all of our lives, let us all take from here the realization that the future will hold unexpected and uncharted challenges, always. What we make of those challenges defines us as the human race. Let education, study, science, and research guide us, and let us use our mature, informed judgment based upon those things to make our society a better and safer place for all who need our leadership and service. That's what lifelong learning is all about. Congratulations, and we wish you all the very best.
Wow, that was amazing. Congratulations, graduates. We're just so proud of every one of you. Fantastic job. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't provide some thanks to a number of individuals and groups. First, the faculty and staff. Everything you've done this year is just, words can't express our gratitude and the wonderful job you did. Also, thank you to all those who put together this fantastic graduation event. Very meaningful. Well done. Ewan McGregor, you're the man. We love it. Thanks so much. Hope to talk to you again soon. Now, as we close out this ceremony, there's one thing and then a look back at your time at Landmark College. Thank you for joining us today. Take care.
So we are calling the select board meeting to order at 5:31. And are there any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Okay. And I don't see any guests, so we won't run down our norms. So approval of minutes for May 13th and May 20th, which we just received a few hours ago.
I'll make a
Everybody
motion.
get a chance to review them? Oops, sorry.
Yeah. I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes of, sorry, I don't have those dates in front of me, May
13th and May 20th.
May 13th and May 20th as presented.
And I'll second that.
And moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Minutes for May 13th and May 20th have passed. Is there any public comment on items not on the agenda? And I'm not seeing any public, so select board items. The town highway dump truck estimate is first on our agenda, and I assume that's why Brian is here. And Karen, did you want Brian to speak to this first?
I just want to remind the select board that we had the discussion about the new highway dump truck, and then we discussed getting an estimate on what it would cost to possibly put into the old dump truck. And David Babbitt did have a conversation with Brian. David, did you want to speak, or do you want to start with Brian?
I think that's a pretty good lead in. Brian and I had a talk about, what it would take to keep this truck running for another year. He's a guy that uses it. He's a guy that knows it the best. And I really like him to talk about that. He talked with Twin State, and so it's yours, Brian. You do it.
Yeah, so we took it to Twin State. They ran through the whole truck, and they kind of got a little bit nitpicky on some of the stuff. But that's kind of what I asked them to do, is just find anything that was wrong with it and just leave it at that. I didn't really put my opinion in with them. I just let them have it. And so they came up with a list. They didn't actually give me a price on it. I think you guys have the list.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
We do.
So there was a few things that I'm not sure if Karen got it to you or not, but I didn't have on the list. Was the feed chain. I forgot to put the feed chain for the sander on there. And I called them today, got a price. We usually put those in ourselves. It's not that big a deal, but it was $1,000. So I think the tires, because it really needs tires. I mean, they're okay for summer, but if we're going to plow with it in wintertime, it needs 6 new tires. So that was $3,400. And then the $1,000 for the chain, that was like half to do. And then there's some stuff on the Twin State thing. The rear main seal on the motor was leaking, which that consists of taking the transmission out to replace, and oil pressure sensor was leaking. There was some stuff that was rusty. The radiator, turbo tubes, stuff like that. I'm not sure if those are something that you would necessarily replace or wait till they actually have a hole in them, or it's kind of one of them things where the way I deal with it is try to catch it, go as long as you can with it, but try to catch it before it's middle of a snowstorm at midnight when you really need it, that it's broke down. So but the estimate for them was they didn't give me an actual estimate, but he told me somewhere, if you fixed it all, he said you'd probably be somewhere in the $10,000 to $15,000 range. So then you yeah.
Does that include the labor?
Yeah, that includes the labor, and of course you never know. You know, you don't know what you run into. You pull the transmission out of that truck to replace the rear main seal, and you look at the clutch, and the clutch is most of the way worn out. You end up putting a clutch in it because you have the transmission out already. You just so much stuff that's just kind of a can of worms. You never really, you can never tell until you actually get in and do it. So, and then you add the tires and the feed chain. It's a pretty healthy bill to try to get that stuff that's definitely necessary fixed.
Sounds like almost 20,000 potentially.
Yeah, I mean, 20,000. I mean, there was, like I said, there was some stuff on there, like the pintle hitch was froze up. Well, every spring after you leave a pintle hitch on a dump truck all winter, it's going to be froze up. It doesn't matter, So that stuff like that, I wouldn't have them fix. That's something that we would do if we needed it. Yeah.
So Brian, on some of these things, some of this stuff is stuff you guys do for yourself anyway. Maintenance, like you said, you put the feeder chains in. So on this list, what percentage of that is stuff that you would do anyway, that we wouldn't necessarily take Twin State to do?
It kind of depends. It really kind of depends on if you have a week of rain, we might try to tackle some of that stuff. It really just depends on what time we have to be able to do it and what we're presented with weather. If we have rain and we're looking for work to do because we can't be out, doing stuff outside in the rain, we might try to tackle some of that stuff. But 9 times out of 10, if it's anything major, we take it there because you try to do it yourself, you end up going 6 trips back and forth to Brattleboro because you missed one part and you got to run and get that, and then you forgot another part, you got to go do it. So I mean, a lot of it, the majority of that list would probably be stuff that they would either have to do, with like the check engine light and the emissions. We don't have the stuff to plug it in and check it, and nor the time, and so most of that stuff we'd probably have them do.
Got it. Okay. And if we did all of this, the rest of the truck, which really doesn't have too many hours on it, you feel like it'd be a truck you could use for the next year or more if we did all of this, if we did new tires and everything on this list? I mean, you can never predict. I get that you can never predict. I'm in this business, but
Yeah. I mean, there's trucks out there that are 20 years old and way worse shape than that go up and down the road, and it's nothing's out of you. You can make anything work. If you got a little farmer in you can make anything work.
Yeah. Okay.
So David, it was a very similar question to what I was going to ask. How long did you make it work? And I know that's a really vague question to answer, but in the world, like, how long is this a good long?
I got nothing.
Oh, you can't hear me now?
I got nothing. Can you hear me, Karen?
Sorry, guys. Yep. Laura, you're going in and out.
It almost sounds, Laura, like it's your microphone, not your connection.
How about now?
Better.
Better, yep.
Better? I'm wondering, I had this right up against the computer. I'm wondering, it sounds like there was a little bit of feedback. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I think it's because it was sitting on the computer. So my question was, how long-term a solution do you, and I realize that this is not something that you can answer definitively, but if you were to do all these repairs, I would hope that it would be longer than a year. David used the number a year, and would we get, but like I would hope it would for more. So how long do you think it would be able to hold up with those kind of repairs?
I mean, it really just depends on how far you want to go with it. The repairs are one part of it, but the longer you keep that truck, the less you're going to get for it for trade. And, the last truck we traded in, we kept it for 5 years, did a bunch of work to it, and it worked out okay right up until about the last 6 months. And then we ended up dumping almost as much money into it as we traded it for. Right. So we really ended up with basically no trade. It looked like we got 10,000 in trade for it, but we really ended up, about 8 of that came out of my budget in repairs. So it was, in the big picture, it was really trading it for nothing.
Right.
And in that context, Brian, did we carry that for 5 years beyond the 10 years we initially intended?
Yeah. The truck was due and something came up. I'm not sure what it was, and for some reason we just decided we ended up putting a whole new dump body on that truck, and some other work. I think it was right around 35 or 40,000, and we ended up keeping it for 5 years.
I remember that. Yeah.
And I think that we also used that as an opportunity. We tried that different brand of body, which we kind of proved out that we didn't really like. We had a lot of trouble with it, and but it was a good opportunity because we knew we were only going to keep it for 5 years to try it and not be stuck with something we didn't like for 10 years. So it's kind of hard to say. It's just there's so much that goes into it as far as what you lose in trade and what you put into it and the unknowns of what could happen. I mean, you could put that money into it. It could last for 5 more years, but you could put that money into it and it could last for 2 and blow a motor and it costs you another 30. So you don't know. You just really you can't predict it. You don't know.
Yeah.
But
can you remind me what we approved for spending on the new dump truck?
I think it was 190.
It was 190.
So, and that would be, we would assume that to be a 5-year payoff, Karen, is that correct?
That is correct.
So what, for roughly 40 a year in payments?
That is correct.
I think the price on the new truck came in because we had they gave us a really good trade. I think they gave us $23,500, and I think cost out the door done deal was actually less than we paid for the single axle last year. It was like $168, I think, is what it came out to.
7 and change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So our payments would be more like 35 then, somewhere in that range.
Let me tell you, I think I got.
So
we're going to borrow less. We'll borrow about less than 170,000.
Okay. So, Brian, if you don't feel comfortable answering this, don't answer it. But if this was your truck and your business, would you try and get 2 more years out of it? Or would you say, I'm really going to bite the bullet and go with a new one this year?
And I want to add a little more to that question. Bear in mind that your business may not be making anywhere near the income that you're used to.
Yeah, that's the biggest. That would be the biggest factor to me. If you could guarantee that you had, tons of work lined up, you'd go ahead and buy it. But there comes a point with both equipment and trucks and it's probably right around, for us, it's right around this cutoff is, well, in business, that's what you do. You either trade something to upgrade it when it has some value, or you run it till it's junk and you park it in the back field when it's done.
Yeah. Yes.
Would you say would you say that if we put $20,000 into this truck, if it was your truck, and you could use it for the next year instead of spending $35,000, and you save that $15,000, would you see yourself ahead of the game if you needed to trade it next year? And thinking that way, considering that we're heading into some uncertain financial times right now, do you think the trade will be considerably less, or has the truck pretty much bottomed out to what it's worth? You know, at a certain point, when you get off the scale of how the depreciation works for the truck and it gets old enough, it sort of holds a certain value just because it is a truck and someone will buy it and fix it up and use it because they're kind of at the bottom end of the scale. I mean, I've done that a million times.
Yeah.
So are we at the point where in a year it's going to be worth 18 in trade-in if we do all this work?
Yeah.
Or is it going to still be worth 23, or is it going to be worth 5?
Yeah.
And that will affect your answer to the question I asked. But
I think a lot of that comes down to is not necessarily what the truck is even worth. You know, the last truck that we got rid of, we got 10 grand. I think the truck was worth a lot more than that. But
right.
The trouble is that when you trade a truck into a dealership, they look at it as what will the bank loan on a truck that age and that condition. And that kind of determines what they'll give you for a trade, because they want to be safe and not give you 20,000 for a truck that, you know, the bank's only going to let somebody borrow 8,000 on or whatever.
Even if it's worth 30, right? I get it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
right.
I don't really know the answer to that question. I think this situation right here is, I've thought about it both ways, and I think it's pretty close to a draw. You know, it's really close on whether, you know, before we had this Twin State deal, I pretty much made my mind up that we probably weren't getting a new truck, and that's just kind of what I was thinking. And then some of the stuff they found, you know, made it so I might be thinking a little bit different, but I don't know. It's a toss up.
Do you have, and I know we're sort of asking the same question in a bunch of different ways, but do you have a reasonable degree of confidence that if we were to do all this work, we would actually be more likely to get 2 years out of it than 1, or are we really looking at just buying a year?
Well, the actual truck part of it, you know, the motor and the frame and stuff like that, I have quite a bit of confidence in that. But the body, the back corners on it, I mean, right now when we take the tailgate off it, to put it back on, we have to come along the sides back in so the tailgate will go back on it, because it's lost a lot of integrity and it's spread. And that's just because it's, you know, it's gotten rusty, and it's just, you know, like I said, the truck I have some confidence in, but the body itself, not a huge amount. it's pretty bad, and it's hard to fix something that's that rusty. You know, you have nothing good to weld to. You have, it's tough when it's at that stage. But
so the last truck, you were saying earlier that the last truck we kept 5 years longer than the 10 years we planned on. It worked out pretty good for 4 of those 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? Was it the same? Was it the same truck as this truck? Was it a Mack? Was it the same?
It was a Mack. The big huge difference in it is that it had an old Mack motor in it. It didn't have a Volvo motor in it.
Right.
So that was a true Mack. It was before Volvo bought out Mack, and the biggest thing to making the thing last was it didn't have the emission setup on it. And those old pre-emissions trucks, they just run and run and run. You change the oil and the fuel filters, and they just run. Whereas these emissions truck, they have, as good as it is for the environment and whatever, they're just not as reliable and not as easy to work on and keep going.
More things to
And
go.
you have the risk of some huge cost when that afterburn or the treatment systems goes bad. It's like 30 grand in the blink of an eye.
So I guess
So
the other.
what would your recommendation be to us at this point? Like, I know. not, not putting you on the spot at all, but I'm just curious, like we're not going to hold it against you if it doesn't work out. You know?
Yeah, no, I mean,
Hold it against us.
I'm not going to hold it against you, but
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest thing is with these trucks is that, you know, on the 4th of July, if the thing breaks down and we can't haul a couple loads of gravel with it, you know, we use another truck. But in February, when it's snowing 3 inches an hour and the truck breaks down, I've told this to David, it's as much as you can explain it to anybody you want. When roads don't get plowed in time, it's my face that's on it, and I'm the one that has to take the heat on it. And so if it was my opinion, I would like to have a new truck because it guarantees me to be able to get my job done. But if we feel like it's financially not the right thing to do, I'm okay with that too. You know, either way, I'll make it work one way or another.
Thank you for that,
I
Brian.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I guess just one more question, Brian, and not specific to this truck, because I think this one has some specific issues, particularly because it was the chloride truck. But going forward, if we were wanting to shift more towards replacing trucks every 12 years, for example, is that a realistic goal? And I may be catching you off guard with that question. And again, don't answer if you don't feel comfortable. But you know, is there? We've been sort of leaning on this golden number of 10 years for truck replacement. You know, but if we really wanted to be a little bit more fiscally conservative, is it realistic to say, you know, from here forward, we're just going to hang on to trucks for 12 years? And so does that change your maintenance schedule? Does it change your usage in any meaningful way that you might be able to help achieve that?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, and this is just what history has shown us. We do like springs on the truck. We seem to do them right at that 5 to 6 year range. Front and rear springs, they seem to go within. You put rear springs in usually first, and it's usually not 6 months, and you put front springs in. And it seems like that magic number is 5 years. You put a bunch of money into it. So by going the 10 years, what we usually do is we run it pretty normal for 9, and then that 9th year, if we can back that truck off and keep it parked, to try to make it so the next guy has to put that money into it.
Right.
You know, that seems to make it so it gets rid of that second round of expensive repairs by getting rid of it at 10. Whereas I think if you went to keep it 12, you're going to pay for it, and you're going to pretty much make the truck a lot better truck for the person that gets it, really. And that last truck we put 2 sets of springs in it, and about a month after we got rid of it, I know for a fact that it went to Twin State and got a set of rear springs put in it because it got ran a very, very little, and they broke. So we pretty much ran those springs right until they were 3-4 bumps away from breaking. We just got lucky.
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to make a comment about one of the things you said, Brian. And I know you take your job seriously and do a good job, but I don't think it's your job to take the heat. I wanted to say that. I think it's your job to take care of the roads. And I think that anything that you can do to deflect that onto Karen and us, that is something you should do. Because I think you've done a great job, and I think the people in this town have become very accustomed to an incredibly high level of services. And in some cases, it's unrealistic, their expectations. And so please, please, please don't let that stuff get to you, because it's not like you're doing anything wrong, okay? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that too, that for the few that you hear from that are complaining, those are the loud voices in the room. There are many that I hear from, and they probably should reach out to you occasionally to let you know how grateful they are, and how appreciative they are of the condition of our roads the majority of the time. And nothing's going to be perfect all of the time. But I do know that a few months back, we were discussing some ways to try and absorb some of that heat for you. And so maybe we will come back around to that. Yeah, Karen?
I just want to also comment that it's not only the roads, and I have already thanked Brian for the water main break, the water line.
Yes, thank you.
These guys were out there right at the scene at 6:30 at night, and Brian and his crew stayed all night till 5 a.m. and got that service line repaired. So not only was he out there, but he had equipment with him as well. So highway equipment is very important. And if we don't have it, then we can't maintain what we need to maintain. And they are a necessity. But I do want to thank Brian, the fire department, and Joe Tatro with Simons, because if it weren't for them being on the scene, being there all night, they did a wonderful job.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, I also, I mean, that, you know, the fact of people being disappointed when their roads aren't done just when they want, you know, I've certainly been bringing that up for several years in town meeting, that we pay a price for that. There's no question about it. This being a perfect example. I mean, if you had a truck that you could be a little more gentle on and get 2 more years out of it, our budget would be a little bit lower. Is that reasonable and the way we want to go? I don't know. But right along with that is accepting the fact that if we make those budgetary decisions, we're also accepting the fact that we are giving up a little bit on the end of the service that we've come to expect. And I think we all know what the roads in Putney were like, or we all have an idea of what roads were like 25 or 50 years ago. And you know, we just ask for a different standard now. And how realistic is that? And how much do we really need to, how much do we need to and want to achieve that at a premium price versus being a little bit more realistic in our lifestyle these days? And that's just a comment. That's not, it's not a question.
That's excellent.
Moment, but I think it's something that people really need to be aware of, that if you expect premium, I mean, if you expect everything to be just as you want it, you're going to pay for that. So, and that's particularly hard on those people who, A, don't have the money to pay for that, and B, don't care as much about having that premium product provided to them. I mean, I think there's plenty of people in town who couldn't care less whether their road is done by 10 or noon, but there are, as Laura said, the noisy some who, when their road at 10:15 hasn't been done, they're upset about it. And sorry, I just think that's a reality we all face because of the world we're living in. But
so on the heels of
that's
that,
an excellent point. Wait, can we, it's because we have a really full agenda, and unless it actually pertains to the conversation around the purchase of this truck or the repairs of this truck, I'd like to move on from this. So is that okay?
Sure.
Fine with me.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your time, Brian. We don't have to make a decision on this tonight, so we will come back to it. Oh.
Yeah, I just one more thing is those vendors for both the truck and the body are they're kind of hanging in limbo. So if we could just make a decision one way or the other sooner than later, it would be better for them. And I guess it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it is what it is. But they're kind of wondering how.
I guess, does the select board want to make a decision on this tonight, or do we want to take time to think on this? And, okay, I think that I would like to take time to think on this, and I would have time to think about how we would message it to the community if we chose to just do the repairs to this truck, because we have to change expectations within the community. If we're going to just do repairs, we have to kind of get back to that standard that you were talking about, Josh, that people may have to be a little bit more patient and expect a little bit less if we're going to have to change our budget. All right. Thank you, Brian.
No problem.
Much appreciated.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
So our next item on the agenda is the fire engine bid proposal. And again, Karen, do you want Tom to just jump right in, or do you want to speak to this first?
No, I think Tom can handle this. Everyone has the quote, correct?
Yep.
All right, Tom.
Okay, so back in the early part of, what are we in now, June? So it was back in the early part of May. I'm sorry, the latter part of April. We put the engine out to bid with the specs that we had drawn up. The bids went to 3 different vendors, manufacturers. 2 of those manufacturers opted to not bid on the truck. We did receive 1 bid. And that in and of itself, that's not a concern at all. As far as two manufacturers not bidding the truck. Historically, as far with us, with this fire department, that's been the case most of the time that we've purchased a truck. It comes down to we receive 1 bid. The reasons for that are numerous, and I can go over those if you'd like. But so given the bid that we received, like you've got in your packet, the upfront bid price was $746,844. Through the deduction from incentives from E1, that brought us down to $598,995, and then we have a trade-in allowance for our existing engine of $90,000. So that trade-in went from the original belief that we'd get $60,000 to a confirmed $80,000, and now they've opted to give us $90,000 for it. So that brings us to a total of $508,995 is the final bid price, which is about $41,000 less than budget.
And this optional 100% prepaid discount?
That's right.
Is that something that
if we took advantage of that, then we would deduct that additional $12,500.
So related to that, Tom, we had this as a bond issue. If we were to get a bond on it, then we would be able to pay them 100%. Do they also offer financing? And if so, what does that look like?
That's that 100% is a prepay. So what we would have to do is 100% 100% payment at the time that we sign the contract.
Okay. So, but does DeSorcy or E1 offer financing on these things?
They do. We did look at that, and I talked with it to Karen, or talked about it with Karen, and it was nowhere in the ballpark that we would be getting through a bond. So I don't have those numbers in front of me. We realized that we were nowhere in the ballpark, and I disregarded it.
Didn't bother. Yeah, that makes sense. And Karen, I think I'm correct in remembering that 550 that was approved in the bond, that does not include interest payment. Interest payment would be above and beyond that. Is that right?
No. Oh, yes, sorry. So we were going to bond for 547,480, and then the rate was at 1.445, and the interest would have been another, hang on a minute, I got to locate that. The interest, which is not listed separately. Hold on.
Is this in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yeah.
All right.
So the total interest would have been $46,255, bringing it up to $593,735.
That was for a 5-year, is that correct?
10-year.
That was a 10-year? Okay.
Yep. They don't do 5.
That's right. No, I was trying to remember. So, but the last we talked about this in a meeting anyway, and I don't think I've had a conversation with you, Karen, since, but the last we talked about this, you were pretty clear that you didn't think bonding was likely to be a viable option at that point.
Right.
Has that shifted at all?
It's changed, Josh. So the summer pool, we had to have our application in by May 1st in order to get the award by July 1st, okay? The winter pool starts up in the fall, and I spoke to Vermont Bond Bank, and this was after the summer pool was awarded. And I said, what are the interest rates looking like right now? And this was on 5/6/2020. The interest was 1.64%. So it went up just a little bit. I don't know what it's going to be in the fall. I mean, I can keep checking in with them.
And you current interest rate through a private lender?
I haven't done that yet for a 10-year note. They won't go 15, but at the time back in May, the interest rates were all over the map. They weren't stable whatsoever. But I can't predict them, Josh. I don't have any idea come fall where they're
Well, I mean, we could find out what the current rate is and base a decision on that if we, I mean, presumably we could get a quote for that rate that was good for 60 days or something, or maybe 2 weeks might be more realistic these days. I don't know.
This proposal says, this proposal shall expire unless accepted within 22 days, and it was dated May 8th.
Right. Okay. So I mean,
is it even?
As far as that is concerned, they're giving us a little bit of time. They understand the things that are being looked at, so they're giving us a little bit of time. They're not going to give us much more than that, but they are giving us a little bit of time.
Well, this is already up.
Right. So we'll have a couple more.
Okay.
A couple more what, Tom? What did you say? A
couple more weeks.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it would be worth, it's easy enough to, now that we have a solid number again, Karen, it's easy enough to go to Peoples or somebody else and say, what's a current rate going to look like?
Right.
I mean, that in some ways might be a safer bet than the bond bank at the moment. And if it ends up being, I mean, right now money is pretty cheap. Does that mean they're lending it as cheap as it is? Not necessarily. But we could certainly get a current quote on that.
Yes, we can.
Think about it.
I would go to People's Bank, and I might check out Brattleboro Savings and Loan.
Yeah. But I guess I guess that brings up the bigger question is this something we think we want to even further explore at this point?
Right.
Or are we feeling unsure enough about the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years that we're not sure we even want to consider this?
And that is a question that we should be asking. I think that David had some pretty strong feelings on that. And Chief Goddard, I'm interested in your perspective on, like, is this something that you can go without and make do with what you have? Kind of the same questions that we just asked of the dump truck.
Yep. As we've said right from the beginning of this, the reason that we brought this whole concept forward this year was simply to save a tremendous amount of money between what we knew the cost of the truck would be, what we figured it would be, assumed it would be, and we're well within that ballpark. Coupled with the value of the truck we have now as a trade-in, as we move forward over the next 60 days, 6 months, a year, 2 years, those costs are still going to go up on the front end. On the back end, the value for the truck that we've got is going to continue to go down. So, in essence, like we've said right along, well, like we said at town meeting, to the voters, if we wait, it's going to cost us a lot more money.
Mm-hmm.
Will the truck we have?
And you're still positive of that in the changing climate that it will cost us, that it's going to continue to rise?
Absolutely.
That we won't see? Okay. All right.
So it's going to cost us more money in that when we go to buy another truck, but it will cost us less money if we don't buy another truck. So, because
I'm not hearing a thing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're not hearing you, Josh. We're hearing you, David. I'm hearing you, David. I'm not hearing Josh.
Seems like you can't.
Sorry, my son was asking me a question and I was disconnected. Sorry about that.
That wild waving wasn't for us.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Gotcha. In a perfect world, I'd love to buy that new truck right now, but this isn't a perfect world right now, and things are uncertain. And in our conversations that you and I've had, Tom, you've made it pretty clear to me that we're ahead of the curve. We brought it now, even though that truck isn't scheduled to be replaced for a bunch of years. Like you just said, it's done for financial reasons, which are important. But maybe right now isn't the time to spend that money, even if it costs us more later. Maybe later, even if it costs us more, we're more capable of making those payments then, even if those payments are higher. And in between then and now, is the truck that you have there going to do your job? And you've assured me that it will, even if we have to repair it.
Yep.
So the thing that I weigh out, is this the time to take that risk and sign ourselves up for another 10 years of payments in an uncertain financial world, or is now the time to be careful and hold steady? And even if it costs us more in the future, when things are more certain, we can make those payments easier. We don't know what it's going to be like for people to pay their taxes. We don't know if things are going to change in any meaningful financial way for funding that we get. So I'm fairly nervous about spending that kind of money right now. Know that I would love to have every new truck we could possibly have. If, like Brian said, if you were assured the customers were coming, you would buy the new truck.
Right.
But I'm not sure right now. So that's the place I'm at. And so, that's my 2 cents on it.
Oh, I get it.
So you need an answer with us within a couple of weeks.
Yes.
You need an answer from us, essentially, in order to Is everyone comfortable with, we have our, can you hear me?
I can now. You cut out for a minute.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with us putting this? I know next week is technically our emergency management meeting, but are we comfortable with putting this on the agenda for next week so we have some time to process these numbers and the situation and really think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I would request of Karen that by that meeting we have an actual quote from a bank on current pricing. You know, again, the bond bank I think would maybe be the best bet in the long run, but that's hard to know right now. The other thing, Karen, that I guess I would ask of you perhaps is to do not necessarily present us with this in written form, but to do some thinking about if we were to purchase this truck at this time, what percentage of our annual budget would a payment on that represent, and sort of what the implications of that are. I mean, I agree with David fully in how we should be thinking about this. How much does that actually affect our budget when it comes down to it on an annual basis? And you know, I mean, if it's 2% of our budget, that's one thing. If it's 22% of our budget, that's a different thing. And I think those are extremes on both ends. But I'm just wondering. I'd like to have a clearer sense of that.
Karen, you're muted. Do you feel like that's a comfortable thing for you to pull together within a week?
Yeah, I should be able to do it. I can get the numbers from the bank. You know, we have a smaller number. We're not looking at 547,000 like original. So that payment will be lower. It will reflect, you know, a lower price on the budget too. So I should be able to secure at least, you know, 2 or 3.
Tom, can you just, I don't think I or we need the details of it. And anything about the reason that we only got one bid have to do with us? I mean, is that because of the specificity of the specs you put out, or is that because of why wouldn't other companies be interested in bidding on that truck?
A couple different reasons primarily. One, the first is the way we spec'd this truck to be constructed. There are many manufacturers that cannot / will not build that in that manner. And what I'm talking about specifically is as far as gusset locations, how the gussets are built into the framework, whether they're welded, whether they're bolted. Some of the materials specifically, and thicknesses of the materials, companies don't work with, or other manufacturers don't work with. Another piece of it too is all the different manufacturers know what's going on out there. Every single manufacturer that builds fire trucks knew that we were going to be going out to bid. They knew pretty much what we were going to be looking for and looking at. And if they know they're not going to be able to be within our price range, they're not even going to bid. So that's what it comes down to.
Okay.
All right. So we will come back to this in a week from now and try and have answers for you next week.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one more quick question, Laura? Sorry. I'm just wondering, Tom, whether that decreased price of the 508 as opposed to the 547, what do you have a sense? I mean, was that tailored to us, or is that just the market at the moment? Or I mean, is there a reason that price dropped by that much, or is that just the first one was an estimate and the second one was an offer?
That's a small piece of it. Largely, it's because of our long-term relationship with E1. Of that price difference, $147,000, just shy of $148,000 was actual incentives that we received from E1. Because everything we have is E1. We're an E1 house. We have a fantastic relationship with our dealer, long-standing relationship with our dealer, and they know that we take care of them as well as they take care of us. So that's where the majority of it came from. The rest of it, very simply, is the trade-in value, and that's it.
Okay. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thanks for building that good relationship. And is his name really Garth Brooks?
It is.
No. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night. All right, thank you.
Hi. Thanks. So I see that we have Lisa and Stefan here, and I realize that the Fair and Impartial Policing Practices, Equity and Inclusion Committee is later on the agenda, but I hope it would be okay with everyone if we switch it around to being next for their sake, because the discussions that are coming up really just involve us and could be timely.
And
is that okay with everyone?
Yeah, we don't have any other guests that are waiting to present. Yeah.
No.
I'm fine with whatever order.
Okay. So we'll adjust the agenda so that item F becomes item C. Excuse me. And so the reason that I asked to have this put on our agenda at this time was because it feels like the timing of it is important. Putney doesn't exist in a vacuum. We know that ongoing and recent atrocities against people of color have taken place outside of our community for many years, and especially in recent days. And we know that the COVID-19 death rate has been over 100,000 in America, and that people of color are disproportionately affected by this. In conversations with local people of color and those that ally with them, I have recognized the deep level of trauma that they're feeling right now. And as a human, I've made suggestions to the people of Putney on personal actions that they can take, including using the NAACP suggested list of 75 things white people can do for racial justice. It can be easily found by Googling it. But when looking at all that is happening in our nation right now, I find myself very grateful for those that govern Vermont. We're not without our own work to do, but the recent words and actions of our governor, including the development of a racial justice task force and the intentions outlined by our local policing agencies, are steps in the right direction. And I would be remiss to not point out at this time that much of that work is thanks to social justice advocacy that has taken place by many activists and justice organizations, including Stefan and the NAACP locally. We know that we wouldn't have a fair and impartial policing policy if not for the support of local justice organizations. And we know that that policy is nothing without many layers of oversight. So as a town that contracts with the sheriffs and is served by the state police, one of the positive actions I feel we can take at this time is to explore how our policing agencies foster equity and inclusion while incorporating the fair and impartial policing within our community. And so with that in mind, I wanted to propose that we charge the Equity and Inclusion Committee with exploring the local implementation of equitable practices and fair and impartial policing practices as it affects the people that reside in and visit the town of Putney. And I would ask that if we do charge the committee with this, we ask them to report findings and suggestions back to the select board. And I invite Lisa and Stefan to speak to this. Hi, Stefan.
Hi. Who goes first?
You can go.
There
yes.
you go.
I'm here. I'm eating dinner, so not on camera.
Oh, okay. No, I just say that the gentleman that was just on, the chief, which I have not met him, looks remarkably like my mother's brother and sounds like him as well. It was quite eerie, actually. Like my Uncle Mike. Exactly like my uncle. It's got scruff, but
I'm so sorry for your mother's brother.
I had to do a couple double takes there for a second because I was standing up, moving around, and I said, "Is that my uncle?" But it's not, obviously, but it just was funny. It just reminded me of him. I haven't seen him in quite a while, but he was my favorite uncle growing up. So whenever I think about him, I always laugh and smile. So anyway, yeah, I am here. My name is Stefan. I am the president of the Windham County NAACP, and I have met, I think, all of you at some point in time before, at least formally. So I'm happy to make your acquaintance again. I'm really here just to follow up on and endorse everything that Laura has said from an NAACP standpoint. So one thing that the NAACP National has really asked us to start doing was to review some of the ways in which we structurally look and act as a society around policing. And some of those have been, some of the recommendations that have come from that have been things such as the creation of a review committee that is able to give recommendations to towns of some sort, and the changing of advisory committees to review committees because review committees have more powers. I have not had the time since that recommendation to look and see all of the powers that review committees have that are more than advisory committees, but I know one of them is the ability to make recommendations. With that being said, I don't think Putney currently has an advisory or a review committee. And so I was hoping that to Laura's point, that this committee that is already standing and active could be utilized for those purposes since it already directly reports to you. So that was the first reason. So there's an absence, so there's a need. And the second reason is that I think that it is, oh, did someone say something? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I thought apologies. When we talk about the police, it is also good to do it from a plethora or a holistic perspective. And I think that this committee, given who I've seen is on it, could do that. I mean, people are on it from all walks of life, different racial backgrounds, ages, and things like that. And also, it just gives us a more equitable lens. So that's really all I have to say. I mean, I could say more, but I feel like Laura summed up a lot of it. I don't know. This is my first time coming to the full-time meeting, so I don't know if there'll be more time for discussion. It sounds like you guys are going in a numbered, lettered order for your agenda, so maybe not. And also, lastly, I'm not sure. I kind of want to ask a question about this, but is there anything in your town government that has that mentions equity in terms of race that already exists, or is it only the equity committee?
As far as I know, it's only the equity committee at this point.
Okay, but I wanted to. Sorry.
Certainly, our policies refer, for example, employment policies and other policies, hiring policies, etc., contain appropriate language as far as that's concerned. But as far as there being other groups or active occurrences, you guys are it.
Okay, and that's what I thought. And so I guess this really is the perfect place to slap it then, because there's nowhere else to do it unless we want to create a whole nother structure. So thank you so much for your time. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
I just have comments.
I apologize.
I want to give Lisa a chance to speak if she has anything to say.
I don't have anything to add because my area of expertise is really in the educational field. So I just wanted to come here and support, and I agree with what Stefan said. So thank you.
Okay, so my comment is, so we do have the Equity Inclusion Committee. Right now, they've been charged by the Select Board to review the personnel policy. And I'm just curious where that process is right now, because we haven't heard anything about it.
I can't, maybe Lisa can speak to that. I can say just from having attended meetings. Okay, go ahead.
I think we were in the middle of it, and then we had plans to meet, and then COVID happened, and so our lens shifted, and then the world was on fire, and our lens, so I think it was probably like 5 meetings ago, maybe, when we last looked at it, and we're meeting tomorrow, so we can put that as on the agenda again to see where it actually is and where it's living.
Okay.
Quite a bit of the form.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about quite a bit of it, and we've already got what we would call a set of mental recommendations that we just have to put on paper, because we've combed it quite a bit, I'm sure, as maybe Laura could attest to. So.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you create a working group to work on it as well that did some work on their own?
Yes,
Okay. So that it sounds like that's in process.
Okay. I want to remind the group, to the committee, that so it appears that 7 meetings have been held, and right now there's only 2 sets of minutes that have been approved. So open meeting law, you need to have minutes after a meeting. And right now, because of COVID, you're allowed 10 days. So we're not seeing minutes come to our office so they can get posted to the website. So I don't know who the chair is. Do we have a chair?
I'm the chair, and it is on the agenda. Like I know for the last 3 meetings, to approval of minutes was on there. We did not approve the minutes, and we will get them to you at least tomorrow. And thank you, learning town governments.
I know it's not sometimes, and the minutes, it's like the last thing you want to do, but it's important so the public knows what's going on.
Yeah, and Lisa, I don't know how much of a minute taker you are, and or whether it's you doing it or somebody else, but I would just suggest, minutes don't have to be tremendously comprehensive. They need to clearly convey the nature of the discussion. So I guess what I'm saying in that is, it's important to have them. Don't make it such an arduous task that you don't want to do them, because it's more important to have a document of the nature of the conversation than it is to have all sorts of detail in it, and sort of for the record. So you can be relatively brief and concise in your minute taking and the writing up of those, and that is adequate as long as you feel it accurately conveys the nature of discussion.
Thank you. Heard. And
yeah,
on it. I don't take the minutes, but
and I know minutes
process.
Minutes have been taken. Yeah, sorry, Lisa, to interrupt you. I know minutes have been taken. I'm guessing that there's just a submission issue, so that can get.
They're probably pretty much because Jamie takes them, and she takes them meticulously.
Yeah, sort of perfectionist in tendencies, but
and I think that may be a piece of the issue, is that she has to go through and just create an outline instead of Yeah. So it's nice to have that documentation for everybody's sake, but yeah, I can understand having to translate it afterwards can be difficult. So I guess I'm asking for action on this today, and the motion would be to charge the Equity and Inclusion Committee with exploring local implementation of equitable practices and fair and impartial policing practices as it affects the people that reside in and visit the town of Putney. And the committee would be asked to report findings and suggestions back to the select board.
Yeah, sorry, you broke up a little bit, so that I don't know that I can say that I moved that. Yeah, please.
Okay, I can repeat it. I propose that we charge the Equity and Inclusion Committee with exploring the local implementation of equitable practices and fair and impartial policing practices as it affects the people that reside in and visit the town of Putney. And the committee will be asked to report findings and suggestions back to the select board.
I'm happy to move that. I don't know whether this needs to be included in the motion or not, but I do want to be cognizant of the fact that I think that Sheriff
You froze on us, Josh.
Anderson is taking, it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that Sheriff Anderson is taking a pretty proactive these concepts, and I want to recognize.
Yeah, I think we all recognize that. Yeah. Are you still there?
That.
Yeah.
Did
everybody get what Josh said?
I'm not getting most of this.
So what Josh said was that he feels that Sheriff Anderson is actually taking a pretty proactive approach to these matters, and he just wants to recognize that. And I think that we can all say, yeah, we recognize that he is taking a proactive approach, and it's still, I feel pretty important that we're having those conversations with him and exploring it.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Yeah.
Are you still with us, Josh? You're frozen and pixelated, and
yeah.
Now I see a ghost view. There you are. Are you back? Nope. You're frozen again. You're pixelated.
Laura, can I ask,
yes.
while waiting for Josh to come back to life, the end of that, you said, fair and impartial policing practices as it pertains to the people that reside in the community, is that the end?
That reside in and visit the town of Putney.
Reside in and visit.
Yeah.
There was
I
a
can
lot.
get you, yeah, I can just send you an email with the language.
Okay, thank you.
So
Are you back, Josh? There you are.
You're all back for me. I don't know whether you heard anything I said or not. You were all frozen.
We did. So I reiterated that you wanted to recognize that Sheriff Anderson does seem like he's trying to take this approach at this time. And I concur. It does seem like he's trying to take this approach.
Yeah, and I think in saying that, I'm all in favor of this resolution and motion. I just want to recognize the fact that we should be cautious a little bit about trying to reinvent a wheel that he's clearly already working on. So what maybe that includes from your part, Stefan and or Lisa, just reviewing their policy first and whether they're actually following it. And I don't know. I know that would be his intention, but I don't know how that's going.
Am I allowed to speak, or I don't really know?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So so I appreciate you saying that, first of all. I have met with him a couple times. Obviously, it has not been in a while. Actually, he and John Hagan, who is the head of the Windham County Democratic Party here, and I have been talking about getting together a little bit more, and also looking at different grants and funding opportunities that are available for training for police. And so I think that he does seem to have a more proactive approach at the moment, right? I mean, of course, there are probably ideological things that we could work out, but I think that we all have the same premise. I think for me, especially as a person who grew up just outside of Ferguson, St. Louis, and comes from Southern Illinois, St. Louis, I think that when we look to create things like this as oversight, it is to give community members who might not, through other means via education or social status or family status, have the chance to enter, to dialogue with the police, and to dialogue with their town governments. And there are some things that I think that we really should, as a government, a town government, be able to challenge the police on if we so choose to do, or say we see differently. And I think that right now I've been liaisoning with a lot of the other presidents of the NAACP branches, including branches in Georgia where they're handling the Ahmed Aubrey case, and the president of the Minneapolis branch that's handling not only the Mayan Burrell case, but now also is trying to mitigate the George Floyd case, and she's been getting maced and everything else. But these are the recommendations now, since we see that these gaps exist and the need for them, because their chief is actually, he's a black man. They get along very well, and he's actually in their corner. But the town is struggling to handle the police, even with him being in their corner, because they don't have the proper structures in place. So you can have both entities on the same page and still have police running wild and have a bad situation.
Yeah, and we definitely have the ability to, govern might be not quite the right term, but we definitely have the ability to have significant impact or input on that in how the Windham County Sheriffs are handling things, if we choose and if we feel we need to. So I think that's very important. I think that's perhaps less true with our relationship with the Vermont State Police for a variety of reasons. But as far as community policing is concerned, we certainly have the ability to communicate directly about issues that we're concerned about.
I think that the Vermont State Police have a plethora of other stakeholders that they'd rather not. So, I feel like that they've got their own boards and advisory things going on. So, to which I also sit on. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. So just in terms of thinking of time and the kind of hefty agenda we still have ahead of us, Josh, you had started. Josh, you're frozen on us again. Are you still there? Ah! I'm gonna lose my mind with this stuff. Oh, maybe he'll come back. Maybe if he takes his video off. Are you still there?
No.
So now he's off completely. I believe it was his intention to make a motion for this. So for the sake of expediency, I will make the motion, which I think is a little unusual for the chair, but I will do that this time. I move that we charge the Equity and Inclusion Committee with exploring local implementation of equitable practices and fair and impartial policing practices as it affects the people that reside in and visit the town of Putney. The committee will be asked to report findings and suggestions back to the select board.
I'll second that. I think it's a good idea. I'm learning a lot in this area. I live a very private life. Okay. I try not to watch
I
them.
appreciate that, David.
Good. I think this
So
I'd like to learn more about it, and I want to know Stefan, and I forgot the other woman's name.
Lisa.
Lisa. I'd like to know more. So I'd glad to know. We'll be glad to know what you come back with. So I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. And we are going to move on, and hopefully Josh will jump back in. And Lisa and Stefan, thank you for your time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Our next item on the agenda is audit proposal results, recommendation and approval of auditor. The town manager is the speaker on this.
So I went ahead and contacted Chester and Vernon, and I tried to reach Rockingham for references on our HR Smithing Company. Do you guys have your chart in front of you?
I don't. This is the one we had last meeting.
Yeah. Let me see if I can, hang on. I might be able to share it. Hold on.
You're getting good at this.
Company from Manada.
I shouldn't have said that, right?
Right. Now, why is this, see?
Oh, I think Josh is back.
Is he? All right, hang on.
I think so. This is what
Yeah,
we're supposed
I can
to
hear
be
you
looking
again.
at. Karen's showing us pictures of her in her car.
Oh, hang on. Good thing it's only my car. Woo!
Yeah, I'm glad to know your screensaver isn't your AC. So, Josh, just to let you know, for the sake of time, we actually, I made the motion, David seconded it, it was approved, it did pass. And now we are on to the audit proposal results.
Can you guys hear me?
I can.
We can.
You can hear me? Okay, because I can't see you. Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Are you seeing my screen, guys?
Now, yes.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Where I had, oh, right here, bid information. Alyssa, where did we put the audits? Never mind,
Right
I think I
there.
found it.
The year
I got
2026. There you go.
I got it.
Hi, Josh.
Yep, there he is.
Can you guys see this screen?
Yes.
Yep.
I can.
Yes, sort of.
Okay. All right. So I reached out to Chester, Vernon, and Rockingham. I had no response from Rockingham. So I was looking for a reference for RHR Smithing Company. And I spoke to Vernon, and Cindy likes them a lot. It's their 4th year using this firm. They're easy to work with. You know, they haven't had any troubles with them. They can ask questions. They feel comfortable about learning with them. And I also spoke to Chester today. And again, their comments were, this firm is easy to work with. They really like them a lot. This is their 8th year with this firm. And what they do is they send down like 3 field workers at one time. And then they pull all the information that they need from our files. Now, with our current auditor, we get a list and we pull everything on that list. We run reports, and then we send reports as well electronically. We only have one person that comes down at a time, And they sometimes have to come down like 2 or 3 times. So based on the feedback that I received regarding R.H.R. Smith and Company, and looking at the quote that we got from them, this is a 3-year contract, and I compared R.H.R. Smith and Company with our current auditor, and we would save $5,500 if we switched. The other thing too is having a different auditor in, and I'm going to stress this again, is it's a new set of eyes, and they might see something different. And knowing that our current auditor is looking at retirement and training a new person in his office to take over our file, now might be the time to switch.
One question, Karen, did you find out about the single audit question? Because I know that was something that came up last time. Because we will presumably, certainly if we go through with the bond, well, we're subject to a single audit anyway, aren't we? Or not?
No, only if we, so it's basically grant money. So if we end up bringing in like over $750,000 in grant money, that's what triggers that single audit.
Okay, so it's not related. I was thinking bond money was included in that also, but that's not right. It's just grant money. Okay.
Right.
So that's sort of irrelevant for us currently.
Right. And I haven't experienced a single audit report. The state sometimes does them, especially with highway department grant monies.
Yeah. We have had to have them in the past. I can't remember when our most recent was, maybe 8 years ago, something like that. But it does come up from time to time, but it doesn't look like, especially the likelihood of grant money being less available, that's probably not an issue in the next year or so, I wouldn't think.
No, I would be more concerned about like having a housing project come through, and then we have a pass through or something like that. But Putney Landing, it was $490,000. So even with our other grants, we didn't come near $750,000.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what it was that we had previously, and I can't put a finger on it. But water system, maybe, I don't remember. Anyway,
that could.
I think I'm hearing that it's your recommendation that we switch to R.H.R. Smith and Company.
I would recommend that, Josh.
So I will make
but hold on, I just have one question before you make that motion, Josh. In the case that we need a single audit, do we have to go through our current auditor, or can we get pricing again from all of the auditors in the area and have a different company, like Have Budget or whatever, you do a single audit?
I don't think you typically go outside of your regular auditor.
Okay.
Because they already know what's in your report, your financials.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's a legal requirement to stay with your existing auditor, but I think it mostly makes sense. And I'm guessing these folks would be just fine with a single audit. We just don't have the specifics on it. But again, if it's not something, if it doesn't look like that's something that's going to add up for us in the next couple of years, then it's sort of a non-issue. Although if the Putney Gateways were to move forward, and that I don't know what kind of a number they're looking at, but that could certainly push us in that direction. So,
Right. Well,
but
look,
Seems like the savings is worth it.
Well, I think they also, these folks, if they do a bunch of municipal work, they're clearly competent to do single audits. So,
right. Yeah. Okay. All right. That was just wanted to find that out.
So the people that you talk to, Karen, in these other towns, do you know any of these people?
No. So Cindy is the treasurer, and Sil, who is in Chester, she's the bookkeeper.
But you have no experience with them. You don't know them.
No. No.
So, I mean, we can discuss it more after if we want, but I'll make a motion that we accept Karen's recommendation to go with R.H.R. Smith. It is. Sorry, it's not in front of us anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. R.H.R. Smith and Company.
Can I second that now? Yep, I do.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Hearing no discussion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. And maybe we should, like, it feels silly to do that. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion when we do discussion beforehand? So maybe I shouldn't have stopped you and just.
Yeah, no, I mean, ideally, as soon as it comes up, really, if we think we're, I mean, I think the thinking is that as soon as it appears that it's likely to be a motion, you try and put it on the table as a motion discussion. I don't think it really matters one way or the other, but.
Yeah, it's not a way that, in my experience, at least during my time on the select board, we've ever really done it. We've always talked about it first. And then sometimes if there's a clarifying question, but yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it can go either way. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're on to the pool. Oh boy.
All right. So I have some nice pictures for everyone to look at, and I figured I'll put them up. That way if the public looks at this later. People like Jamie
I printed them by accident.
And Ruby. The last week.
Look at that color.
Yeah. So I had Andre at the pool on Thursday last week. He is with Patnode Plasterers out of Heartland, Vermont, and he knows our pool. And so he looked around. Joe was with me and Anthony. And oh, what's this thing do that? And he walked around the pool. He looked at the ramp. So this is a picture of the ramp. This is at the bottom of the ramp. David, you've been in the pool recently, so right where the joint meets the floor, Josh. So Andre pulled up the fiberglass, and as you can see, it's all lifted from underneath. And that's the size of the fiberglass that was torn off. There's two joints in this pool, one at the very end of the ramp and then one at the deep end of the pool. And Andre said, we don't know what it looks like underneath until the fiberglass is pulled up.
So can I ask a quick question, Karen? I'm just wondering, Andre comes from a plastering company. What's the relationship between a plastering company and pool repair?
He is a pool repair guy.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah. He deals with fiberglass.
Okay.
Okay. So I had him come out. So this is on the ramp right here, Josh. So this crack is straight across the ramp. When you walk on it, it's all beveled, it's it's really brittle right now. And when we walked around the pool too, the walls are soft in some areas, and there is cracking on parts of the wall as well. So just to try to get a price to repair the pool, I called him. Now, I asked him for a quote. I said, what would it cost to repair the entire pool? Which would entail stripping all of the fiberglass off, and they would only do it on a rainy day because fiberglass is like insulation.
Airborne, yeah.
Yep. And then they would come in and they would put new fiberglass and seal it, okay? His concern is, what does the concrete look like underneath? If there's any cracks in the concrete, that's a whole nother animal, okay? I said, well, can you throw out a number? He goes, you're looking at 80,000 to 100,000 to strip the fiberglass and re-fiberglass that entire pool. That pool is about 4,000 square feet. And I'm like, okay. I said, I want another option. So he's going to look at the ramp to see if, a price to strip the ramp and then blend it back into the bottom of the, the pool, the flat area there where we took that big chunk out.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't give me a price on that. And then I said, okay, here's another question for you. I said, if we were to consider a commercial new pool in this area, what are we looking at? He goes, you're looking at $1 million.
No kidding. Wow.
Yep. So we all know that the pool has needed attention. Given that the governor has an order that you can have 25 people now in a public pool, with what we have right now visually, what you're looking at, there's no way we're opening the pool this year. I don't see it happening. Andre's other recommendation was, if you know a good body person that does fiberglass, an automotive body guy, they might do this job. But do you want a professional doing it, a pool professional, or do we know anyone that can do fiberglass?
Well, I mean, I think my
I like how David's rubbing his head. Like,
yeah. my first question is, the 80 to 100 to strip the whole thing and redo the fiberglass throughout. I mean, I would hate to see us throw, $35,000 at repairing it, and then 2 years from now have to spend 80 to 100, or maybe a little bit more, because the repairs were well done and they actually adhered to the concrete, making it harder to get off, and spend that in 2 years. That would just be throwing good money after bad.
I agree.
So I think that, if we could do a, $6,000 fix on it and get us through the year, that might be appealing. That doesn't sound very realistic. But I think the other question I have is fiberglass. It seems that it's the fiberglass that's been problematic for us. As long as the concrete is good, which is perhaps a rather large assumption, is fiberglass the way to go, or should we be doing gunite or some other product that might be better? And I have no idea.
Okay, so I have a comment about that. So Andre also gave me 2 other companies. One's in New Hampshire, and they do gunite. They specialize in gunite. So I want to call them, have them come in and get another quote.
So can I ask a question? It seems like the majority of the cost of repairing this is going to be getting the fiberglass off,
Right.
because that's going to be just a god awful job, an hour, if we're going to strip the whole pool. Taking the sections that have released already off is no big deal, but the stuff that is stuck is going to be, it's going to be a really nasty job. And then we get underneath and we find out that the cement is obviously compromised in places it has to be, because the water's been leaking for some time. It has to be compromised. So we got to fix the concrete, and then we gunite over it or fiberglass over it again. And seems, what is the cost of, we're not going to save anything really in the long run doing it part way. I don't know that there's any short-term fix to this. And, $100,000 job on this pool just seems crazy at this time, and the way the world is right now. As much as I'm sure the pool is very important to a certain percentage of the people, we're talking about whether or not we're going to keep a truck for another year or two. And that's a need, because everybody uses the roads, and not everybody. This certainly falls under the category of want, not need, to me. With that said, this is an asset to the town, and it's going to have to be dealt with at some point. And, can we even get anybody to deal with this? What's the timing of that? Everybody's putting up above ground pools right now because they don't want to go to the pool and swim with other people. So all the guys are
That's part of the other problem too, David. These pool companies right now are installing pools left and right, and they cannot get any help.
Right.
They're shorthanded.
Can we turn it into a skate park?
No, you know what? No, you know what Andre told me? He goes, you know what towns are doing? And we know that the pool doesn't generate any money, but it's for the community and people enjoy it, So, that's a good thing. And then, but Andre said towns are doing basketball courts. That's what they're putting up now. So, we have land that's still owned by Putney. I mean, I think we need numbers for repair. We need options.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think we need to decide, but unfortunately, we're not opening our pool this year. Go ahead, David.
And I was mostly joking about the skate park. So, mostly.
Don't joke about
the walls are pretty steep and square. You need a little more curve. But yeah. Anyway, there's another option that we should explore too, and I don't know if people do this anymore, but we really used to do it, is that you can get companies to make a custom vinyl liner. And you can basically take the loose pieces off, grind the edges of the areas that are still attached smooth, and get them to make you a vinyl liner that drops into that pool, vacuum the air out from behind it, and fill it with water. And that might be a $3,000 or $4,000 option that we could open the pool up as soon as they get it made, and I could put it in. It would me and one other person. So that's something to explore too, and that might extend the life of that pool by 5 years, or maybe even 10, however long the vinyl liner lasts.
I think, David, that you would be looking at strictly anecdotal, but I know somebody who did that not too long ago on their small residential pool, and it was in that $3,000 category. So I'm guessing you're looking at a $20,000 to $30,000 liner, but again, I have no idea. But I think fabricating something of that scale is not inexpensive. But I agree with you. It's definitely an option we should explore. One thing that occurs to me, and I'm not looking to spend money, but I worry a little bit about, this is the kind of thing, I think we have to look really long term, and I know we're looking long term on a lot of things, but if this pool sits as it is, it's not going to improve.
No.
If we don't do it this year, that means we don't have a pool next year either, because it's going to take, unless we schedule it for first thing in the spring and it's done, it's going to take a chunk of the summer. I think we just have to be thoughtful about, yes, I think it's unrealistic to think we might be able to do something about this summer. And that maybe not such a bad thing, because then it alleviates the whole problem of social distancing, so on and so forth. It might be an opportune time to do work on it that needs to be done. So I think that if we can, for example, with these folks in New Hampshire that do gunite, we can say to them, hey, we don't need this thing done next week, or, even a month or 2 months from now, but we really want to get a quote for what it would cost to do this before the pool season next year. And what does that look like? Because I don't know. I mean, it's a want, not a need. I do think, though, that an interesting thing about the people that this pool serves is that it does tend to cover a socioeconomic strata that is not otherwise served. I mean, those with their own pool don't go there because they don't need to, because they have their own pool.
Right.
A lot of people learn to swim in that pool and don't have that many other options for where they might learn to swim. So I do think it does serve a demographic that is a good, I think that's a value of that pool, not unlike the library, that it does serve a certain group of people that maybe deserve to have a pool for a number of
often underserved.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I'm going to suggest that we move on from this, because we really don't have the information to even. I think Karen needs to gather more information. The gunite, the vinyl liner is a great suggestion. And I think that the most important thing coming out of this is messaging it to the town right now that we're not going to have a pool. There's been a lot of questions about it. And so just getting that out as quickly as possible to people so that they can, I know that it's really hard to get even the little plastic pools out back for your house right now. They're all being bought up. So give them an opportunity to buy them up.
Can I also make a comment that, so Katie Iman, who does swim lessons, she's considering doing private lessons. So
out of like her house, or
either that or, going to somebody's house that has a pool, but
okay.
She'll put that information out there. And also 2 of the camps that always use our pool in the summertime, the summer camps are not operating this summer. So a lot of summer camps also have been canceled. So I think the timing of this with the whole COVID works in our favor.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
And I also want to look into, we talked about it before, raising money for the pool. And how do we do that as a community? I got to see how you set that up. And by spring, Josh, you might be right. We might have the funding where we can just get that pool a whole new facelift, get it what it needs so people can enjoy it again.
And I do.
So you're going to look into raising money, the different ways that we may possibly be able to fix it, and putting messaging out to the community.
Yes.
One thing that I would include in messaging in it, I certainly don't have anything comprehensive about this, but there are other nice pools locally. I mean, Walpole has a very nice pool. Bellows Falls has a nice pool. There are
there's
places.
One in Dummerston. It's private, but there's one in Dummerston as well. They're all very restricted right now. So like Brattleboro is opening theirs. Yeah, and they're opening it to Brattleboro residents first. You have to have a reservation for that day. So if it fills up with Brattleboro residents first, Putney residents can't get in. And they're doing a great, if we were opening our pool this year, we would probably be using them as a model for how to do it, because they're doing a great job. But
this is
it's really restrictive. No, this is Brattleboro. Dummerston has the private pool at campfires. people can join.
Oh, right.
But
Yep.
they probably have similar measures where it's, you sign up and they give you an hour and it's limited and you can't change there and all of these things.
So I'd like to make a comment really quick. This sort of segues into a thought that I've been having. The idea of raising money along with the idea of people, thinking about what it is they could do without or becoming more comfortable with their road not being plowed as quickly. There's some message that we could send to the community, because we have a community that has a lot of people who have the capacity to be generous. And if there was a way we could send a message that, there are things that are needed by people of a different demographic, and here is a way that you might be able to contribute that would not only serve them, but make you feel really good, and send it in a way to create a cohesion in the community, so that we're all pulling together during this time that's harder, lessen the burden for everyone. I don't know how that works. This isn't my strong suit, but the idea occurs to me that there probably are lots of people who would like to be generous, who can be. And, maybe the pool's one of the ways. And so some way to communicate.
Well, we saw that with the library. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No. Yep.
Okay. Forest for Learning status.
So we have nothing new on that. I'm going to keep it on the agenda for every meeting, and then, because I don't want to lose sight of it, especially if something comes in on a Tuesday. So right now, Bob Fisher has Larry's recommendations to put that language into the deed and then work on that agreement by changing some of the bylaw language. So it's sitting with Bob Fisher's office right now.
Okay.
All right. Do you want to put that on the agenda next week too, just in case?
Not really, because if we're supposed to be doing emergency management meetings, I don't really want to keep tying municipal stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that, and it feels like this is okay. We can, if it does come up, we have all agreed that we would call an emergency meeting for it. Yeah.
Kind of depends on whether or not he responds to Larry, right? I mean, if we don't get any feedback from him, there's no point.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And final thing on select board items is COVID-19 educational signage.
Josh was trying to say something about Larry, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I was just saying, if it comes in before Tuesday, then we can add it to the agenda for next week, maybe. But otherwise, no. I did talk to Putney School. They don't have cows. I mean, they have cows, but they don't have cow signs.
Do they just want to lend us a few real ones that maybe we could paint on the side of them?
Get the real ones.
There's some great signs that came out of Shelburne Museum that I forwarded to Karen a few weeks back. They're really simple. They're yard signs. I can look into what it costs to print them and see if we could get it. I think that they would be visible. They would get the point across. We could offer them to local businesses should they choose to want to use them. We could offer them to people in the area, and maybe it's a private project that I take on. I don't know, but it feels like it's something that we should be moving on. So, and I don't know that us getting them painted by anybody else at this point will happen quickly. So I've had plenty of campaign signs printed in my time. I'll put this one in my wheelhouse and see what I can come back to you with.
I can certainly bang out a couple sandwich boards pretty easily if that's a need. Cool. or something, I mean, plywood and 2x4s.
Are you a painter? Well, you are a painter. You do paint, but I meant, are you like a painter? Like you'll paint a cow for us and little people masks.
Make the stencils. I'll put the paint in the gun and spray it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can get you a template.
Yeah. I can make a cow shape.
What was that, Josh?
I will look into it this week. He said shape. So.
Yeah. I'm not.
I was looking for the sign, but I don't have it, Laura.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Because I was going to pull it up so I could show everyone, but I just saw it too.
I just recently,
like this week, I saw it. But
yeah, it's become kind of a commonplace sign.
And they're not that big. And you can move them, which is good.
Yeah, I like that, and you can also get them biodegradable. So, but I don't want to.
Okay, back to our meeting.
Yeah, I can't find it right now. But, well, here's something similar, but no, it's not. It has two calves in it. Anyways, all right, moving on. Town manager's report.
Okay, so we had the virtual public meeting last night for the Route 5 State Bridge project on Zoom. There were a few people from the public that attended, which was nice. A lot of questions came about regarding Sand Hill Road. So the speed limit is 25. Let's see, what else did we, the weight limit on that road is 24,000 pounds or 12 tons. And everybody refers to the bridge, which is actually a box culvert.
Right.
So it's a 3-sided box culvert. It is not a bridge structure. And Brian informed me that that structure can take a load weight of 100,000 pounds. So the concern was that structure not holding up to the possibility of a large amount of traffic. Residents are concerned about speed. How are we going to monitor that? And again, big trucks. So I informed the public that tractor trailer trucks will need to go up 91, get off in Westminster, come down Route 5 to enter Soundview on the back side. The current bus, they were also at the meeting. So the current Route 53 bus will run down Sand Hill. So they're not going to go around, but they will be running back and forth on Sand Hill. FedEx, UPS.
How many trips do they do a day?
I don't know, but I can find out, Laura.
I think.
I think they have a route schedule. We could probably look it up, but
they do. I just thought maybe it was information that was shared at that meeting that you knew offhand.
They're just doing food delivery right now, though, right? So they probably just do their route once a day.
I thought the current was still running.
Oh, the current. Sorry, I thought you were talking school buses.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry. I don't know.
Oh, and by the time this comes, school buses will be done. They're almost done. They have,
So the bridge.
Has anyone put a weight limit sign up on the Westminster West Road end of Sand Hill? Because I don't think there's one there.
I'll make sure there's going to be weight signage and speed limit. And I'm going to talk to Brian about the speed limit flashers. We can, maybe Brattleboro might have those. So if we can position them at the beginning and at the end and maybe by the structure, the culvert, just to slow traffic down.
I mean, the other thing we might be able to do for that, Karen, is just, just the presence of cones tends
Yep.
to, I mean, I think whatever we can do out there to just add traffic calming. Some
Yes.
people are going to be in a hurry because there's always somebody who's in a hurry and it's going to be more traffic. But, anything that's slightly obstructive of the road tends to slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, my concern is during the day, we have a lot of people that walk that road.
Yep.
That may slow traffic down too. As you know, it's not wide, so 2 cars or a UPS truck and a car, people are going to have to use common sense.
Yeah.
The bridge on Route 5 will close on July 6th through the 20th. And Renault Brothers was on the line too for this public informational meeting. And, I mean, I have faith in them as a contractor.
Yeah.
And if they can do the job and get it done sooner than later, that's what they're going to try to do.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I don't know. And the sheriff will be there too, the deputy sheriff. I'm going to have them patrolling while that bridge is closed. Right now, there's no softball. So the softball league in Brattleboro has been canceled for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
So the softball that usually happens at the field on Sand Hill Road, that's run by a different league. But if Brattleboro canceled their league, I wouldn't be surprised if the one in Putney is going to be canceled as well. So that's going to eliminate traffic right there.
The community center owns the field.
Yes, David. Yeah.
So they're basically in control of whether or not the Putney League or whatever the Putney League has become, whether or not they can use that field. And maybe we should talk to Laurel and see.
Yeah.
Did dust come up as an issue? Somebody got a little irate with me over what it's going to be like to live there with traffic going by. And it wasn't a person that lived there either, which was interesting. But they were really concerned about the level of dust. And I said, well, I know that we spread on the roads to mitigate that. And I don't know if there are any plans to do any further spreading for that. But
I'm sure.
Did that come up?
Yes.
No,
I was going to suggest that also, Laura, that I'm sure Brian has thought about this, but just remind him, Karen, that a shot of chloride, a week in advance or whatever might be appropriate. And maybe another one halfway through the project, who knows?
Right. So here's a question for the board. Brian brought it up to my attention a few weeks back. So the town is responsible for signage, when that bridge is closed. And, so it would be Kimball
We're
Hill.
responsible for signage on our end, just on Sand Hill for our detour, not for their detour.
Right, just for local detour, okay? And I asked Brian, I said, are you getting signs? I said, what are you going to do? What's your plan? He's like, he goes, if we put signage out there, you're going to have everybody going that way. People that live in town will know when that bridge is closed, and they'll know which way to go. It's the outsiders, the out-of-towners that are going to be coming through. And if we do the signage, you're going to have more travel on Sand Hill.
But if we don't do the signage, we're going to have people driving around in circles trying to look at their cell phones to figure out where they are and where they want to be. So I don't know that
I agree, Laura. I also think that if I were a business owner that was on the north side of that bridge, I would not be pleased. I mean, Putney Winery, for example, how many people are going to drive up to exit 5 drive back down to go to Putney Winery, not that many, I don't think. So I think,
Yeah.
I
Some
feel like
signage?
I think we should have signage.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm just
David, do you have
wondering.
any feelings about that?
I think probably signage is better than not having signage. I hear both points. I don't have any experience with this. I'm totally happy to go with whoever knows more about it than I do. So.
Well, the whole thing too is, it could be a liability if we don't sign.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
especially if somebody's looking at their cell phone trying to figure out where they are and they crash. Not that that's on us, but it could, there's, yeah.
Well, and depending on Google, you're going to end up with people on both ends of East Putney Brook Road not knowing where they're going.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that, there's a bunch of old trails and so on that people say, oh, looks like you can go this way. And you don't want to do that.
You can't get there from here.
No.
Speaking of signage, I don't know if you can see this, but this is the sign.
There it is.
Yeah.
So
it's
just a yard sign.
It's good that it's appropriate. It's a brown Swiss, because if they were talking Holsteins, that wouldn't be accurate. It would really be more like 9 to 10, 15. So
the Shelburne Museum knows what they're doing.
Yes.
They know their cows.
Jerseys around here too. Jerseys are fair.
All right. So that's all I had on the Route 5 bridge. So we get weekly updates too, and we're putting them on the website. So if anybody has questions, they can always call me too. Listers update. So there were no tax grievances, and this is the second year in a row.
Wow.
Yeah. That's always a positive note. So I wanted to share that with you. The tax sale and utilities report status. I gave you an updated report. Did you see it?
No.
No?
Yeah.
I didn't see it in my packet. No.
No, I didn't either. Did you add that later on?
Walls behind you.
What?
Let me see.
I'm giving Josh heck for the wall behind him that he needs to finish.
Hang on a minute.
The story about the children being barefoot. I looked at the updated packet and I didn't see it.
It was in an email I sent today. Of course, I can't find a spreadsheet. Alyssa, where is the spreadsheet?
Go to town
Hang on a
manager.
minute. How about if I do it right here? I got it.
All right.
Tax sale. Yeah, I got it. I found it on mine.
All right, let me see if I can share this with you guys. I'm getting better at this, Laura. I'm
You're
scaring
getting really
myself.
good at it, Karen.
I'm scaring myself. All right. Well, so here it is on the screen. Can you all see that?
Okay, thank you, Karen.
You're welcome. So how about if we do this? Only because. All right. And now we don't have any names. So basically, we have $93,859.91 that we need to collect in delinquent taxes. We have another $18,843 to collect in utilities, which brings the total up to $112,703.79. There's 3 mobile homes on here. I just highlighted them for you. One is going to tax sale. One owner passed away. And then the other owner, I don't know how we're going. These are personal property. I don't see these going to tax sale. Okay. This one right here is in foreclosure, so we have to wait to see what's going to happen. If it sells, we'll get our money. And then we had one person already pay 1 year off. I think we've dropped a couple people off this list already because it was 116,000. Just to let you know, also, as of today, the delinquent tax report, what's owed is $160,960.23. Of that 160,000, for 2019, there's $101,330.51 still owed to the town. So that's a big number. I'm not nervous about it yet. What we go through the tax sale process, we hope that most of these on this list will pay up. And then we'll see what's left, and hopefully 1 or 2 will sell at tax sale. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
Karen, I don't know whether this is even a remote possibility, but I know that there have been efforts in some parts, and I think Wyndham Windsor has been part of this, to purchase certain lots within trailer parks.
I talked to them today, Josh.
Yeah, and
those homes that are in there, which 2 are on this list right now.
Oh, are they? Okay.
No one really should be living in them.
Right. Well,
yeah.
No, I know. I'm wondering, I mean, okay, so Wyndham Windsor is not potentially interested in purchasing and upgrading, because I know there's at least one home in that neighborhood where they did that. There was an effort with the group called Vermont, which is a high efficiency home program.
Yeah.
But if you spoke to them, then they're probably not interested.
Well, the thing though, that's a good point, because I might revisit that conversation with them, because this one that's highlighted, Josh, so for $323.16, if Wyndham Windsor Housing bought that trailer, they could move it out. And it's the same with this one right here for $537. So for less than $1,000, well, it'll be a little more than $1,000 because you'll have legal costs too. But they could buy those at tax sale. The problem is they bought one up in Rockingham one year, and it cost them $10,000 to get rid of it.
To get rid of it, right?
Yeah, it had asbestos in it. So these are older mobile homes. But I'm going to have a conversation again with them.
But my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if they were to purchase it, they'd be purchasing the mobile home, not the lot that it's on. Is that correct or not?
That is correct, because Wyndham Windsor Housing owns the land underneath the mobile home.
It does. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you know, I mean, it might be worth having a conversation with them. And also, you know, we have in the past ended up, you know, with not specific to Locust Lane that I can remember, but in a couple of instances, the town has ended up having to undertake that cost for disposal. And maybe we can figure something out with Wyndham Windsor where there's some sharing of that or somewhere, you know, I mean, it's not doing us any good having it sitting here on the delinquent tax list.
No.
So, you know, if there's a
Right.
way that we can encourage them and it's to our benefit, that might be a good thing. Because
All right.
otherwise, ultimately, we're going to end up owning, I mean,
Personal property that we don't want. Correct.
Exactly. So,
Yeah. And I'd be willing to work with them so they could clean up, Locust Lane.
right,
And
exactly.
put in better homes and,
I think that would be in all of our interest. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at with this right here. June 11th is the deadline for people to reach out to me. And then after that, I'll send the list over to the attorney and he'll start doing his title research and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the thing that concerns me with that number you brought up from 2019 is that when we get to the end of this tax year, if we haven't cleaned some of that up, and I'm not saying this is for lack of effort, but the volume of our tax sale next year is potentially going to be much more significant.
Yeah, and I agree with you too, Josh. And I just want to make a comment too that so our tax policy is if you're delinquent 1 year, we can send you to tax sale.
Yes.
And I wait 2 years, to give people the opportunity to pay. So, but I can't give them any more than that.
No, and this may be an example just with the likely year ahead of us. This may be an example where that 2 years becomes an unfortunate aspect for a number of people just because getting that much further behind in an otherwise bad year is tricky. But
yeah, and we're not doing them any favors by letting that happen.
No.
So I just wanted to update you with that. Let me see if I can get back into my meeting here. Where is everybody? Hang on, I lost you.
Maybe your benefit package.
Oh, you're in the wrong screen.
Oh, you know why? Hang on a minute. There you are. Sorry, guys.
There we
I'm
are.
still learning about this stuff.
That's okay. By the time you have it down complete, Pat will be ready to start having regular meetings again. In-person meetings.
Can't wait. All right. What's on the agenda next is the water
service line break and boil water in effect status update.
Right. So I just want to say we lifted the boil water order today. So
good.
Yep. Water samples went up on Monday, Josh, and on Tuesday. They both tested negative for any contaminations. Again, I want to stress, I want to say thank you very much to the Putney Fire Department for being out there and controlling traffic. A special thank you to Brian Harlow and Tom Goddard because they were on the scene at 6:30. I was notified by like 10 of 7, and then they ran into some issues. Once they isolated the break, they actually didn't have all of the parts, so they were chasing parts for a while. And Joe Tetro, too, was instrumental, too, in getting this break isolated and repaired. Chris Hayes came down from Waterbury. I know there was a guy that came down from Proctor, Vermont with parts. And it was a long night for them. And some of it was standing around waiting for parts or looking to get parts. The other thing, too, Brian needed to get was a pavement cutter, so you could cut into the pavement. We don't own a piece of equipment like that. Usually you have to rent one. Now, Brian said to me, I go, Brian, how much does that cost? He's like, $1,600. I'm like, well, how come we don't have one? He's like, because we were told not to get one. And I'm like, well, if we need it, and we can use it, and other towns might be able to use it too, why would we not invest $1,600 in a piece of equipment like that? So these are things that I'm learning. And Joe said the same thing. I'm like, Joe, how come we don't have parts for the service line? You're telling me we have parts for the water main, but we have no parts for the service line. He goes, we were told not to keep any parts on hand. I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense to me. So you guys kind of stood around waiting for people to bring you parts, and we could have had them, in stock. So I think we need to be considerate, especially now with an aging water system, that, we do have some parts, if they're feasible, why not carry them?
Is there any reason not to carry them?
Well, the only reason I can imagine, and I don't know, is that if there were, for example, 12 different types of service lines, that would require us to stock, X times 12 number of different parts. That doesn't seem
that might not ever get used. Yeah.
If there's a small, if there's only two different types of service line and it's always the, whatever, the valve or the coupling or this or that breaks, then yes, we should certainly have some of those, but we certainly should not invest in parts that are likely to either be obsolete or never get used, because that's just a waste of money. So.
Well, yeah, I guess I'd be curious why he was told not to invest in those parts. There must have been some reasoning behind it. Maybe it was exactly as you're saying, Josh. I don't know. So, David, I'm sorry, you were saying?
The availability of the parts plays a big role in it too. If there's parts available in Keene or Brattleboro, how many times is the water main going to break at 9 o'clock at night? And if you can let somebody else do the stocking, and you're going to get them within 12 hours, then let them do the stocking. Of course, I mean, in any business. But if you can't get them, if you have to go to Waterbury to get them, well, that's another story.
Yeah.
I talked to Brian at length this week, and Tom, about, I know nothing about the water system, so I tried to get them to give me a general picture of what it's like. 12-inch mains that break down to 8, that break down to 6, that break down to a 4-inch.
I know. It's crazy.
Well, they have to break down the further they are from the source to keep the pressure up. And so you would have to stock all those different diameters, and then service lines curb stops that run out at 6-inch and then change from there down to 2 and then change down to 1. So Josh's point is right. We'd be stocking a whole bunch of different diameter, whatever schedule 80, PVC pipe that is, and it could add up. So is that stuff available nearby? I mean, isn't it? We need to look into that. What's most likely.
Well, it is during the day.
Right. So maybe that's part of getting people to understand that they aren't going to get their plumbing fixed until 8 o'clock the next day. I mean, come on, I mean, no one's going to die if their water's shut off while they're sleeping. I mean,
well, I beg to differ because.
I want to add another question to this conversation based on, and basically exactly what you're saying, David, and also on the responses of folks to how we communicated this as a town. Do we turn the water back on before people have gotten notices of a boil order, or do we keep the water off until we know that everybody's gotten notice? Convenient for people to get, folks didn't get the message, and Karen did a great job of messaging. She got a hold of me pretty quickly, and I put it out through social media as fast as I could and as widely as I could. And so almost every medium that could be used was used. Karen and I in discussion realized that there maybe were a couple of other things that could have been done. How many more people they would have reached is unknown. But do we turn the water back on before they get the messaging?
My opinion would be no, because that's probably a huge liability for us. I mean, one person gets sick because of tainted water. That's not a risk worth taking. I don't think. I don't know how feasible it is to confirm that people have gotten that order. I don't know. I would say that's probably a question for either legal counsel or maybe just Simons. Simons must know the protocol on that, I would think.
Well, I asked Joe, I said, Joe, have you ever put notices on doors, for boil water order? And he's like, no. So what they used to do is put it on the radio. So it'd go on the radio. And I didn't think about that until like Monday. And,
I mean, how many negative responses to the procedure did you get, Karen?
I got like 2. I got people that called me about it, and then I got thank yous for,
I mean,
So-
what were the nature of the calls that you got? I mean, I think to David's point, if it takes 12 hours to fix the water, it takes 12 hours to fix the water. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing. So, the water was back on by 5. I was up at 2 a.m. and I still hadn't got a text, so I didn't really know what was going on. I wasn't calling them because that would have taken them away from what they were supposed to be doing.
Right. Yeah.
So I texted Brian at 6, and he told me the water was on. By 7:43, the boil water order was online. It was sent out to Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust and Putney Meadows. I got to them because I had their contacts, Josh,
Right.
And
right.
all the other multifamily structures. I mean, Tom doesn't even know how many tenants, how many people. Right. There were 56 structures approximately that were impacted by that water line break. But it was probably more like 100 plus people that didn't have water. And right. No one called me. Howard Fairman did send me an email, and I thanked him very much for doing that. But at that point, I had already known because I spoke to Tom. The negative comments were on social media, on Facebook.
That's something new.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of an unfair thing to dismiss, though, because it is a popular form of communication, and if people are communicating negative. Okay.
I wasn't dismissing it at all. I was just saying it's a platform in which people also feel free to be negative, and that's so. I'm not.
I agree.
I'm not saying I wasn't in any way suggesting we shouldn't use that as a means of communication. Yeah. I was just saying it's a place where people feel they can say whatever they want unfiltered, and that's unfortunate.
Right.
Sometimes.
So,
I agree with that, and I will say that some of it was a little unfiltered, but most of it, they had some good and valid points that we can learn from. And so I think the question is, the water got turned on at 5 a.m. without the town manager being notified. So the water shouldn't have been turned back on. It sounds like, we should have had a boil water order in place before the water was turned back on, and that was a missing step in that process.
Well, the other thing, though, Laura, I just want to add that our very first notice about the water service break, because at that point we didn't know if it was a water main or a service line.
Right.
We had mentioned a break in the water line can trigger a boil water order. So that went out on social media and up on our website. iPutney had it. Yep. So, I mean, I think we did our due diligence for the time that everything went down. And when I found out, water was back on. So
I wonder, I mean, municipalities, bigger municipalities must face this all the time. there must be ways to manage it. So I think, Laura, to your point of some comments that we might be able to learn from, we probably should explore some of the ways. I mean, for example, it occurs to me, you could put a little bit of dye in the entire water system, and when people get their water bill, it says, hey, if your water's running blue, it means you need to boil it. I don't know whether you can I don't know how bigger communities do it, but I'm sure there are ways. I mean, there must be ways to manage that, because I'm sure there are people managing it all the time. So
yeah.
Now, do you think?
Yeah, the dye idea is great. I know if my water was blue, I would not drink it.
Right.
So, the other thing that Karen and I discussed is the potential of using Vermont Emergency Alert as well to send out. Obviously, this is an isolated area, but who cares if everybody in Putney gets a tone, or a larger area than that gets a tone? It would at least be one more layer to the communication piece.
And I don't mind using it. I tried to do it today, Laura, just for the lifting of the oil water.
Yeah.
And I was trying to isolate just that area, and I wasn't able to do it, but I will work on that. That's a good resource, but it's only good for those who sign up for it.
Right. I mean, short of going door to door, there's really only so much you can do.
Right.
There's got to be
And what I messaged, I'm sorry, David, go ahead.
There's, of course, we have a responsibility to keep people safe and to notify them if there's a problem. But they have a responsibility to be in tune. If you're going to be dependent on somebody else for your water or for anything else, then you need to have your ear to the track some too. It seems like this got done very well in every way, except for communicating to Karen that the water had been turned back on. And I mean, I don't do social media, so I don't know what got said, but it seems like in this community, there's no reason for people to go around using unfiltered comments on social media, because things happen in a way that wasn't best for them. I mean,
I wouldn't say that they were unfiltered. I think that people had valid points. They woke up, they didn't know their water was off, they started drinking it. That's a valid point. I might be a little, my feathers might be a little ruffled too if I felt like I hadn't been communicated with and I had been drinking water that was potentially tainted. We know from the testing it's fine. So, there's a lot of lessons to be learned in this. And I did point out to folks that, hey, Karen's really great about getting everything up on the website every time something happens. And if you notice that your water's off, check the website, because there's likely a message on it that's telling you what's going on. I think that all things said and done, this was handled really well, and all's well that ends well, but there is room for improvement as we go forward.
It was a learning experience for me. So
absolutely.
I know now, what to do, and maybe it's an automatic when we have a break that we automatically just boil water.
Yeah, probably. I think that better to be safe.
Right.
Yeah, no, and I think that you could also, comfortably issue that for the whole system, and then update that when we know what's going on. I mean, and like using the alert system, like you said, I mean, if more people know than need to, too bad to wake somebody up, certainly, but probably better to err on that side than not, I would think.
Yep.
Yeah, and I also pointed out to people that were saying like we should have gone door to door that everybody that we would have asked to do door to door had been up until 5 a.m. working on the water lines. It would have been dangerous to have them go door to door. So we will work on better communication going forward, but I don't see this as, I think that I'm grateful to Karen for the job that she did and all that were involved.
Well, I'm grateful to everybody that was on the scene and the residents who called me and said thank you, and they had questions, and it all turned out well.
It would be, to Josh's point, it would be great if we could get in touch with a municipality like Brattleboro and find out what their procedures are when things like this happen.
Yeah.
I don't think they go door to door either, by the way.
No, I certainly wouldn't think so. No, I mean, it occurs to me maybe some variation on a phone tree, but of course nobody has stationary phones anymore. So the validity of that would be pretty limited in this day and age, I would think.
Well, the funny thing is on the radio comments and the emergency management system, even in thinking of that, most folks that I know that actually get those alerts are getting them online through either through going to the radio station and checking updates because they're used to doing that for snow days for their kids, or through social media. So like I do feel like we did capture the majority of people as quickly as we could with updates, and it's unfortunate that some were missed.
I would lean a little bit on Simon's, Karen, because Simon's for information. I mean, they run a lot of municipal systems. They should know how to do this.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, they were. Chris came down, and Joe and I had a conversation too. It was Monday morning. We were in the parking lot, Joe and I and Brian. And that was like that 9 o'clock. And I know Joe had mentioned radios. Get it on the radio, and I'm like, so it must have just gone over my head, and I was just like, but
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, Joe, not that he wouldn't have had the instruction about it, but somebody like Chris who's working with those bigger systems more often, I'm just there must be protocols for this, and we should just find out what they are. And
I'll call Chris. And,
yeah.
I'll call Dan. I'm good, but thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Warrants.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve and execute the warrants as presented.
And I'll second that.
How was your nap, David?
It was not a nap, believe me. I fell asleep doing that.
We're not done with this motion. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, payroll warrant dated June 5th in the amount of $15,914.33. Do you guys want me to pull that up? It's on your email. You should have it in an email.
We've already seen it.
Okay, good.
I saw this.
And just to comment, Karen, I'm assuming because I commented on this last time that warrant was relatively small last time, it's relatively big this time because we're catching up with those who weren't paid last time.
Correct. Yep. First responders, EMS. The other thing I want to mention too, that we had like 3 firefighters that had substantial hours, and I think it was because when Tom was on vacation, they filled in.
Right.
So, yeah. All right. Accounts payable dated May 23rd through June 5th, 2020, in the amount of $35,799.23.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you may have the same question. The Forest for Learning question.
Right.
Yep. So that's their money that we were holding.
I assumed that. Yeah. Okay.
And I asked Alyssa to cut the check because we're nearing the end of the fiscal year. Their nonprofit's already set up, so there's no need for us to hold it any longer. And they may be able to utilize it at this point.
And I think that money came from the school.
It did.
Originally? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they ended up with $18,000 from the school, and they had a few expenses. I think most of it was attorney expenses, and then they set up a website. So that's why it's $15,280.60.
So you have been, just to clarify this, you have you've doled out funds to them throughout this process.
Yeah, I think it was like less than $3,000. So whatever the difference is.
I guess my point is that there was in previous conversation, and I feel like it's an important point to make, in previous conversation, there was insinuation that we were kind of holding onto this money and that it wouldn't be released unless we had signed this documentation. I'm really glad to hear that they have received money as they've needed it and that we've turned it all over to them. That's comforting in my world.
Called me on 2 occasions, I think, and asked if we could cut the checks, and we did. So.
All right. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I'm just curious what we're paying Ann Carey for.
Ann Carey had some expenses for, it was a renewal for a membership, and there was something else. Alyssa. No, I think I might have it in here.
It was the trail maps.
Oh, the trail maps.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep.
Yep. Thank
What
you.
is-
That was the
What is Wex Bank? What do we pay them?
Those are the gas cards, the gas credit cards for the highway department and the fire department.
They handle that account, okay.
Yes, they do.
And Zaluzny, Karen, was that closing out something on the sidewalk?
Yeah, good question, Josh. That is the final payment on the sidewalk project.
Good. And then my only other question, I don't remember, and maybe they're a regular provider for us for something, but Ruggiero, is that like dumpster at the fire department or something?
No, those are recycling totes. I bought 2 more for the bottles.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, just to let you know, Jules is doing a wonderful job, and that barn is half full of redeemable bottles and cans.
And the bikes are all gone?
The bikes are all gone. There are some old file cabinets that we tossed in the back of the highway truck over the weekend. And there's an old like gas stove top still in the barn. But somebody may recycle that.
Yeah, I have to do a metals run before long. If I remember, I'll grab it.
Okay.
Will you remind me what day he does that on? Like what day he goes through the bottles and takes care of them all?
It changes based on his schedule.
Okay.
And right now, Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say we have a slew of them. We've been saving and saving and saving. And so I would ideally like to time it well for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I can give you his number or his email, and then maybe you can coordinate with him. That'd probably be best.
That'd be great.
Okay.
So yeah, it's actually it's a long period of time's worth. So it's quite the collection. So, luckily we have space where we can store stuff like that.
All right.
All right. So any other business?
No.
Fantastic. Do we need an executive session?
We do not.
Excellent. Our next meeting date is June 17th for our regular meetings at 5:30. And next week we will meet at 5 o'clock on the 10th. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
And seconded.
And moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
All right.
everyone.
Thanks all.
Welcome to A Call to Action. It's a series presented by Great Eastern Radio and Brattleboro Community Television. We're covering many different topics from the deployment of the CARES Act to COVID by numbers. Today we're talking with Nicole Reisman from Nicole's Community Kitchen. I'm Peter Fishcase. Nicole, welcome to A Call to Action.
Thank you so much for having me, Peter. I'm happy to be here.
So I've been tracking you since this whole thing started, and this lady started cooking meals that were heat and eat, right? Have I got that right?
Yeah, I mean, when I first started and the numbers weren't so big, you know, I delivered hot meals to people. But the last time I attempted that, you know, I think that was in March, and I did a Thanksgiving meal for everyone out of my apartment kitchen, and that was 70 people. Wow. And I thought, never again. You know, I've got to find a space. But so now, you know, they're not cold because I do deliver to a lot of people that are currently in the local motels and hotels, and they don't have an ability to reheat. So I really make every effort I can to have it as warm as possible.
All right, that's wonderful. So the title, the moniker, the People's Chef, has been thrown around. Now, explain that to me. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, someone made me that logo and said the People's Chef on there, and it was so sweet. And I asked if I could use it, and she said yes. So she came up with that, but I like it. And, you know, I do want to cook, you know, for everyone. So it's appropriate.
So let's talk about where you were and what you were doing at the beginning of March. We don't actually need to get into super specifics, but safe to say you weren't cooking copious amounts of food for people that you don't know, or maybe you were, but maybe in a salaried position. I mean, you're a chef by trade.
Yes.
All right.
And I started doing this before COVID, but just on a very small scale. I would go into a group on Facebook and just ask people, so I would cook for maybe 8 to 12 people on a regular basis. But what I was doing professionally is just private chef work. So going to homes and executing a dinner party, or I do something that I call stock the fridge. So I go in and I prepare meals that are bespoke to that family and make sure that they have everything they're going to need for the week.
Okay. So that's what you were doing in March, and then COVID comes along, and now you're cooking roughly how many meals a week are you? And you deliver these meals too, we should say, correct?
Oh, yeah. I have an amazing team of volunteer delivery drivers, and it's usually about 4 or 5 people, and they split it up according to the area and get it out there. It's amazing. This is definitely, a community project. It's not just me. I've got a lot of people, helping in so many ways.
Right. Now, one of your concerns is, and I know John Julian from the Top of the Hill Grill has been allowing you to use his kitchen space, but now, now he's reopening. He's going to need that back.
Yeah.
Talk to us about your next concern.
Well, I'm right now, because they haven't started 7 days a week, I'm only able to cook 1 day a week out of there. So, but that soon will end. So, I'm trying to find a home for the community kitchen that will allow me to do 2 plus more meals a week. I had someone from COA campground in Dummerston has offered to donate their food trailer, and which is unbelievable.
Right.
So I'm waiting for some pictures of that, and maybe that's something I'll be able to do. But once again, I have to find a place to put it.
Right. Yeah. That's always been an issue. So how many? So you're doing this 1 day a week?
Right now, as of last week,
Yep.
I started doing 1 day a week because of
Okay.
Top of the Hill. So I want to continue to do 2 meals a week, but I'd like to do even more. So
Right.
it just depends on what sort of space I find and what their requirements are. The great thing about this is we can be totally flexible.
Right.
So we'll see what happens.
Great. Begs the question, how is this all getting funded? I mean, I'm sure donations come in, but I mean, this is a big, how many, we didn't actually answer the question, how many meals a week are you doing?
About 300.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
I knew it was a big number. I didn't realize it was that big of a number. So, which I don't know if asking the question louder will put more of an emphasis on it, but where do you get the funding?
Well, I started because it was such a small scale, I was funding it.
Right.
But then, the numbers just blew up and I couldn't do that. And I had the United Way of Windham County reach out to me.
Okay.
And offer me a grant, which was brilliant. And that was the start of it. And then I started a GoFundMe for Nicole's Community Kitchen. And I think I've had a bit over $4,000 in donations.
Okay.
Prior to the GoFundMe, I had people contacting me, asking me for my address so they could send, donations by check. Everyone has been incredibly supportive. I think I've gotten about $6,000, $7,000 in total in donations thus far.
Right. But I mean,
the meals themselves typically cost about $300 to $400 per meal for 150 people. And I had World Centric donate the containers, the clamshell containers, and I had to pay for the shipping. And then I bought bags, but I also had the porch. They donated a bunch of bags. So, you know, there is additional cost to the food, but you know, I'm able to keep that to a minimum.
Yeah, so I mean, so obviously, anything that the community can do, anybody listening to this, anybody watching this, you know, what are the things that you need? Let's get it out there. Let's put it out there.
Awesome, thank you. Well, I mean, you know, carry bags
Yeah.
are always needed. You know, ideally paper with handles. I'm starting to run low on that. I'm good on the clamshells because they sent me 5 cases of that. So I've still got quite a few, but you know, we're doing a lot of numbers and it goes quickly. So always happy to get more. You know, at first people were donating, you know, any leftover proteins they had or produce or anything like that. But, you know, right now with the numbers that I'm doing, it's difficult for me to accept like a 4-pack of chicken thighs.
Right.
So, you know, things like staples, non-perishables, like black peppercorns, chicken stock. I mean, if I can get into a space and make my own chicken stock, then that's what I'm going to do. But right now, I could use the unsalted boxes of chicken stock. I use a lot of that. Other things that I use often, you know, rice, unsalted butter, kosher salt, things like that.
Some of the basic. I am no chef, and I literally I can put toast in a toaster. I can scramble an egg, and that's about the end. So I'm always envious, and my wife is a tremendous cook, and so I'm always envious of people who can just throw together meals like you do, like she does. So all those basic kind of spices and things like that, like the salt, the pepper, stuff that
Right.
will have some shelf life is really good.
Yeah.
How about volunteers? How are you doing for volunteers?
We're doing fine right now. Tony Duncan is my volunteer delivery driver coordinator, and he seems to, you know, really hustle and find the drivers that are required. Right now, I cook all the food by myself, and then at around 1 o'clock, John Julian's son and his partner come in and help me package everything up, put it out in front of the grill for the delivery drivers to come and collect. And then I also have a section where it's pickup. So some people do come and pick it up.
Oh, nice.
So right now we're all set. But as I said, I want to do more. And with that will mean more volunteers will be needed.
So have you collaborated with any of the the Vermont Food Bank, Groundworks Collaborative, all these other folks that are doing like the larger share of getting food to people?
You know, I haven't spoken to Vermont Food Bank, but I certainly should. And Groundworks has been amazing, and they donated a large pork roast that I used. There's a lot more that needs to happen. You know, with the volunteers, you know, I do need people that could help with marketing, fundraising, grant writing, and I want to also hold an auction. So anyone that out there that could help me with the auction, that would be incredible. And if people want to donate items for the auction, that would be amazing. You know, my initial thought is I'm going to auction my services.
Mhm.
So I'll cook, stock your fridge, or we'll do a dinner party in the future. Or if you have the space, we can do an outdoor event with social distancing.
Okay. So which brings me to my next question. I mean, is this have you found your life's mission? Is this what you want to do?
It is. It really is. I have to figure out a way to support myself, but nothing has brought me as much joy as feeding this community.
So
Really
right now, right now, you're not taking a dime for anything. This is just all from your heart.
Right, correct.
Good for you. Good for you. Although, at some point in time, we don't want to find you in a situation where you have to be accepting the services that you're giving. So, it would be nice for this community to kind of rally behind that. Um, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I guess the dream for me would be to have like a little shop with a kitchen where I could make prepared foods, for people and that they would purchase, but that I would also always have the community kitchen element to it. So there would be like a case with free food that anybody that needed it could come and get it.
Okay. That would be the ideal situation for sure. So Nicole, the best place to find out more information about what you're doing and the services that you're providing, where I didn't even check to see if you had a website.
I don't, and I am not computer savvy. So that's another thing that I could use a volunteer with.
Right.
Currently, I do it all on Facebook. I have a group called Nicole's Community Kitchen, and I post in there. I post in the Brattleboro, Vermont groups, the Buy Nothing Windham County, and Putney groups.
Right. Okay. Excellent. So using social media is basically how you've been getting the word out.
Yes, absolutely.
And I just want to circle back to the fact that we are now looking for a new kitchen space for you.
Yes, definitely.
All right. So, best way to get a hold of you?
Chef Nicole Reisman, NicoleReisman @gmail.com.
Okay, I'll make sure that it's in the description of the video and the podcast when we release that. So
Thank you.
If you want to make a contribution, let's email Nicole. Nicole, anything that we're leaving out here? I mean, there's a lot going on. And first of all, let me just thank you on behalf, for me and this community for this this has just been grassroots, filling a need, giving people good, wholesome food that's just cooked right from your soul. I know that my wife and I and my dad would all cook meals for the overflow, and my wife would put out a spread. And when you cook from your heart, it just means the world to the people who are receiving it. And I think that is the niche that you have filled. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm
So,
loving it.
Good for you. And did we leave anything out? Is there any other information that we need to push for you?
I don't think so. I just, want to say thank you all so much for welcoming me in this community, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm not going anywhere.
Good, because we need good people around, and you're one of the good ones. Nicole Reisman, thank you for jumping on a call to action today and telling us your story.
Thank you so much. Take care.
The meeting is now called to order. And what's that? A phone.
Sorry, that was my phone. I just made
are there announcements? Sue?
Oh, sorry. I was hassled by the phone. A
We've
couple
lost
announcements. We did lose Jess. Let's see if she gets back on. I've had incredible tech issues today, and I heard something that Consolidated was kind of a mess. So anybody that's got them for home internet, maybe it's a bit of a mess today. But I'll go ahead and give you the announcements, and hopefully Jess gets back on.
Sure.
So tomorrow there is a Streets for Success Zoom web meeting. It's going to feature ways that towns can maximize the use of their streets for multiple users at this time. I think Stephanie Bonin from the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance will be speaking on it. I sent you all that late today. It's from noon to 1 tomorrow on Zoom, and it's going to be taped, so we can always share it. I believe it might be the Department of Housing and Community Development. Let me see. So it's the state.
Okay.
Another announcement is that Thursday from 6 to 7:30, the Wyndham Regional Commission is going to have a Basics of Town Planning Zoom webinar, which I have forwarded, and I know Prudence planned to attend that.
Wednesday.
And then
Wednesday, I think.
Wednesday. Yes, sorry, Wednesday.
Oh, you're back.
Then
welcome back.
The other announcement is that tomorrow night at 6:15, the Select Board has their regular meeting. They are going to be discussing parklets and other uses of public space in downtown. They all did receive a copy of the Planning Commission letter. Anyway, if you're interested, you might want to come and comment at that meeting. And that's on GoToMeeting. You can find their agenda on the town website and how to get onto that meeting as well.
Can you say a little more about that? So they're talking about parklets and other uses of downtown space?
Primarily parklets and spaces for the restaurants for outdoor dining and potentially retail.
Okay.
So what
the next
discussion for the next couple of months, there's been discussions of the town putting out Jersey barriers for those restaurants that are interested on Main Street and Elliott Street, I think. There's also been some discussion of closing parts of Elliott Street from the Harmony lot to Main Street at certain points, not a permanent closure. So yeah, those are the ideas to help support the businesses. Right, so the Jersey barriers would be there to provide protection, and then the restaurants could put seating there.
And is the town asking businesses to pay for parking, or are they just eating the cost of those parking spots taken offline? They're eating
that's
them.
correct. Yeah. Yep.
Great. Public comments. Are there any public? Nope, no public present. Okay, approval of the minutes of May 18th, 2020. Did all of you present, did you look in the drive? I looked in the drive. I didn't find the minutes, but they apparently were there. So if nobody read them, we can, do we need to make a motion to postpone the approval of the minutes until the next meeting? Can we just do it?
No, you can just postpone it. We don't need to we don't need a motion.
I suggest we postpone the approval of the minutes and everybody check them for the next meeting. So that brings us, yes, Prudence.
So are they in the folder called minutes? Because I couldn't find them on the drive either.
Yeah, that's where I looked.
No, they're in oh, okay. They're in a folder called June 1st. I had
Okay.
started that minutes folder a while ago, but it seemed easier to put all the meeting materials under the particular date. So that's how I've been doing it lately. But
Oh, okay. I guess I did not see that folder because I looked thinking,
Yeah.
oh, there's going to be a June 1st folder, and there was nothing. I couldn't find it because that's why I wrote to you asking for the infill recommendations, because I couldn't find any material that we were supposed to look at before today's meeting.
Yeah, it went up late. It went up this afternoon. I thought the infill materials had been out there previously, so yes.
All right, all right.
So we'll walk you
then
through the materials.
I'm sorry?
We'll walk you through the materials.
Okay. So then we're on to E, land use amendments, infill housing. And I guess, Sue, you're up.
Andrew is actually going to take this on tonight.
Right. Andrew, you're up.
All right. So I was wondering, Felicity, if I could just open. I wanted to open this conversation with a few quotes. With kind of what's been going on in the news the last couple of days, as I've been relating that to planning, and as a white planner in today's society. So I'm wondering if that's okay if I could just open up with these two quotes I got from Planson. I think it's very relevant to what we're really talking about tonight. All right, planning and urbanism have not achieved some apolitical or post-racial transcendence despite good intentions. Overcoming institutional racism will require a thorough commitment centering issues of equity in every planning discussion, from the public realm of streets and parks.
Yep. Because it's hard to hear you, I'm going to suggest that just for the time that you're speaking, we all go off camera so that we can actually hear you unimpinged.
All right, I will start from the beginning. Planning and urbanism have not achieved some apolitical or post-racial transcendence despite good intentions. Overcoming institutional racism will require a thorough commitment to centering issues of equity in every planning discussion, from the public realm of streets and parks to the private realm of mixed-use development. Ensuring a new normal of social and racial equity will require a deep pragmatic inequality, even among the most innovative and ostensibly progressive planning practices. It might be hard to hear. Advocates are underlining, no matter how difficult it is to confront, the field of planning is faced with an opportunity to enter a new era, one that centers racial, social, and environmental justice in every act. And the author of this article was James Rossell, who is a urbanist writer with Planet Zen magazine. Thank you for letting me say those quotes.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yep. All right. So for the past couple of months, myself and Sue have been talking about working on zoning amendments, specifically at making changes to density and furthering opening up opportunities for more housing in Brattleboro. So the first amendment, well, not really an amendment, it's more an addition potentially to our zoning regulations, is a new zoning district. I'm going to bring up two images in a sec. So before I get there, I'm going to describe to you what the zone would look like. So the new zone would most likely overlay zones that are currently designated residential neighborhood in and around downtown. The purpose of this district would be to allow for neighborhood character, promote infill development that supports downtown by providing sufficient residential population within walking distance, provide a transition in intensity from downtown to adjacent residential neighborhoods, and to be in accordance with the policies of Brattleboro Town Plan. This new zone aims to promote the development of a range of different housing types at a higher density traditionally seen in neighborhoods in Bratt. However, the densities you would not be, the densities wouldn't be as high as maybe densities you see in downtown. I'm just going to turn off my camera so you can hear me. So the main really the dimensional standards are kind of what the meat of this new zone is about, as being flexible with the kind of housing we're going to be seeing in this zone. So the main dimensional standards that myself and Sue have been working on are the following. The reduction in lot size from what's traditionally seen in the residential neighborhood, which is 6,000 square feet, to half that, 3,000 square feet. And you may be thinking, why not just get rid of minimum lot sizes in general? Well, 3,000 square feet is really small for a lot. It's tiny. And I mean, you probably could go lower in terms of your flexibility, but that's kind of the number we've been on. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on at the end. So require discussion. We require 30 feet of frontage, which is a little more now. And the biggest one is the side setback reduced to a total of 15 feet total on either end of the lot. That's pretty significant. Sorry if you're hearing those chimes. I'm going to turn that off. Can you hear those dings coming in by any chance from my computer? No? Okay, good. Getting all these texts. I want to make sure you're not hearing that ring.
You're
all right,
pretty
so
glitchy,
I just talked about lot size, frontage, and side setback. Say one more time. Did you say something, Sue? I'll see what you say in the chat.
Yeah, no, I sent something to you, Andrew, in the chat. I'm wondering if you could type just some summaries of what you're saying, because you're coming on, you're going in and out. It's hard to follow you.
I am sorry about that. Let me change my Wi-Fi.
It's not your fault. Don't apologize. You're good.
Wi-Fi real quick. Okay, so can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah. I was also going to say that.
Well, no. Go ahead, Jess. What?
I'm following along with what he's saying with the material in our Google Drive called the Urban Neighborhood District, which is helping a lot to help me understand what Andrew's talking. Oh no!
What happened? What happened, Andrew? What happened, Jess?
Looked like Andrew disappeared from my screen. I don't know about you.
Oh no, he's still
Am I still? Can you hear me, or am I completely dead?
No, we can hear you. I'm looking in the Google Drive.
Gotcha. So I am going to continue.
Andrew, I'm wondering. I'm also wondering if I should put up I can put the document on this screen so that you all can see it. Would that be helpful?
I can do that since I have, sure, go for it, Sue. I can also do the same. I have it pulled up on here, so just let me know if you want me to do that. Okay. It might actually
why don't you do it, because
it might be all right, let me pull it up right here.
I'll try it.
All right.
Jess, what were you looking? You were looking at the
urban
copy infill housing. Is that what you were looking at? You're muted.
No, it's the urban neighborhood district.
Urban neighborhood district. Okay, super. Boy, I need a big screen where I can put all this shit. Sorry. Pardon my language.
I'm still not finding it on the drive.
Refresh, Prudence, because I opened the drive earlier today and it wasn't on there, but if you refresh your drive, it'll be there.
Okay, I'll try that. Thanks.
Andrew, are you working at getting it up on the screen, or do you want me to do that?
Just take, I got it right now. All right, I am sharing screen.
Okay.
Share and give it a sec and it should pop up. All right, perfect.
Just to update you, Tom is running late and will be on at 6:30.
Okay, great.
So, all right, so you can see the dimensional standards table. And as I was talking about, you can see the lot size, the lot configurations on the left. Talk about the setbacks. The only setbacks that have changed currently are the side setbacks, as I discussed earlier. Don't mind that residential number. That's still in the works. Sue and I have been discussing what the max, we're most likely going to go with the max residential density in this zone. That number is still in the works. And then building footprint, not much has changed there. It's gone up 1,000 feet. So if you wanted to be a little flexible, if you wanted to build a larger multi-unit building, but we felt that we talked about the FAR, if it should be a FAR-based density to define what's going on. But at the same time, we also realized that this, if we want to try to create a transition from downtown to these neighborhoods, there probably should be some sort of set number, because we're most likely not going to be seeing a Red Clover Commons or a snow block housing development in some of these more traditional neighborhoods, just because of the configurations of the neighborhoods already and some other topography and related barriers. So going into permitted uses and what would be kind of use would be allowed, mostly the change, actually let me pull it up real quick. All right, here we go, permitted uses and conditional use. So as you can see, basically all type of housing is going to be an outright permitted use. Obviously, you're still going to have, site plan requirements, which will require a DRB approval. I think that's another discussion. What could be administrative review and what could be conditionally used. But just to focus now, kind of what we're looking at in this table. You can take a look at what's there. We thought, is for some, light retail, light commercial activity, like particularly, I was telling Sue, I went to college in Bellingham, Washington. I lived in a great neighborhood, which was majority single family. It was starting to shift in terms of the type of housing that was there, but also the kind of uses. There was a neighborhood cafe and market, which I used. Also, the neighborhood, it was fantastic, and it wasn't. You wouldn't think it was. It doesn't seem like an intense use, but I thought that kind of brought a lot of culture to the neighborhood. So we discussed, having, maybe we could have that on the ground floor and a couple of units on top. So you can look through this, and then conditional use is kind of what you would see for traditional use in the town already, like in the residential neighborhood zone, the mixed use, etc. So if you wanted to have let's just say a food service or a shop or store, it would have to be greater than, there would be a threshold of square footage that needs to be met if it would be considered conditional use or an outright permitted use. That was mostly what was a lot of the form-based code aspect of this code, like frontage standards, building standards, and parking is very much the same as what's already in our code and residential neighborhood in terms of the aesthetics. But I still think these aesthetics, we're trying to keep, the character of these areas. And when I get to our next amendments, which is infill housing, you'll see a little bit more in terms of in a creative innovation that someone could, like a developer or someone looking to build some sort of housing development could get, and how creative they can get. So we haven't really looked into changing much of that, but obviously this is our first conversation with the commission. So that could potentially change if you feel that those standards could reflect maybe better what this zone is trying to promote. So that's all from really that. That's kind of what this is all about in a nutshell. So I'd love to hear feedback from you all.
Andrew, do you have the map?
Yes.
Available to show them what area we were thinking of?
I do.
Sorry,
thanks for bringing that up. That is perfect.
That was going to be my plus.
Yeah. So I've been playing around with kind of potentially where these districts would be. And like I said, it would most likely be overlaid on what's now residential neighborhood, and it's in the gray color, as you can see. So most of it is centered right around downtown. So, where Green Street is, High Street, Elliott Street, in a lot of the neighborhoods right around the municipal building, as well as around what's presently now the mixed use part of the mixed use zone with Canal Street, and then you know, some of the historic overlay neighborhoods, Clark Ave, I think that's Washington Street, Highland, and then obviously some in the I forgot what that neighborhood is. Is it you got about people who live in Brattleboro, where the Bird Street is? What's that neighborhood always called?
Oh, I don't know.
Estiville? Is that?
Estiville?
Yeah. Estiville streets. Thank you, Jess. And then, so this is kind of one configuration could look like, but it's really not expanding all the way out. You know, we're still preserving some, I guess, what is now residential neighborhood, like down a little bit south of there, South Main Street, Moreland Ave, around the high school, and then up north, Tasket neighborhood, and then going out towards West Bratt. This is another configuration, which is basically just adding on a little bit of those neighborhoods and housing development right by the exit 2 interchange, as we see some a little bit of higher intense use in terms of there's also some commercial as well as there's a couple of parcels that have been identified as potential really good future housing sites for more dense housing, as well as down right outside the neighborhood center zoning district, like Generous Street, and a few right outside the high school before you get too deep into like near Public Works. So that's another thought. This is just me playing around with some Illustrator. So I would also love to hear your feedback about where you could see this new zoning district.
Andrew, are you planning on making a recommendation for the reduction in parking requirements as per that webinar that we watched last week or the week before last, that essentially said that one of our big stumbling blocks to any kind of urban infill is the requirement for parking?
That, you know, Sue and I did talk about this, and Sue, feel free to chime in. We felt like with, you know, basically right now with any, you know, sort of single family or that kind of housing, it's usually one per dwelling unit. And that in itself, you're right, parking minimums have been going through a revolution in terms of many jurisdictions, like South Burlington, for example, in Vermont, if you want a Vermont example, has eliminated minimum parking requirements. We didn't get too much into discussion about that. So Sue, if you want to chime in, you might have a little bit more to share.
So I haven't watched that whole webinar. I'm actually doing one of those webinars on Thursday with Paul Connor from South Burlington. So we were talking about parking. I'm going to talk about what our existing parking standards are and our waivers and whatnot. We did talk about residential parking on that, and the thought on getting rid of parking is a couple of things. We worry that developers or whoever's, you know, redeveloping their property is not going to have enough parking or to meet on-site needs, and then it spills out into the neighborhood. And that is something over the years that we've gotten a lot of complaints about, because cars are parked everywhere, and especially on some of the dead-end streets. You know, they're blocking visibility of pulling out of a driveway, or it becomes wintertime and there's cars and they're parked all over the lawn, or you know, whatnot. So we've always been really reticent to get rid of parking requirements. It would be great if we allowed on-street parking throughout the year. That would take care of it. But then, you know, we have to make changes to the way that we plow our streets, and that hasn't been a very open conversation at this point. We do have waivers for the on-site parking, so this area could definitely take advantage of that because of the transportation center or other municipal lots that are nearby. And I think that, you know, I need to look at the census data for Brattleboro, but I've sat in on some webinars who are pointing out that there is less car ownership in some of the urban areas. So our parking standard of 1 per unit is actually pretty low. South Burlington actually has 1.2 per residential unit. They've gotten rid of it for commercial. but for the winter and maintenance issues and kind of the nuisance that it's created for the neighborhoods, it's not a place that we've gone in the past, but we can look at it again.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like that was one of the big issues in that webinar, was that given the fact that people don't have cars and that we don't actually want to strongly encourage cars, that if we reduce the amount of capacity to park, then we might motivate people. The other subsequent thing is that we actually have to improve public transportation, and we have to improve the capacity for people to get what they need downtown. Right? In order to stop people from having to use their cars. Yeah, Prudence.
The other thing is just with some of the narrow streets in Brattleboro, like, you know, where, yeah, just if people are going to have cars, you know, it creates a problem with other users of the street and stuff.
Right.
Tom's on.
Right. Welcome, Tom.
Hello.
Tom, just so you know, you're still upside down.
I know.
I wonder how's it worked? There's been some developments without parking recently, Windsor Housing Trust and so on. So I wonder what has the experience been, if we know.
So they're in the downtown, and we actually don't allow new parking lots, private parking lots, to be built in the downtown. And so that, you know, if there's there's enough municipal lots nearby that they can park in overnight. So that's not been a problem. There are other properties, they do provide parking. Yeah, I mean, Tom lives in a tight neighborhood. I'd be interested in hearing his, Tom, we've been reviewing this urban neighborhood, and we're talking about parking and whether or not we should reduce our parking requirements for residential to possibly not require any. So that's where we're at.
Possibly not require any.
Or a significantly lower amount.
Right. What is it at now? Is it 1 per dwelling unit?
1 per dwelling unit.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's the occasional house, like there's one that that HUD sold for really cheap, and right on Canal Street in my neighborhood, and someone bought it and fixed it right up. And I mean, I haven't met them, and I don't know what they're doing, if they're renting it to someone without a vehicle, or if they don't have vehicles, or if they're renting in the transportation center or what, but they seem to have made it work. So I don't know. I'm sure maybe there's options where developers clean things up and rent them or to unknowing people, and then they're stuck in a weird situation having a car and not knowing what to do. But it seems like people can make it work without a parking area. Seems like there's a delay.
No, that was good. Other comments on this plan?
And Felicity, I also I try to think about the values that you as a commission discussed, and I have some comments regarding those and how they relate to this new zone, and I can go through those as well to see if you feel those reflect them right or not. But I did make sure that I used those values as I was going through this process.
Super. I think Kathy has a comment because she has her hand raised.
Go for it. Yep.
Yeah, and just a question. I mean, Andrew, I know you're just kind of noodling. I was just wondering, like the jump between, like when you were initially describing this, I was assuming it would come all the way down Western Avenue. So I just am a little curious about why this chunk around exit 2 is one piece and it's not connected, because there's like the Vermont Country Deli. But then if you go halfway down Western toward downtown, you hit what's that little place called that's open, that's new? Yeah, the market. Yeah, Frederick just said it too. So yeah, and then also just in terms of the walking to downtown, from my house, like I live on Lower Orchard Street. So from my house, it takes a half an hour to walk downtown. So it almost feels like all the way out by exit 2 maybe too far.
Yeah, those are really good comments, Kathy. Yes, I know Sue and I talked about that too, and connectivity, and like in the first image. Let me get to that. It's pretty much in the same relative area. I just felt, in terms of looking at the developable, some of the areas near exit 2, there's some really good properties that could be really good for housing. And I just felt like this neighborhood could really reflect that or try to promote that. And so obviously the neighborhood development, development area designation does not go to that. We did not include that area. So I was just trying to, but I always felt that area could maybe have it, or have some sort of good use for housing. But so those are kind of my thoughts. But as you described, your own personal, trying to walk downtown, you're right, it does take a little bit. And I was also trying to think of, the character of those areas already. But again, this map can be it can be very flexible. I'm hoping that changes will be made. This is just, like you said, I'm just kind of tweaking at this point and just playing around.
What about trying to do this to sort of energize development in West Brattleboro? Like rezoning that center to be like this? So that would capture Del Am Chalet and the land around the new Melrose Terrace open land.
We had talked about extending Melrose into the Village Center previously. Yeah, but I think it's definitely an option for West Brattleboro. And I thought we had talked about that, Andrew, a little bit. And at some point we just wanted feedback and didn't go much further. I think it would be good for possibly the Dallams. I think once you get not too far out of West Brattleboro Village, it becomes a bit more suburban. And maybe it's better to stay in the residential neighborhood to keep the character a bit better. There's larger lots, probably 1980s development as opposed to the older, but definitely ringing the village, it's the older homes, maybe deeper lots that you can have some infill in there.
Mm-hmm. Certainly around I love the idea of using this around sort of hub amenity places like the downtown, obviously, but like on our side of town, we talked a little bit about extending what zoning we had that allowed for the Red Clover Commons, and I think that maybe this would be a better solution than extending that, what was it, service center zoning that the Red Clover Commons is in?
Neighborhood center.
Yeah, but this may be nicer over in that area to sort of connect folks with the amenities that are around Price Chopper and the gas stations and all of that. And I think that in West Brattleboro that would be great too. Around the there's the nice settlement up on the hill that's just Osimo built in the 80s, but then there's the things on the main drag, which are like the gas stations, the farm stand, the restaurants, what was the mattress store, which is now vacant, the Dollar General. But it would be a nice opportunity to include some of the more dense housing opportunities around there.
Yeah, maybe more housing might cause people to purchase. Well, I don't know what's going to happen with the mattress outlet, whether or not that building can be renovated to reuse or it has to be demoed, who knows. But there are a lot of businesses around there that could use a shot in the arm, or people living in that section might be just the thing.
And I'm also wondering about where these lines are drawn and how they line up with income demographics for Brattleboro? Or if you have any of that data that we could see, just.
And then after you answer that.
We don't have that. And one of the things is Andrew has been doing this without ArcGIS, so it's, we can't do that really easily right now, but as soon as we're in the office or he's in the office and has access to that, we can do that a bit better. What we really did is we did it based on kind of the development pattern as well. So Andrew did take a look at what are the setbacks to the buildings, what are the size of the buildings, what's the frontage, and try to make it kind of correspond to the development pattern. We looked at some lots where you could maybe infill, you maybe get a house in the backyard, that kind of thing. So we definitely were looking at more compact neighborhoods surrounding the downtown.
Tom.
Hey, sorry for showing up late. I think I've inferred that this is a new district that we're proposing, that staff is proposing, and it only replaces some of the residential neighborhood zone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Could you quickly run through the differences? Or is is it real? I mean, I see the document here, but I mean, is it easy to run through the main differences?
Let me pull that up. Are you looking at it now, Tom, or do you want me to pull it up?
I am. Yeah, I'm looking at the copy of urban residential doc.
Fantastic. Yeah. So if you look at the dimensional standards, there's some reductions in sizes.
Okay.
Lot size is reduced basically by half of what is now in the residential neighborhood zone. So instead of 6,000 square feet, 3,000, it will be 3,000 square feet. A reduction in frontage requirement to 30 feet. And then really the only setbacks we'd like to change was the side setbacks to 5 feet. And we're still working on a density number. But it would still be higher than what currently is allowed in residential neighborhood.
Okay.
But maybe not as much as what you would see in downtown.
Okay. And is this, so regarding those dimensionals, is this approaching mixed use, or is it more dense than mixed use?
I believe
that's a good question, Tom.
Yeah, it's more dense than mixed use.
Yeah,
mixed use.
We need to get reaction. What we're looking for is we know we have to tweak other areas. So we're looking for a little direction on this because we had been talking about tweaking some of mixed use and probably the neighborhood center. So this is kind of the first piece of it. We definitely want to transect so that it's, it goes from the downtown density, this would be the next highest, and kind of, to create a transect. And it will require tweaking to the others.
Okay, yeah, so it's the first step of maybe changing mixed use and tweaking mixed use and neighborhood center too. Okay.
So one of the things that I'm curious about is like the boarding house style residential use. I think we have that in the urban center. I would be interested in seeing that in this urban neighborhood as one of the uses.
What kind of housing, Jess?
I'm not sure what we call it officially, but it's like boarding house style, individual rooming house. That's
single room occupancy. Is that what that is? Is that the same thing?
We call it a rooming or a boarding house. Yeah. And we do have it in the urban center. And we currently, it's in the urban center. It's not in the residential neighborhood.
I would like to see that expanded.
So I'm curious about one of the other things. I'm sorry to just keep harping on that webinar, but that was what I did. That was where my information came from. But the two people who were presenting at that webinar talked about the fact that when you expand the density or reduce the footprint, you get an enormous amount of pushback from the neighborhood. So I'm just wondering, are we anticipating that we might get that in these neighborhoods, and what would be our response to the pushback about that?
I think you're always going to get some folks that are going to push back. The NIMBYs I feel are everywhere. So I think you should, as planners, you should always anticipate this feedback like that. But a lot of it is framing what we're trying to promote. What we as a commission, we as a staff, we as a town are really trying to promote, which is more housing options in Brattleboro for everyone. This conversation to me, really fits with the values. Using those values to back what we're trying to do. So those are my first thoughts. So I know that probably doesn't answer the whole question.
Yeah, no, it's maybe a good idea, Andrew, for you to explain how you think this synchronizes with the values we've articulated.
Sure. I'll go through a few. I didn't go through every single one of them, but I think I hit on most of them. So starting with connectivity. So looking, I guess, at this image would be perfect. Neighborhoods close to downtown or other hub areas. I think a 10-minute walk is the max would be. Most of them have sidewalks. So that's one, just a connection to resources, services, vitality. Again, going back to closer to services to entertainment / fun, creating a sense of liveliness, happiness, denser neighborhoods, more people to create a sense of community. Diversity equals a range of housing types and affordability. And then I kind of merged quality and equity into denser development, and smaller lots allow for opportunities to create a range of housing types for all. And obviously, different kind of housing equates to different kind of people. So again, opening up that diversity of housing types. Sustainability, denser development using less land equals more sustainable use of land and saving our ag and resource lands. And then creative innovation. New districts allow for creative development of housing, such as infill, which we'll get to after this conversation. So those are my first thoughts, but I would love to hear if you have any other thoughts in terms of values.
Anybody have any thoughts on values? Yes, Kathy. Oh.
Right, hitting the wrong button. I think one thing, this is just I'll just voice it since I noticed it and it jumped out at me. In both your versions here, the Little Chestnut Hill neighborhood is distinctly left out of the opportunity of becoming an urban zone. And so in terms of the values, just a question of why and whether we actually want to consider that given how close it is to downtown.
That's a good, thanks for the input, Kathy.
I don't think we have a good answer for that. I mean, we'd have to go back and look at the parcels. I can tell you that the Wantasket neighborhood is left out of this because it tends to be a lot larger lot sizes with deeper setbacks. And, this would be a real big change to a neighborhood like that. So, we can take that on and propose it. But we were looking to kind of make the zoning match a little bit better than what exists. So Wantasket's a family, a street of single family homes. But if you're on High Street or Green Street, there's multiple unit homes. So, is it an easier way to get it passed? Sure. It's because it's more consistent with what the actual development is. So it's along that lines of, can you rebuild it if it got destroyed? We weren't necessarily looking to go in and totally change the character of a neighborhood. So, you know, Chestnut Hill may have been left off because it's primarily single family homes.
So I have a question. When I went back to our plan, when I was preparing for this meeting, and I came across this really interesting demographic table that demonstrates that the change of people coming to this area, they're all coming to Windham County. Those that are coming to Windham County. They're actually leaving Brattleboro. So, well, they're not entirely. In 2010, there's a little bit of an uptick, but in 1990, there are 12,241 people living in Brattleboro, and in 2000, there are 12,005. And in 2010, there are 12,046. So we're still 200 down from what we were in 1990, which to me suggests, and yet Windham County numbers are, not surprisingly, as most, you know, everywhere else on the planet, are slowly going up. And maybe I'm reading into the numbers, which, you know, humanists like myself should never do. But to me, it suggests that when you move here, you don't move into Brattleboro. You move into you buy land and build a house, or you buy a house that has land around it. That if you're coming to Vermont, that's why you're coming. So I'm just wondering about, I mean, this isn't necessarily, it's not a critique of the work that the staff has done. I think it's excellent and interesting, but it's a sort of more a challenge to the Planning Commission to think about how do we make, what are the other things we need to do in order to make Brattleboro a place where people would love to find a cool little accessory dwelling unit that they could rent right in downtown, where they could walk to whatever it is they needed to get to. Because if we can zone these things, but how do we make sure that people are going to be renting them? Prudence.
I think that's an interesting question and important for us to figure out. But I think a lot of the development around Brattleboro is also because the taxes are lower. I mean, if you want a single family home, you know, with a yard, it doesn't have to have a lot of acreage. Why would you come to Brattleboro instead of Dummerston, you know, because it's so much more expensive here.
Oh boy, back to the tax question. Kathy.
Also, there's kind of an equity question here, though, too, because what you're describing in terms of the people that are moving and looking at the tax rate and building a home are, you know, people that are relatively well off, right? So the flip, you know, the other side of the coin here is there enough attractive, interesting housing in Brattleboro for those folks who might be renting or, you know, wouldn't necessarily have a car, or I don't know. I just think maybe that influx is showing us that we don't actually have the kind of housing you would need in a downtown to support a diverse range of people moving here.
Yeah, which million different webinars that I've looked at since this whole thing has begun was talked about the actually assessing data about what is available in Brattleboro, because apparently we don't have reliable data on occupancy rates. I think it might have been, well, I can't remember. Anyway, Tom, you had your hand up.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. One thing that jumps out at me thinking about this, and I'm just coming in because I didn't review when these things were put on the Google Drive until right now. But I understand. I think the urban neighborhood maintaining the character, the residential character of the areas it's changing, but just increasing the density. But one idea that kind of jumps out at me is expanding the mixed use. I think if we want more people to live here, we need to. Yes, there's a housing shortage, but I mean the population has been decreasing. Maybe there's houses becoming decrepit and like falling down, or people are combining units into one. But I think if we increase the opportunities of like, businesses and cultural institutions and, all the things that come with mixed use, then maybe the residential will come as well. So if we take these increase in density measures of the urban neighborhood and add them or modify mixed use to have them, but then expand mixed use, I think that's maybe a better and simpler way to go. And I think also like the fears of residential neighborhoods that are off the main roads becoming like commercialized isn't, I don't know if anyone has that worry, but I mean, I think that's the reason for the zoning in this case. I don't think in most cases that's well founded, because like my neighborhood, Estabrook, Lawrence, Clark Street, is in mixed use, and no one's making a business or a cafe or an office or a shopping center on Clark Street. I mean, maybe they would do it on Oak Street, but that street gets a ton of traffic, so maybe that street's a good one to have a cafe or a little restaurant on. So that's a wild idea I have that I think is a good one.
Yeah, I think also, and I'm going to give, I think, Frederick points for this. He was looking at historic trends after major like emergencies. I think we should consider the pandemic and what that may actually mean for people choosing to move out of cities, because, and I mean much larger cities. I'm talking New York City, right? So I'm agreeing with Tom. Like, I think that may actually create some additional opportunities for the many people who I think may be headed our way as a result of both climate change and the pandemic, to sort of set up small, whatever, cottage industry businesses, coffee shops,
Andrew, can you respond to the question of the difference between the neighborhood versus a mixed use?
Sure. I have our LURs right here, and I was going to actually pull up the purpose. And Kathy, just to respond to your comment, that's a really good point. Before COVID-19, I was really fascinated with climate change and where people would be going, and this is one thing that the director for the WRC is really into as well. He talks about it a lot if you go to their website. But if you look at maps of projections, Windham County is bright red, meaning that that's where a lot of population is going to go. So in 50 years, Brattleboro could be a very different place. It could have, who knows, 30, 50,000 residents. Who knows what's going to happen? But it's a good thought. So let me get to the purpose of the mixed-use district. The purpose of this district is to provide flexibility for the creative and efficient use of land and buildings while protecting and enhancing historic and neighborhood character in accordance with the policies of Brattleboro Town Plan. That's basically it in a nutshell. You want me to read that again?
Well, no, tell us, translate it into functional use. Does that, so that means we can put shoppies there as well as have homes?
Well, let me get to the permitted uses is I think what you're getting at. So maybe I can too. Maybe I should pull it up on the screen. That could be helpful to see the permitted uses. Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yep.
What's allowed? Okay, let me.
While he's doing that, I just want to give a little context to the mixed-use neighborhoods and what we were trying to do with the last round of zoning. So we thought that one of the assets of Brattleboro was our neighborhoods, that, there's the walking distance, they've got a lot of character. There were parts, particularly around Canal Street with kind of the older 1960s type development that just kind of went from exit 1 all the way to downtown. And we really were trying to kind of restore the neighborhood feel so that you had this break before downtown. I think that with the form-based code and the kind of design standards that we implemented, we could loosen it up, because mixed use is efficient use of land, and can bring that excitement when done correctly. But that was just kind of the thinking about it the last time, is how do we protect our neighborhoods? Because, we do want people to move here. So, and we think that they're good neighborhoods.
So here's the permitted and conditional uses allowed in the mixed use neighborhood. As you can see, it's a lot bigger table than what we're proposing in the UN district. But you have most of the housing types that we discussed. So Tom, that kind of answers your question. The only really major changes that we would be adding, let's just say if we want this direction, would be those dimensional standards when it came to housing. But the allowed uses for housing would already be the same, as you can see. But there's a lot more expansion in terms of the commercial kind of uses.
Right, you can put a bar and a restaurant. That would probably cause some people to be quite distressed in a neighborhood. Oh, and others very happy.
But I would also say that the bar and a bar or a restaurant could fall under a conditional use where they get a higher level of scrutiny by the development review board. So they are looking at how does it fit with the character of the area. And if the character of the neighborhood is all, residential properties, I think that they would find it doesn't really, unless maybe it's a coffee shop that's open from 7 to 5 or 7 to 7 or something like that. So that gives some protection, moving in the direction that Tom was suggesting, if you went that way.
Okay. Other comments on this? Great. So what's the next step? So Andrew, what would you like us to do? Or you want to bring a formal proposal?
Well, kind of what, in my mind at least. Oh, Sue, go for it, Sue.
No, I was going to say, it would be nice to know if there's some kind of consensus gathering around you would like to see an expansion of mixed use, or some sort of, maybe we meld these together, and then we'll take another shot at it.
I definitely am for the idea of expanding the mixed use. I definitely think that the uses listed here could fit into our neighborhoods, and I think that I'm not sure that we need another type of zoning in our small town. I think we streamlined a few years ago just to make things easier for folks anyway.
Anybody else? Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, I think after hearing some of you weigh in, I still like my wild idea that I just came up with. So yeah, but maybe some of I don't know if I don't think any of you maybe misinterpreted what I said, but the whole shaded area of the proposed urban neighborhood, I wasn't necessarily saying to expand mixed use to all of those. But right now, I don't know exactly what spots, which property and which street I would support that expanding to or not. But what I was thinking, was, it needs to be considered and thought about, but around the urban center and, wherever mixed use is now, maybe around there and maybe around that exit 2 area as well. And maybe in, around West Brattleboro Village. I don't know, but those are things for maybe, staff and all of us to think about more and talk about next time.
I agree with the notion of thinking about it in relationship to the West Brattleboro Village. I think that would be really helpful. West Brattleboro Village really needs a shot in the arm. And if we're going to be growing to 30,000 people, some of those could live in West Brattleboro.
I would also like to see consideration or maybe more focus on the arteries of town. I don't know what best practice are like clumps versus along certain corridors, but things like Western Ave and South Main Street and Flat and Frost Street, just creating corridors so that neighborhoods that have less use on their roads and utilities and other things continue to maybe have less use, just as far as infrastructure support.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a great thought question, comment. The other thing we also thought about was access to water and sewer, and some of our thoughts that this zone most likely needs to be in those areas that have, you know, there's a capacity.
Great. Okay. So the next thing is infill.
It is.
Okay, super. Let's go on to infill.
All right. So if you don't know what infill housing is, you know, it's very common in fast-growing cities like Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Austin, and Phoenix. The purpose of infill development is to develop or redevelop underutilized parcels, often small in size, for housing. And a lot of times there are some relaxative standards for creative use of land, small lot, setbacks, frontage, and parking reductions on these kind of lots. So examples, as you can see in these photos, are some types of infill housing, plexes, such as duplex, triplex, or fourplex, townhomes, courtyard housing, small and tiny homes, and cottage-style housing, which we do allow, but it's in our PUD section at the moment. So here you can see some ideas that I just kind of found on the web. What we're kind of getting at is what's considered missing middle housing. And I think this image does a great job of showing the transect of the type of housing you see in many communities. So missing middle housing, in terms of the bulk and form, is often actually very similar to detached single family homes. And then you kind of move up in scale to multiplex and high rises, as you would see in many or more urban cities. So looking at things like expanding duplex, triplexes, fourplexes, courtyard apartments, bungalow court, which you see a lot down south, townhouses, and then so on and so forth. So I think this is a pretty good visual. So moving into what we have been looking at. I've been working on infill regulations for Bratt. It is not common really on the East Coast to have an infill section of regulations or code. Basically, you know, to get to it, where would we see these infill housing? So it can go multiple ways. It could be its own section, such as infill housing development, and it's only applicable to certain zones in Brattleboro. It could be an infill PUD section that we just add to our current PUD regulations, or it could be a supplemental guide we offer to developers or people looking to develop dense housing. I know Sue added those regulations, or that I've been very much draft. I've been basing them off of some places out west that I've seen in a lot of jurisdictions that I researched. Most of the time, infill housing it's its own section in the land use regulations. This is a kind of a site plan on the left, and then on the right is a model I kind of made of Clark Street. There was that Clark Ave. What's the one that's out? Not the one near downtown, the other Clark. Isn't there two? Is it Clark Street or Ave that's out near the high school?
Ave is far from downtown.
It's Avenue.
Thank you. I just was, you know, most of the homes you see in that area, other than a few, are the single family, and I just kind of modeled in there a little attached duplex, and I felt like it kind of, it's been not using the single family homes as more of a squarish. You kind of get a look at the bulk and form, and it kind of conforms. And then this on the left is townhouse style site plan development. If we were going to have, say, regulations, we could potentially have examples of what site plans look like for developers. A lot of jurisdictions do that. They call it an infill toolkit. And that's it. But so when I was looking at values for this one, starting with connectivity again, infill is designed to encourage walkable, well-connected neighborhoods. Again, getting to their small size. So, you know, I really think of the neighborhoods I really think of are the ones right outside downtown, like around the Newsteel building, Oak Street, High Street, Elliott Street, ownership. So infill housing might be the only type of housing some folks can afford to live in or own, or they just wish to live in a smaller type of house. Vitality, similar to what we talked about last time, closer to services, food, entertainment, fun. Again, happiness, sense of community potentially, a range of housing types. And then let me see here, less use of land, more sustainable use of land. And then I think creative innovation is a really big highlight when it comes to infill housing. As you can see in this image, especially, I mean, not saying we're going to see this, the one on the upper right, we're going to see that in Brattleboro, but you know, you can get pretty creative with a, you know, very, very small lot and a pretty small house. So I think, you know, infill housing is one of my favorite approaches when it comes to trying to expand housing in towns and cities. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on this kind of style of housing.
Comments? Yes, Prudence.
I'm curious if we can get a handle on new demand that we keep hearing about. All the real estate agents are very busy in Vermont. You know, people want to move here because of our low case rates for coronavirus. Could we talk to real estate? This would be anecdotal, but just get a sense of what is it that people are interested in, so that we also are responding to you know, to support development that might actually get built.
That's a great thought. I think another thing I was going to say with the infill housing, it was just when I was, you know, myself and Sue were thinking about, we're just thinking about it's another way of trying to promote affordable housing and trying to promote use of less land and redevelopment of lots that may be underutilized. But in terms of asking real estate agents, I think that's a great way, maybe potential thing to do. I've never done it myself. I'm not sure, Sue, if you have much expertise in that area, but I mean, I think it could be potentially doable. Just to reach out to.
Yeah, it's definitely something that we can do. We've talked with developers to kind of figure out where the problems are, and definitely construction costs are high, and so they're looking to maximize the number of units. We have had calls about, there's a couple of properties that we've been trying to encourage some infill housing on. We occasionally get calls about what about a tiny house development on an existing property. So we haven't reached out to the realtors directly. I think it would be good to have that conversation. We can definitely do that. We do know that places like the development off Black Mountain Road has a very long waiting list. That's Black Mountain Estates has a long waiting list. We've heard anecdotally that Brooks House has a waiting list. You know, the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust Snow Block was, you know, pretty quickly tenanted up. We are doing a survey to a lot of the multi-unit properties to kind of figure out what are vacancies and you know what the vacancies are, because we've seen rates as low as 1.5 for Brattleboro and then up to 5%. We don't really have a good grasp on vacancies, so we're going to attempt that to try to get an idea of what are people looking for.
How are we doing on the census, Sue? Are we going to be able to get good, legitimate data from the census on what people can afford and what they're paying for rent and all that kind of stuff, or are we still lagging behind?
I haven't checked what the response rate is. I can go do that where we're at. So I'm not sure. A lot of the housing census data, I think, comes from the ACS, which I'm very suspect of. So I can check and see what Brattleboro's response rate is, though.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be helpful, useful data. Other comments on infill? Yes, Jess.
I'm curious what are the major obstacles right now, and I guess what is the way that you guys are thinking or recommending that we address them? Because I know there are some multifamily units, there are some duplexes in town, there are some of these cottage style housing units, so they exist, but are they grandfathered into current rules, or what's holding back, other than market demand or developers demand, what's holding back infill housing?
Good question. I think, thinking about, what we're trying to aim with the UN, the urban neighborhood district. So one of that, this could be, another approach to go instead of that is looking at dimensional standards and the ability to build on really small lots. Or another question too is the number of principal buildings on a single lot, which I know Tom has brought up before. We have questions about people. This also leads to the ADU question. We have people asking about wanting to build a small cottage on a property that has either a small duplex, and this is potentially a way to do things more administratively, and not to have a lot of the barriers for developers to have to be creative and address the housing that we want to support in Brattleboro. So that's a thought that comes to the top of my head, is just trying to eliminate barriers to get this housing done and reduce the regulations, relax them a little bit, and also expanding into our residential neighborhoods in terms of the kind of housing you see. A lot of times infill housing is used to promote more dense housing in single family neighborhoods that are more predominant in cities out west like Seattle and Portland. And to address housing segregation too. I know Minneapolis, that's one way they thought of it. Allowing an echoing. Sorry about that. Let me turn off my camera. So in Minneapolis, they have a lot of neighborhoods that have traditionally redlined Black and brown people. And so their way of addressing the housing was to expand and not just eliminate single family, but allow duplexes and other multifamily types of housing in those neighborhoods. So that's some background in other areas. I hope that addressed your question somewhat.
Yes.
I would like to say, I think the single biggest barrier to more units right now is that we require the minimum lot size per each unit. So if you're talking mixed use neighborhood, it's 6,000 square foot minimum. If you want 2 units, it's 12,000 square foot. So quickly, that's probably, I think that's the biggest barrier that we have.
That's fantastic. That's
and part of the reason that was, I mean, I think it's a bit unintended, but it's also, we do have a lot of multi-unit properties, and it's how do you create a nice space for people that are living there so they have access to a little green space? How do you have enough parking on site? So I think that it probably tipped a bit too far, but it was a way to try to make sure that there was enough property on the parcel so that it was a nice experience for everybody living there. So they had a little bit of outside space, and there wasn't parking all over the front and the backyards and that kind of thing.
Jess, did you have a comment?
I did. And oh yeah, so the idea here is to I guess to baby step development into residential neighborhoods, And then with the urban residential zoning is to maybe take a bigger step in development possibilities in some particular neighborhoods. Am I sort of gleaning what's happening?
I wouldn't say it's a baby step. I think it's trying to be, so for the infill development, it's trying to, let the person that's got a 2-acre parcel at exit 2 that I'm thinking of do something more creative with it and give them ideas of how can they get more units to maximize their development, bring down the development costs to hopefully make it more affordable for people to live there, and do something that provides additional units. So I don't think it's intended to be a baby step. It's just, I think we still need to tweak that number of, each unit having the minimum lot size. That would help. But this, I think, having this as an option, hopefully inspires the developer or the property owner.
So I guess what I meant by baby step is that this would be more of a change that would not have such a huge impact on neighborhood look and feel, but the urban neighborhood new zoning idea that might have a more significant change on how a neighborhood would feel or look. Is that true?
Hey, Sue, I think I'm going to bring up an image I think that's going to help visualize what Jess, you're trying to get at. So let me share my screen. This was in another webinar.
Are you bringing up? Oh yeah, this is a good one.
Gentle infill is what it was from a one. You might have been on this last week, but
the one that was the webinar session.
Yeah, exactly. And Jacob from the Department of Commerce and Community Development had this great presentation he opened with, which was what the types of kind of what you consider infill. He called it gentle infill street. So what you could add without really changing the character of the area, and it could be considered baby steps in some sense, and what you see coming up and where this neighborhood could go. And so you have that cottage cluster on the left top part of the photo, and then you have a small house behind a lot. So it just shows the range of housing that you can add into an existing traditional neighborhood to kind of get back to what traditional neighborhoods were all about in New England. So I think this image does a really good job of showing that the possibilities that are possible.
So you don't need to do zoning shifts, or you need to do zoning tweaks in order to make this possible. You could add infill to every zone.
Yes.
Yes, okay. You could.
What would be the mechanism for doing that?
Well, like I said, I think there's different ways you can go about infill housing. You could have its own section somewhere in the code, and it's applicable to this, that, and this zoning district. It could be an overlay zone. It could be in addition to the infill PUD we have, or it could just be a supplemental guide, like I said, that we could give to developers and people looking to develop housing. So I think that's actually a good question for you all, is for us staff, where you would like to see this go.
I feel like right now we're still trying to find the right place for it. I want it to be more than just guidelines. So the easiest that I'm seeing it fit within our current organization is probably as a planned unit development, because it would all be permitted at once and just kind of done. But we're still trying to figure out, is there another way to make it regulatory in the land use regulations, but make it fit within our kind of framework?
I would love to see it be regulatory and within the framework, just particularly because of the opportunity for small scale, like individuals, doing their own property development within their own parcels. I'm particularly interested in seeing this across our neighborhood zones. I'd also be interested in the possibility of adding this or something like this, if it's possible, to the rural areas, to allow for sort of extra housing in those areas as well.
I think the one thing to think of in terms of rural areas, as well, as much as I agree that sometimes even rural areas need more housing, you don't want it to become haphazard and suburban, like it has in the past with suburban sprawl back in the 50s. I think there's many different. We have rural residential, and then we just have rural. We got to make sure that those zones do have their purposes to protecting West Bratt and the rural lands that exist. That's just but in terms of like West Brattleboro Village, I think this is one way to address housing in that area, as well as around that area.
Yeah. Yes, Jess.
So, like, ideal next steps for shaping and for this infill and for more dense housing opportunities in Brattleboro. What do you think? Where are we going with what's the next thing that we need to do to move towards that?
Sue, are you going to answer that? Or do you want Andrew or me to answer it? Or are we supposed to answer it for ourselves?
I didn't know if Tom raised his hand, so I didn't know if he had a comment about what he wanted to see. Did you raise your hand, Tom? I can't tell. Yeah.
You have to unmute yourself, Tom.
Okay. It's just one idea that came to me. I don't know if I'm really beholden to it, but as far as how to, if we do choose to enact this, something like this infill housing development, is as an overlay district. There's the flood overlay district, there's a historic one, and then this could be overlay over the zones that we want it to be. So I don't know if that's the ideal way or the way we want to go about it, but that's one idea that comes to mind instead of a PUD.
Do you have some zones that you would suggest we overlay it?
Oh, well, I mean, without thinking, I can just read off the document. It says urban neighborhood, mixed use, neighborhood center, and service center.
That sounds good.
But I don't know, maybe staff can consider that, or everyone can consider it now, but I mean, I feel like I'd need to review the whole zoning document to think if that's the best way to apply this.
Yeah, those kind of were the zones, Tom, that came off the top of my head in terms of where we see a lot of housing now. And maybe depending on the zone you're in, I think service center, you might maybe see some different kind of infill housing, like more like maybe townhomes or a cottage cluster, and you maybe see more like duplexes and triplexes in an area like Green Street or Elliott or Frost.
So I think that the next steps.
No, okay. No, she didn't have her hand up. Go ahead, Sue.
So I think the next steps for us, so I think that the infill is probably one that we can move quicker on, and just we need to sit and think about where we think it works best. And then so we can bring something, I think, to the July meeting that's in better shape with this. I think the urban neighborhood, we also have to huddle together and think about the feedback that we got and look at it in context of the other neighborhoods. And so maybe that's ready in July, maybe it takes a little bit longer. But I mean, if you're feeling like these are things that you want to pursue, we'll work further on them. And I'm getting that sense that you do.
Everybody thumbs up if you want to pursue these ideas. Yep, I think that's yes, Sue. I think the infill seems, I mean, do we need more conversation discussion on the infill? Infill seems good. I would assume that in relationship to design, that there would be review of designs. So there would be, okay, yeah. That seems like it would be nice to have something to vote on by the July meeting, especially if there is going to be an influx of people potentially moving to Vermont. We would want to be able to signal to developers that we want people moving to Vermont to come to our urban areas, right? And we want to make it easy for them to do that.
Yes, that's really important. We don't want dairy farms to go under and then just become suburban neighborhoods. That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, exactly. Save the dairy farms. Revitalize the downtowns. Make wide sidewalks. Yes, Tom.
Well, speaking of that, residential neighborhood allows as a permitted use agriculture and forestry. So if we encroach into that, we're diminishing that ability. But I don't think many people are doing agriculture and forestry in residential neighborhood zone anyway. It's kind of odd that that's still there.
It's odd that it's there, but it's actually because state statute requires it. It's permitted everywhere.
Okay, great. But like an urban neighborhood district doesn't need to have that, or mixed use.
I guess I'm not clear. You're saying it's not in there?
Yeah,
No,
in the draft urban neighborhood.
It's statutorily, I mean, it's statutorily protected anyway if they wanted to do it. I'd have to. It's not required.
It is a mixed use.
Or
okay.
Harvest timber.
All right. Anyway.
Okay. So is that it?
That's it for me, Felicity.
That's all we had for you today.
Okay, great. On the next item on our agenda is that Brady wants a June 22nd meeting to review the downtown plan. Is everybody able to make that meeting? Thumbs up or sideways if you can't. Thumbs down.
Gotta look, hang on.
Okay. Can people check on that? That's sort of, it's pretty important. I think important, particularly in relationship to our recommendations for dealing with COVID-19 and the influx of interest in bicycle and pedestrian movement and our desire to expand the sidewalks. I was struck in the plan about, I mean, our tiny sidewalks in downtown Brattleboro. I mean, that's a huge issue, and so we should look at that as soon as we possibly can. It seems to me. So if not June 22nd, what else can we do?
Is the 24th possible instead, that Wednesday?
I'll have to check with Brandy, but I can write that down if you guys if that works for everybody.
So no. Let's have thumbs up on the June 22nd. 1, 2, 3. I can do the June 22nd. So
I might be able to.
Okay. And do we know about Josh or Kate if they can do this 22nd?
We know Kate can. Josh didn't. Kate said yes. Josh didn't give an indication because we didn't really have a date down, so I can check in with him.
Okay. Prudence, will you check and see if you can?
I'm I'm up in Duxbury with my grandson, but at 6 o'clock, yeah, I should be able to be here. It's important. I'll try to be here. I'll try to call in.
Great. All right. Thank you. Okay. So is there going to be, we'll have that to look at a little bit before the meeting?
Yes, you'll have it beforehand. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I hope that everybody or who possibly can comes to the select board meeting tomorrow to make your voices heard that in support of parklets and lessening of restrictions on outdoor space. I don't know that they need our voices, but since we sent them a letter, might be good to have a couple of people present to show our support.
Can I just jump in on something with that? Because in the letter, we had requested that they adopt the interim bylaw that we were proposing. I ran into an issue with interim bylaws, and there's a requirement that you've done a study in advance. So it turned out to not be the best tool. So the new tool is to just issue a statement that says we are not going to do these things for a period of time in which it will be reviewed again. So it's actually easier, quicker, cleaner. It's probably going out tomorrow, and it's in line with what we were attempting to do with the interim bylaw. But, the statute caught up with us, and this is better anyway, and other towns have been doing it this way too.
So who gets to issue it? The town just gets to issue it? The staff just get to issue it, or does the select board get to issue it?
No, I'm just going to issue, basically say, you know, we're putting a temporary hiatus on, you know, these activities. So, you know, we can still enforce on you if you're creating a lot of noise or something like that, but for now you don't need a permit. It's till October 1st, at which point we'll either extend it, or if they want to make permanent changes, they'll have to come in for site plan review.
Wow, okay. Good to know.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Motion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor of adjourning, thumbs up.
Hey.
We are adjourned. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
since it's now 5:31, we can start the meeting.
Yes.
Come to order. And as I told some people, we have Brian Bashaw from BCTV recording this meeting so that we will have reference and it will be part of the community record. Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of April 27th. I trust that everybody has received these minutes. Right.
Yes. I move approval, Byron.
Byron, you're moving to approve them as circulated?
Yes.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye or hold up a hand.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, approved. Residents and citizen participation. The minutes noted that there were no residents or citizens present in person or over the phone, and no one had submitted anything to the board for review. Is that the same thing true this month, Christine?
Yes, no one has submitted anything to review.
So we can move on to COVID-19 updates. Christine, you're on.
Okay. So just a few updates from last month. So things are, staff updates things are still the same. We have a safety plan that we're developing to bring some more staff into the office, but for the time being, we have kept as many people as possible working remotely. And we still have the offices and the site offices closed at this point. We do have staff that are regularly coming into the main office on shifts. One person upstairs, one person downstairs. Staff are taking their temperature. They have to say that they've taken their temperature and document what it is before they come in. They need to document when they're there and when they leave. And they need to wear a mask when they're out of their office or around anybody else. The maintenance are doing the same. They're continuing to work alternate shifts. And they are also documenting every day, in addition to those items, where they're working. So if they've been at a certain site, we know where they've been. And we're keeping them on the separate shifts so that if one of them gets sick, they're not all out. And so we're going to do that probably until the state of emergency has been lifted. But we are looking at trying to get some staff on site, but we're still trying to figure out what the provisions would be for people to be on site. I've been on site just like in my car and driving around, and I've gotten out and I wear a mask, but I have not engaged with residents in any capacity. I try to go really early in the morning or kind of later in the day. and really that's for their safety as well as my own. And so
I engage with you, Christine.
What'd you say?
They try to engage with you.
Sometimes, and I'm very clear that I want to talk to them, that I'm always available. They can call me anytime, but for right now, because of the safety situation, it's really important for me to keep a distance. And so we've had, I think that residents are still a little bit nervous. We've had a couple of scares and panics at sites. People, got some information and there was sort of rumors going around, but so it really made me realize that people are still nervous. And so we want to make sure that when we do come back, that we're as safe as possible and that the residents have a clear expectation of what we're going to be doing.
Is it the case that we still have no cases?
As of today, we still do not have any cases. We have been very lucky.
Great.
So I'm feeling very fortunate, very, very, very lucky. And so, fingers crossed we'll make it through this. And so we've been, but we have a plan in place in case we do have a case, and we have lots of, we have lots of plans now, which we really, have evolved over this process. And so in a lot of ways, we're in a much better shape today than we were before COVID even reared its ugly head. And we are coming up with a plan, and staff is very supportive of the plan of coming back with the restrictions that we'll have. We did a staff survey, and everybody responded, and I got a lot of great feedback about
the comfort level of staff.
Good.
Ready to move on to property updates?
Sure. Yeah, just a couple of property updates. So the maintenance, as I said, are still alternating shifts and primarily doing emergency work orders and turnovers. We did take down the playground at Ledgewood Heights. It had been a safety concern for some time, and we had planned to take it down regardless of this situation. And so we did take it down. We cleared out that whole spot. We removed all the wood chips and cleared and cleaned the gravel. And so we're hoping that for the time being, it's a spot that kids can go and ride their bikes and play in a safe, contained area until we figure out what we want to do next. When we decide what we're going to do, we're going to engage the residents in that process. We also just
Is
HUD
it the
update.
hope to,
Yep. Sorry, Barney.
sorry,
Yeah.
is it the hope to rebuild the playground?
You know, I thought that that's what we would do, but the more I talk to residents, the more they want a space for kids to be able to safely ride their bikes and skateboard and roller skate in a contained spot. So I don't know what it's going to look like.
Huh.
There's still a very small, there's like a kiddo, like a baby playground there with that's a smaller version and a swing. So those remained. Just the big wooden structure was taken out.
Yeah.
And it was really rotted. It just wasn't, we repaired it over and over again. It just could not be repaired safely. And
Yeah.
so I think it would be interesting to see what the residents see as a good use for that land.
Right.
Demographic, how many young children versus older children are there at Ledgewood?
You know, that's a good question. It seems like there's a lot of little ones, but I think it's a real mix. I think there's a lot of teenagers too, but there's a considerable amount of kids there. There's about 70 kids overall. So it's a lot of kids.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the basketball court tends to be where like little kids want to go in there and ride their bikes around and skateboard. And then the big kids can't play basketball. And so and people get angry because we want it just be a basketball court. And so I think that if we're looking at a space where kids can play safely, then maybe we relook at the playground space.
Okay. Right. The other thing that I noticed on the portfolio manager's report, this green, is the disinfection and then air conditioner installation.
Yes. Yeah. So we are continuing to disinfect all the buildings daily. We have an outside contract that's doing that, which has been great. And then cleaning the laundry room at Ledgewood Heights more often than normal, but really focusing on disinfecting the Samuel Elliott, Red Clover, A.W. Richards, those spaces.
Air conditioners.
Air conditioners, we put a notice out. So in the past, we always had a fee for air conditioner usage. When we went to RAD, we were not able to put that in the first year plan. So we are unable to charge a utility charge for that this year. We will next year, but for this year we can't. So this year is free. And we just ask that residents register with us so that we know that they're putting the air conditioner in and that they are checked so that they're in properly so that we're not using too much energy.
Okay. And then the Lavender monthly property management. No, I think there are two other things, the HUD updates and the FEMA.
Sure, I'll just briefly go over, and I know Chris wrote about it a little too. So in terms of HUD, we have gotten some additional funds, COVID-19 money for our public housing property, which is Melrose Terrace, and also for our RAD properties. So we are going to be using that for any additional costs that we've had related directly to COVID-19. And then we're going to, and we've received our admin money for our RAD program, which we had been waiting on. We received that in the beginning of May. So that's wonderful. So we're caught up with our RAD money. And for FEMA, we have gotten into the FEMA and we've started to put in some of our costs. So FEMA will reimburse us 75% for approved costs. And then the additional we would be taking out of the HUD money. So we're in a good place. And Chris Hart is helping us. He's done the FEMA before, so that's it's a very big help to have her on board to support us through that process.
Indeed. And then move to the Lavender monthly property management update. I'm interested in the number of vacancies.
Yes, so the number of vacancies is due to the fact that we are not, we're not in the process of turning over any apartments that do not have a single entry. So based on the rules, the stay home, stay safe, we were not able to go into those units or send people into those units until until it was allowable. And so we've really refrained from having people go into the Samuel Elliott apartments because we know that it's such a high risk population. We have turned over an apartment on the first floor. So we're hoping to get that housed this month as of June 1st. But there will be 5 additional units that we're going to have to try to fill once we can get inside. But we're really hesitant to move anyone into the building because it's a shared entry, shared elevator, that we just don't want to upset the apple cart until we know for sure that there's not as much of a risk. The other sites, though, it's sort of hard because one person, you know, we're sort of we're transferring a couple of people. So we're moving someone to Sam Elliott, and then we're going to have a little bit of a domino effect. But we do have 2 units that we're ready to fill at Melrose, and those are ready because they have private entries that we could, and so we could turn those over. The same at Moorcourt and Ledgewood. Hayes, again, we're hesitant because of the compromised population, and also because they share that open space. And the RCC unit just came on very recently.
Okay.
It was a very recent departure. So we will be turning that over, but at this point it's new still. The stuff isn't even moved out of the apartment.
Okay. And for Red Clover, the vacancy list is the state housing list rather than our public housing list?
Yes. So the Vermont State Housing holds that list.
Okay.
They have the vouchers for that building.
As we have always looked at the rent collections, that again is an issue. Rent collections are down.
Some of these predate the COVID-19, so they're not all related to COVID. Some of them are things that have gone wrong, that have been behind previous to that, unfortunately.
Are we at the point, well, post-COVID, we don't want to make any changes until the emergency is over?
We cannot serve a notice to evict at this point. There's a moratorium on eviction for rent. So there's nothing we can do at this point besides we've been sending letters saying you owe this much, you're going to owe it eventually. Here are some resources. Reach out to SEVCA, reach out to some other organizations. This is the time to catch up, and we're not getting a lot of response. There is one person who has not paid their rent, who has always paid their rent, but they have not paid it through this whole process, and they don't have a phone, they don't answer their mail. So I think that they're just holding on to I think they will pay it. I think they're just holding on to their rent because they like to hand it to us in person, and they haven't been able to do that. So that's one big fee that I'm not as concerned about, but the other ones are really specific. There's no one I don't think that we've really seen an increase in people not paying their rent that normally do.
That's good to know. Any questions? I seem to be the one who's doing a lot of talking at the moment now. Want other commissioners?
Yeah.
Certainly want everybody to pitch in with questions.
Is it surprising, Byron, is it surprising that Melrose is as low as it is?
I think Melrose is because we have two empty units. And so I think that that's really skewing the numbers. Yeah. Because there's only 25 units there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So what would the percent be excluding those units?
Well, the problem is because they've been vacant for more than 2 months, we can't get our HAP payment either. So usually we can't get our we're not getting any subsidy at all for those units, and so it's bringing it up. I don't think that we would be very far behind at all if we had those units filled.
So the actual existing tenant rent performance is not bad.
No, the actual, yeah, it's not bad. It's really primarily based on those 2 units that we're seeing this big discrepancy.
So would you say without those 2 units, we'd be at or above 80%?
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
I'm wondering if some of the extra payments for COVID-19 could be used to fill the gap that where the subsidies weren't paid.
I don't think that it can at this point. I don't. And we've actually reached out to our insurance company as well to see if we could maybe get funded for interruption of business. And it was not, these types of events are not, are excluded from this.
The act of God,
yeah.
If not. Okay. Yeah. Are we ready to move on to wellness? Yep. Lorelei Morissette's report. Pink.
I think they're doing a great job.
They are doing a great job.
Well, before some of you joined the meeting, Christine and I were chatting about how the multiple contacts, and we all received the graph of the phone contacts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Letter that came separately. I'm sorry, I need to try to move so that the sun isn't on that. But the amount of contact, because we have people who are able to do that, really is setting a different pattern, which Christine was sharing with the other executive directors. If I'm remembering correctly, and let you talk a little bit more about it, Christine, because I think that the amount of direct contact by phone with all of our residents is very important.
It's impressive.
Yes.
We do have a lot of capacity to call. We have a lot of residents, but we also have more capacity than some other organizations have. And so I think we took this as an opportunity to set up a very deliberate way of reaching out to residents on a regular basis. And so it's been very helpful. And they do, they make calls and calls and calls every day. We hired a part-time person that's working 20 hours a week that's just supporting them and triaging calls and triaging information to them. And she started the beginning of last week, and she has been wonderful. She worked at a hotel and she got laid off and she wanted to do some work. And so she wanted to get into some sort of social service. She has a lot of customer service background. And so she has been really great. And that's a direct COVID expense. So we've utilized that. I think that because we've had this capacity, we've learned a lot about what our residents need and what the community needs are. A lot of times we come up with some strategies like, we usually do this big food distribution program, which we always need. And there were some staff that really wanted to do that again. And I couldn't think of a way to do it safely. And I just didn't feel comfortable with it. So I said, well, let's look at the numbers and see who needs food. And we really started to realize that nobody needs food right now. Everybody's been getting stuff. We have connections in Brattleboro. We're really lucky in Brattleboro because we've been working with the food bank and the Food Connects, and they have our Food Works, which is through Groundworks. and some volunteers, and they've been delivering boxes of food. So people are doing okay. So we figured out that that's not where they need us. They need us in other places. They need a lot of support around isolation, being able to talk to somebody every day or every couple of days for 15 to 20 minutes. They need that.
Are we setting up a pattern that we want to continue after the emergency is over?
You know, I
And
think that's a good question. I think that we will, yeah, I think that's a good question. I think that hopefully we can carry on some of the things we've been doing through afterwards, because I think we've learned a lot about what people need.
Christine, were you able to find out if there's any organizations out there that could help fill that gap that I had brought up at the last meeting?
Yeah, and I brought it.
Doing anything?
Yeah, I brought it up to Lorelei, who's running this group, and I asked her what she thought, and also about what other resources there are. There is a warm line through HCRS, and they have been putting people in that direction, like giving people that information about the warm line, which is just a soft touch of somebody, a resource. And I think Lorelei felt that at this point, our residents weren't looking for something to call into together. They were really looking for that reassurance of someone one-on-one to talk to them. But maybe that's something going forward as things ease up a little that people might be more interested in. And I think that Thrive, which is our employee assistance program, would be interested in doing something like that for a fee.
Yeah.
Good. The SASH is so much involved with that. And I was interested that the percentage of only 18% of the calls had to do with health.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and those are primarily being directed right to the wellness nurse and some of the SASH coordinators. And we brought in an additional part-time SASH wellness nurse, the person who works in Valley Cares. She had been working remotely, and she had another job in Springfield that she was furloughed from. So we hired her to do 10 hours a week temporarily to help us catch up on some of the SASH mandated work, so that the nurse could then do more COVID response work.
Wonderful. And certainly we'll take advantage of employees that Springfield can't use. Then the family self-sufficiency, which certainly hard to work from home for Lucy Tell.
But that seems like quite a lot of participants, 35.
Yes, it's been a struggle. I think Lucy really enjoys seeing people face to face. And I think she really likes that type of work. I think it's been a challenge for her, as well as the participants, but she has been working with her supervisor, who's Lorelei, at coming up with a calendar for next month with some online events to support people around financial success. So they should have something. I know Lorelei and I talked about it today. They're putting something together right now. So that should be coming out for next month.
Christina, this is an off the top question. What would be your guesstimate of how many residents actually have computer access so that they might be able to take a look at Zoom and communications and stuff like that?
I think it depends on the site. So I think at our family sites, I think that people have a lot of people have smartphones, so they're able to do it with their phone.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think at our senior sites, it's lower.
Yeah. I did ask Rotary a couple weeks ago about the masks, and they have already been inundated with requests from nursing homes and places. Yeah. They didn't feel like they could promise anything at this point, but they would let me know if once they got through their current obligations, they would get in touch. So I did ask. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, just not to go off on that, but I will a little bit. We have been getting a lot of masks. We've
Good.
received quite a bunch, and we've been mailing them out. We've been labeling them, depending on what kind they are, like whether they tie, they're elastic, whether they're round or rectangular. And then when people request them, we've been mailing them out. We've been getting a lot of requests, so that's good. And we're asking, we're starting to put new notices up, really asking family members to wear masks. So I ordered 100 cloth masks, which came in last week, and we're going to be putting them at the sites for people to take, so that when they come in, they put them on and then they take them home with them.
Good. That's
Because
wonderful.
we're finding that a lot of people coming in our building are not wearing masks.
How will you enforce or at least encourage mask wearing in the buildings?
So we have some new signs that come up, before it said, please just, wear them, or, we were really, it was hard, it was easier to be stricter, but now as things are loosening up around the state, it's, I think we're going more like towards the angle of, thank you so much for caring about our residents and protecting them.
Okay.
Thank you so much for wearing your mask, thank you so much. Oh, you forgot yours. Grab one, they're right here. And to try to go at it that way.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, the yellow this time. I'm glad that he was able to say, we've been informed we can finally expect payment of the RAD admin costs sometime in May, and they have come in. So that,
And we did, yeah.
so there will be 7 people taking Housing Choice vouchers at Melrose rather than expecting to move into Red Clover 2.
So there will only be 18 units at Red Clover 2. So we'll have 7 people, but we're in the process now of doing a light survey, basically a survey that says, you don't have to confirm, it doesn't have to be definite, but what are you already feeling? Because we know that there are some people that just are not going to want to go. So Chris is working on that right now as part of her development job to figure out how many people who are really sure that they're not going to go. And that will give us a better gauge. And hopefully some people will go into our public housing. Some people will take vouchers, but if a lot of people decide they don't want to go to, it's hard to know what we're going to do, because if many people decide they don't want to go to Red Clover 2, we might have more spots available.
Okay.
And so then we'd have to rehouse the other people.
Are there some people at Melrose who will want to go to Red Clover 2 and we have to find temporary housing for?
I cannot imagine that the 18 residents are going to want to go to Red Clover 2. I would be very surprised, but I could be wrong. And that's why we're trying to find out from the survey. There are many people at Melrose right now who had the opportunity to go to Red Clover 1 and did not want to go.
Okay.
But if you, am I misunderstanding, if you have anybody who wants to go to Red Clover 2 and it's not yet going to be open, is there a temporary housing problem?
No, they would just stay where they are at Melrose until we're ready to house them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Well, if they don't want to go to Red Clover 2 and Melrose is eventually going to go away, that means they have to find other housing within our system, or?
So they will have an option. They'll have the option to go to another one of our housing sites, or they will have an option to take a voucher to move into the community and move somewhere else.
Okay.
Kind of like it would be a Section 8 voucher. So a voucher that they could take to live somewhere else. And so I think David put something in here. He's trying to talk to Wyndham Windsor to see if maybe they would reserve a few spaces for us, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Things are a little bit up in the air right now because there's a lot of people right now also working on trying to figure out the homeless situation in Brattleboro, since so many people are housed at the hotel. I think there's a lot of work around that as well. And so I think right now it's a little too early for us to try to hold any spots for anybody anywhere. But we are going to secure that there's vouchers so that if they need to go in the community, they will have that. And they'll have plenty of time to look. We're going to offer it to them nice and early, so they have lots and lots of time.
Good.
But we have the vouchers.
We have the vouchers.
Okay, great.
And when is Red Clover 2 going to be ready?
We are looking at 2021 to get everybody in by January 1st, 2022.
Okay.
For that date. And so the hope is that the building will be complete in October or earlier than October. I think we were hoping that everything would be complete and sometime in early summer, and that we would have 6 months to move everybody in.
Okay.
It's going to be
Remember,
a fast construction.
Yeah, well, the idea would be breaking ground now, and that, sometime in this summer, or at least getting some of the work done, and then the construction will go through the winter and then into the following year. So we're looking at about a year and a half from now. I'm trying to think of where Chris is, and maybe my timeline's a little off. What she
He's talking about 11 months construction.
Yeah, 11 months. Yep. So closing this June and then an 11-month construction. And so needing to have everybody in no later than December 31st of 2021.
remembering that the original residents of Red Clover Commons were rushed in because we needed to have occupancy by the end of the year, I believe, or.
Yeah. And this building is going to be much, much plainer than that building. This is a very scaled down version. The apartments will be similar, but they won't have the same community space. They'll be using the community space at Red Clover Commons 1.
What does their status have to be at 2? Like a Section 8, or which one of these programs does that fit into?
What was it? I missed it. It froze for a second, Dawn. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I'm wording it right, but which one of these programs does Red Clover Commons 1 or 2 fit into?
So they're a project-based voucher. So Red Clover 1, the vouchers are held by Vermont State Housing. Red Clover 2, we will hold the vouchers for the program. So we'll hold the vouchers and we'll be managing the building.
Part of the difference between the vouchers that we're going to give people who don't want to move into Red Clover 2 is that those are like Section 8 and are basically the property of the resident who has it. Whereas project-based voucher, we have the voucher and they move into, have the voucher while they're in that residence. But it doesn't.
Yeah, the voucher stays. Yeah, that's a good way of saying, Janet. Yes, thank you. The voucher stays with the unit, and so when they're living there, they pay 30% of their income, and it's based in that unit. Very similar to the way many of our housing, are public housing. So it's based on, they can't take it with them. However, they are eligible after a year to then go into a program that has a Section 8 voucher. But only if they're available.
Okay. And Section 8 vouchers are not easy to come by.
And so we'll hold the wait list for the Red Clover 2. Right now, we don't hold the wait list for the Red Clover 1 building, but we will for the Red Clover 2.
Okay.
And people
Good.
will have to apply. It sounds, weird, but people will have to apply separately for that building than Red Clover 1.
How do you keep it all straight?
Good grief.
I'm learning.
Wonderful. Okay. The RAD demonstration update on funding, I think we've already covered that. And we can move on to a financial review with the check listings in green. And then the Red Clover Commons, again, talking about how separate our financing is, the 2019 budget versus the actual.
Looks very good.
I keep looking for the parentheses that say lost,
Yeah.
and they're not there, which is wonderful.
I had a couple of questions on the budget when we get there.
We're here.
Okay. Red Clover Commons 2019 budget versus actual. Line 4900 miscellaneous income. In 2019, it was projected versus actual 600 to 3311. What was the increase on that? What caused that?
It probably had to do with some sort of damage. I believe we had a water damage. Somebody had a bathtub that had overflowed and damaged down through the building. And so I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm guessing that's what it was, that a resident was billed for some sort of damage.
Sure. And on line 7170, janitorial, it went from 12,000 to 6,900. That was a pretty good savings. Was there a reason we didn't spend the 12,000?
I think it was just that that's what we had budgeted for, and I think that we ended up going with a different cleaning company that was less expensive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So I was looking at major discrepancies and stuff like that. Wanting to understand that. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that 3,000, even though we have damages above, I will double check for you. But I believe that it had to do with some sort of additional fee that we ended up being able to charge based on some of that situation, but I'll double check.
Sure. Sure.
So the insurance, I mean, minor discrepancies, but taxes and insurance actual was more than 91,050 versus 92, almost 93,000 for taxes and insurance.
Yeah, the property tax was higher.
Yes.
It's really helpful to have these breakouts.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, this is really good, Christine.
Yeah, I know. It looks nice. Isn't it good? And next month we'll have even more information for you. Our fee accountant has been doing a lot of great work. Mary helped a lot with this. So it doesn't make a big difference. So I'm excited as things start to, our accounting starts to get back into normalcy, that it's nice to be able to see things that are clear to understand.
And these accountings are always going to come out in the black? Like the Richards building?
The Richards building has never done well. It's always been a tough building, but they have done, I have to say our property management has done an amazing job at keeping it full. And she has worked a lot with David on getting people with vouchers into the building, and that has made a huge difference. Their partnership has really changed the A.W. Richards building. And I think that Courtney should get most of the credit, but David needs to get some credit too. They've worked really hard together to get this where it needs to be.
Well, I remember Chris Hart saying that the heating system in A.W. Richards was difficult to work with and expensive, so that there wasn't very much that we could do to reduce the costs there.
That is true. It is true. It's still the case.
But it came in the black. You're
Yeah.
quite right, Byron. Any other comments?
That's good.
So moving to check signing. Byron, you're sending checks in May?
Yes.
Yeah, and I apologize. So for the time being, we really need to keep doing it in the evening if possible, just because Billy Joe, that's when Billy Joe is able to get in.
Mhm.
So if that works for people, that would be great. If it doesn't work for people, then I could set up a time on Friday mornings to have people come in, but I'm not normally there on Fridays, so it would take, it would take maneuvering some of the schedule around a little.
If you
I
need
have
to,
no problem coming in the evening.
Yeah, I can only come in maybe before 3, but if they were left in the room where I normally sign the checks, I could sign them and then Billy Joe could pick them up when she comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have anybody come into the office just for me, but I can't do it after 3.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, right now Byron has done it. I don't know if just for June we could get someone who, yep, Elizabeth.
I can do June instead of July if you want.
Okay, is that okay?
It's worked out well for me to go in at 7 to sign checks too, so I'm happy to swap with you or go in for June. So either way works out well for me.
The time in the evening, I'm free afternoon and evening on Thursday, so that's no big deal.
So which would you prefer, June or July?
Doesn't matter. What's good for you?
Either one will work for me too.
Okay, so how about I'll take June and you take July?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, great.
And
just tell me what time should I be there in the evening?
I'll have Billy Joe reach out to you. She usually sets up the time, and I
That's
think
fine. That's
okay.
fine. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm going there about 6:45.
That's fine.
So that works.
Yeah.
And the first time, not the first time, second time I did it, I signed everything in my car and discovered that some of the checks had slid down to the left side of my, so I had to turn around and drive back. So from there on in, I put my mask on and came in and signed things. Very helpful. Oh,
Disconcerting.
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Transition to the accountant. You were saying that we're going to have even more complete and detail and things that will be helpful to work with.
Let me double check that I'm not lying to you about June. Hang on. Let me just look at my schedule here. Thursday, the 4th, 5, 11, 5, 18th. It's fine. The 25th. Yeah, I'm clear for June. That's fine. Perfect. Good. All right.
And I will make sure I have July. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Hopefully,
Okay.
when I'm out of quarantine, I might be able to pull my weight here.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about
We
it.
all do what we have to do.
I don't
Yeah.
go anywhere. Nowhere.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Christine, I just want to compliment you and the staff and the people you've hired to keep in touch with everybody about standing work to keep everybody safe and work with the residents. I mean, my hat's off to you. It really is. Great job.
Yes.
Thank you. They have done an amazing job, and our staff has done great. And, you know, I'm looking at ways to help them to feel appreciated. And so I'm working on some of that this week. And because I realize that not just saying, you know, I appreciate you, but also coming up with some ways of giving them some time off, because I find that people are not taking time off right now, that really everybody needs some time off right now. It's been very traumatic. And so giving people time off to use within the next month, saying, I'm giving you additional time, but you got to use it. And then I'm also sending them each a something little in the mail, just to say thank you, a handwritten card and a little gift. But if you know, I think that coming from the board, that's very helpful. And so I don't know.
Maybe we could write a letter from the commissioners to the staff and just celebrate all the hard work they're doing.
I think that would be.
Maybe a paragraph from each of us.
That's a great idea. Yes. Because I mean,
Even
that's
if
a
it's,
lot of
even
work
if
and a
it's
lot.
a little duplicative, it's still okay. It's something from each of us would make it more personal.
I think that's
Yeah.
excellent. Wonderful.
I agree. I think that would be really great.
Yeah.
So maybe if we each did our paragraph and sent it to Christine in the next week or so,
Absolutely.
we could put it into a letter and send it out.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to suggest, that we need a deliver by such and such a time. So next week will lead us into Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah,
So,
if I could get it by maybe the end of the day on Tuesday.
Perfect. Be glad to.
And the sooner I get them, if everybody sends it to me before then, I'll put it together faster. And I'll make sure that the staff, everybody gets a copy, and I'll also post it on our website and our Facebook. And that way it's not just to them, but the community knows as well how you're feeling. That would be great.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's
Good
a great
idea.
individual statements. I think it's wonderful. Yeah.
and so that would be Tuesday, the 26th.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll have it to you by then.
Good.
Good.
Thank you. That's a great idea. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all feel so indebted to all of the work that the staff is doing, that
Oh,
it
absolutely.
be a great way to express that. The last, excuse me, go ahead. Did you say something, Donna?
I was talking to my dogs.
Okay.
Two Bernese mountain dogs, you know?
Yep. Put them on the
Humongous.
agenda. There will be large projects in progress. FEMA, PDMA.
So yeah, I think that's yellow. No, I'm not sure what color, Chris. Hold on.
Orange.
Orange. So yes, so we talked a lot about Red Clover 2. I think we talked about that we're hoping to close on with the construction starting right after June 15th, which is very soon. And so we're very excited about that, and we're very hopeful that it will happen quickly, even though we have the current pandemic, but it looks like there are provisions for construction, so we're in a good place.
Well, June 15th was the end of the end of the emergency, according to what I've heard from the governor just recently.
Yeah, right.
That auspicious PDMA Melrose FEMA project.
So we are trying to get some of this work done this summer, the demolition of the remaining buildings, and it's really needed now. We have found that we found some vandalism in one of the empty units, and I think it's really imperative at this point that we get them done. We had to shore them all up today again to block entry because people are going in there, and so yeah. I think we did great for a very long time, but I think our time is up. So it's time to get going. So that put a little bit of a fire under them as well. And so they're really working on it. They're going to bring someone in again to take out a lot of the items that are reusable. And then we have to do the abatement, and then we'll be tearing them down. So we're hopeful that that gets done this summer. I cannot wait. It's like the playground. I just need to be, I want it to be over. I want to get it down. It's just not safe, and I'll feel better once they're not there.
Well, unfortunately, squatters, once they know something this is there, the sooner the better. The moving to work, MTW, awaiting on notice.
We're still waiting. No news. No news. And I guess that's good because we're not in the position right now to work on it anyway. So, but we're still in the lottery, so that's good. And Chris is working with FEMA on the completion of the Melrose, pulling down the buildings and widening the brook, but also on the COVID related expenses.
Okay. That's all I have on this agenda. Any items that commissioners want to bring up?
Nope, I think it's good.
If I could stay on for a moment with Christine and get a little tutelage for stupid old people about getting on other than by phone.
Sure, I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
I would say inexperienced rather than stupid would be much more appropriate.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And I might not be able to help. I'm not sure because I'm not coming in the same way you are. I have an account, and so I just log into my account.
Yeah.
And so you all are coming in, and so I don't know. Maybe one other person will stay on and let us know how they came in via the video.
Okay.
Okay.
I simply clicked on the link in your email to us. And I had downloaded Moving to Work.
Yeah, I had
So
downloaded it to work, and that made a difference.
Yeah. Well, Byron, I really try to make sure that people know that we're immigrants in this world. We're not natives. So, I say it frequently. My grandchildren roll their eyes, but they said they'll help you. So do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay. Elizabeth and Donna, all those in favor, please say aye and hold up hands.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is 6:30. We are waiting for Mr. Dunkley and I believe Mark Snow, but we do have David here, so I am going to call our June 2nd meeting to order. Additions to the agenda this evening, we are joined by Sheriff Mark Anderson. We are a little bit behind as far as contract discussion. Usually that happens, I believe, in May, but obviously COVID has messed up a lot of things. So we will get to that tonight. The board was sent around the revised contract that Mark sent the other day. And we are also going to add no passing zone on Pond Road for discussion. We received a email from a resident about that. So does anybody else have additions to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think we should acknowledge that Phil Nelson, who worked for the town for a long time, passed away this weekend.
Oh. Oh.
Thank you, Sandy. Can I get a motion for the additions to the agenda, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. I'm not sure who just came in on the 6842 number.
That would be Mark Snow.
Mark Snow. Okay, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Chair's remarks. I actually wrote something down, so bear with me. I'm deeply saddened, hurt, discouraged, and frustrated with the state of our great country. The events that have unfolded over the last week are heartbreaking. In no way do I condone the looting or the rioting. However, their expression of pain is real. We all too often get comfortable in our little town, and I am truly grateful that we are able to have this community to feel comfortable in. The other night, I was talking to my two boys as I try not to hide the harsh realities of our world from them. I feel if we do not pay attention and openly communicate with our children, we will never break the patterns of history. During that conversation, I was challenged to answer the hardest question of my parental career. My oldest son, who turns 14 on Thursday, is a young black man. He asked me, "Dad, why do they hate us?" That is a question that I will never find the words to answer for my son. Instead, I was forced to accept the fact that my own child will forever be treated differently than me based on nothing more than the color of his skin. We are not free from this hate in our safe community. During this time, it is important that we listen, we watch, and we actually hear so that we can make changes. Hate has no place in this community. Please be kind to each other, and that's all that I have for that. With that, we will accept an update from Mr. Emery and Mr. Snow on the COVID-19, please.
Good evening, everyone. Once again, we are not out of the woods yet. However, things are a little bit better in each day and each week. We seem to be progressing. In the state of Vermont right now, there's been 35, as of today, 35,326 tests, 983 positive. And the good news is right now there's 0 hospitalized with COVID. However, there's 23 being watched. The sad news is we've lost 25 souls to the COVID. So with that, I would just say that, you know, the stress in all our lives continues. The virus continues to cause the stress. And as you just mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the world has other issues now to overcome. The things continue to relax and open up. Larger groups, 25 is the magic number now. However, the 25 means that you still have to practice the 6 foot en masse. Restaurants are opening up on the seating on the outside. And I'm sure that we'll hear from Seth shortly about the complications of the recreation areas. Campgrounds are now opening up. However, with that, I can tell you that I've seen a larger amount of out-of-state people that are moving into campgrounds. And if I was going to take a bet, I'm betting that they aren't in there for the 14 days that they should be. However, so with that, it's probably safe to say that Vermont will see a pretty good influx of out-of-state people coming in. There's still the controversy part of whether you should or shouldn't wear the mask, and I'm just going to reiterate again that the mask protects both of you. It protects me from you coughing on me. It does that. So I know that I still wear one, and it's kind of strange when you try to talk through them, but I think we'll get used to it. There's still not a vaccine. However, there's progress on this vaccine. Vermont continues to be one of the 3 lowest states that has suffering the infection. But we need to follow the guidelines of the governor and the CDC. Don't let your guard down. So with that, this week's reports from some of the groups, Reverend Burks on the food says that everything's status quo and nothing's jumped out that's been a problem. Mary Ross at the school indicates pretty much the same thing. Everything's going well. You do know that they had a food distribution at Brattleboro where Vernon residents or anybody in Windham County was eligible. However, I also understand there was out-of-staters participating in that. And they had, I'm going to just recall, over 900 vehicles. So they passed out a tremendous amount of food. Chief Capon at the fire department reports that they are loosening up and lightening up. They started filling swimming pools. However, it appears to be back in the winter, so maybe that won't go too far. But he's starting to filling swimming pools. EMS is back training some, and again, following the guidelines of 6 foot apart. If there's more than one person and a piece of fire apparatus, they are still wearing masks and cleaning the apparatus, wiping it down after they get back. Probably the best news I could share is Vernon Green is still no active cases, and that's awesome that they've been able to do that. The rec department, as I said, Seth will be having a conversation, I'm sure. Volunteers, we did send out and help a person at Huckle Hill with some air conditioning installations and stuff like that. The only thing, we're still into this thing until June 15th. June 15th, whether or not things are extended or yet to know. At that time, I was going to mention that the town of Vernon declared a state of emergency. We declared that with the guidelines of following the state. So I'm guessing, and I will throw it out unless you prefer anything different, that we would remain with that condition until the state relaxes that particular option of the state of emergency. And that's where I'm at. So I'll turn it over to the health officer, Mr. Snow.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I just have a couple things to add to Mr. Emery's presentation, and one is in regards to the state of Vermont and Governor Scott. They do continue to reopen the state slowly. They're looking at their modeling, and they indicate that the modeling continues to have a positive outlook, which is great news. So the state continues to relax some restrictions. However, with that, there is a message from the governor and that is be smart and be safe. The other part that I'd like to talk about is on the website healthvermont.gov. There is traveler information now provided on that website. So people can go to what's that? People can go to the healthvermont.gov website and look at the traveler guidelines and information. The other part to travelers, the state is recommending anyone coming to Vermont is strongly encouraged to sign up for daily symptoms check reminders. They can get fast, easy, and free reminders by email, text, or phone, and to check yourself for symptoms. They have access to the health department for guidelines and information quickly if symptoms are developed. And the public health team is there to contain the spread of the COVID-19. That's pretty much what I have to share at this moment. Not sure if anyone has questions.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Any questions from guests?
Rob,
Oh, go ahead.
probably my only question is to maybe to Dave, is if we can get help figuring out what the building capacity is for the town office building, just as we are anticipating our planning.
Gene, I'm sorry, you broke up. Get help with what?
Chief, she's looking for the maximum building occupancy for the town building.
Okay, okay. I'll work with the fire department on that. That is actually a fire code, your occupancy. And it's based on numerous things, standing and sitting. And each, are you more interested in the whole building? Because we can look at the whole building specifically or a room specifically.
So
The
I
way
believe
the way things stand right now, the whole building has to be considered, even though there's separate areas. That's what I was made to understand from the state. I did try to contact the fire chief because I know that's where that's supposed to come from, but I haven't heard from him, so.
I'll take care of that, Gene.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And Dave, that was a question that I had been asked earlier, was the potential of reopening the town office building, maybe starting slow with the clerk's office and keeping the treasurer by appointment only. And so I guess at some point over the next couple of weeks, we would be looking for some guidance on that if there isn't already some out there.
Yes, there is guidance, and it's pretty limited at this point. There's the 6-foot rule, and in your case, in the clerk's case, I'm pretty sure we can make that work if everyone decides. I know that for the lack of knowing what they call the shielding, I guess, if you will, has been installed on both the clerk's office and the treasurer's office. I haven't been in to see it, but I understand it's in. So I guess I would get a hold of Tom probably and come in and we can figure out exactly what might be a good plan.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know if I was on. Staff met today to discuss this very thing because there seems to be, the spigot, as the governor calls it's opening up little by little. And we, given that there are some people still that are working within the building with some health concerns as well. The thought was for the next week or so, week and a half to 2 weeks, listening to the governor, and what he does is to try to keep this current situation that we have by appointment with the clerk and the work that the treasurer's been doing, treasurer collector's been doing, both with phone and other types of communication for the next week and a half or so to keep that standard. I did talk to the staff today about the end of June is coming, and we have to look at what we're going to do relative to people that have been out on health-related issues with doctor's notes. The recommendation, Mr. Chairman, at least for the next week and a half or so, to see what happens, is to keep things as status quo. They seem to be working well, and anyone who needs information has been able to receive that in a timely and complete manner.
Okay, so I think that that's all great. I certainly want to make sure that everybody in that office is comfortable. I do think that I would like to have you and David set something up so that we could have something outlined, so that when we are ready to turn it a little bit more, we can have that plan in place. If we could set that up, that would be great.
Be glad to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. I'll get a hold of you, Tom, and we can talk and get together.
All right. Thank you, David.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you both. Any other questions for Mark or Dave? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you very much. Always appreciated for the updates and everything that you guys do. Have a great night.
All right. I'll hang around for a minute and see if there's anything that pops up. I want to hear what Seth's got this for.
Oh, great.
Well,
I'll be on for a while as well.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess let's just start out with, well, where do I start out? Wow.
No kidding.
I wanted to touch base on the basketball courts and the tennis courts. As you all are aware, that we were, I guess, permitted to open these several weeks back, but we were hesitant to do so based on the guidelines and restrictions that were in place, gathering sizes of 10, etc. With some of those being loosened, the Recreation Board met last evening, and with the Select Board's blessing, we would like to open both the tennis and the basketball court up, to use as the guidelines allow to Vermont residents and those who have met the quarantine requirements. The playground itself will still need to be maintained, being closed along with the shelter area. So if that is something that you guys are comfortable with, maybe perhaps somebody could entertain a motion to open the park area basketball courts and tennis courts at this time.
So moved.
I have a question.
Sure.
I understand that that could be done with like signage for 6-foot distancing. Are they?
Yeah.
Also.
Outdoor requirements, they wouldn't necessarily be required to wear masks while they're playing tennis or they're playing basketball.
Okay.
We do have, I did pick up several signs today. That is a requirement in order to do this. So those signs are at the pool and ready to be put out, providing that we have, we have the all systems go here. Essentially, the signs will, will outline the arrive, leave, play mentality that has been, requested by the state. It'll touch base on, contact games are not permitted. And we'll go from there and see how it plays out. The fact that their gathering sizes of 25 are now permitted should make the policing of, when I say policing, I don't necessarily mean specific police department. I mean policing from our perspective, recreation department, of the courts a little bit easier. The gathering sizes of 10 was something that we were pretty concerned with how we were going to, if we said, hey, basketball courts are open, we figured we were going to get kind of flooded with some people right away, and it was going to be tough to keep within that standard. So changing the gathering size, I think it'll be beneficial.
Yeah, good. Sounds like you've got everything well at hand.
We have a plan in place anyways, I will say that. I'm sure there will be many challenges that we have not thought of, but we will work through them.
Great.
We do have a motion from Ms. Carr to open. I'm sorry?
That was from Sandy.
I'm sorry. Yes, that is from Sandy. And yes. All right. So we have a motion and a second All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. There you go, man. I know you've been waiting for that one.
Yeah.
Now let's go on to the next.
We'll get the basketball and tennis courts open. Like I said, playground and shelter area will remain, will stay closed. We'll move some signs. We'll put some new signs up, and we'll get some people out there. So I know that the town will be happy to hear this.
Seth, can I ask you one question? I'm sorry, I had somebody pull into my driveway, so I may have missed it.
Sure.
The pavilion and anybody that has already given deposits for that, what's going on with that? Are we holding off calling people?
No, I actually, the recreation board last evening, we made the decision to, actually I spoke with your mom today, to cancel all shelter reservations for this summer. Taking it week by week and making phone calls based on a weekly basis was going to be pretty tough, if regulations change. So we have canceled all shelter rentals. Many rentals have chosen to just take their deposit money and push it off and use it for 2021. Normally, we don't allow rentals beyond 1 year to the calendar day, so that somebody can't say yes, I'm going to take it for the next 10 years and not allow others to have opportunity. But given the circumstances, we did allow those that already have it this year to keep the same date next year. So that has taken place, and we'll go from there. The gathering sizes of many of these family reunions and such, and where people travel from to get here, was something that we felt we just couldn't do.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
Yep. So moving on, day camp is going to happen this summer. We've had, we're not quite to the minimum number we had wanted to get to, but we have had strong interest, and we've had many people express additional interest as information regarding the pool became available, which we'll touch on that in a moment. With Tom's help, we've also been able to receive a stipend grant from the state Restart program. We'll receive $5,284 to go towards our day camp program, so that is a huge blessing. That will allow us a little bit of wiggle room as far as our numbers go, and provide some supplies and staffing that is much needed. So that was a huge blessing. Appreciate the help on that, Tom. That being said, camp it's not going to be an easy task. Campers will be every day. They'll come. They'll go through a health screening. There'll be lots of hand washing. There'll be lots of equipment washing. There'll be lots of disinfecting. But we will be developing policies and procedures that make this possible. The CDC's kind of outlined, what is required, and we're going to make that happen. So,
Seth, how are you on PPE and things like that for that?
You must be able to see my notes. I have a big circle on PPE. Because we've been so, I don't want to say behind, but we haven't been able to make any decisions until now. I wasn't going to buy a bunch of stuff and have a bunch of stuff in stock that I couldn't use. So we are behind when it comes to PPE purchases, and that is something that we will be doing right away. If anybody has any can point me in the right direction, I welcome that advice. I do have some masks that will be arriving for staff, but more will be needed. So we will work hard on that in coming days.
Give me a call tomorrow, Seth, and I'll talk. I got some suggestions maybe.
Thanks, Dave. I will certainly do that.
One thing
Go ahead, Linda.
One thing I wanted to say, Seth, I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. And from someone that has to wear one of those all the time when I go out, those blue ones don't last very long.
Yeah.
They get really damp and limp, and they aren't doing much of anything. And the N95s, which we have for Eddie because he has COPD, those are difficult to wear. They're hot. They are very uncomfortable. They're hard to breathe through. So I don't know what you guys will be using, but I'm glad you're going to be using something.
Yeah, I think we'll use a variety. It will be required for all staff, to wear masks. I have some cloth, single-use ones that, we'll be picking those up shortly. And then I would venture to guess that, given staff's creativity, they will probably have some of their own, though we will certainly have those available. That's our responsibility. But I'm sure we'll probably have some stylish masks being made by staff and utilized so that they're as comfortable as they can be. But I do recognize the paper ones being challenging, and you know, we will work through it the best that we can.
Do you know, like, what kind of numbers you have for staff?
Yeah, we will have, depending on the final numbers for day camp, we will have either 3 or 4 staff members. Maintenance, we will have 2 at reduced hours. We will have 6 or 7 lifeguards, and generally 2 to 3 front desk staff available. You know, obviously in front desk, only one person will be on at a time, but
right. You rotate.
Yeah, they'll have a schedule.
Okay. Well, I've been diligently sewing for the rec department in Brattleboro. You may, I don't know if you heard that, but
very nice.
I could try to fix you up with cloth masks.
We would love that, Jean. If that's something
that,
you do, that would be
that
great.
number's not too outrageous. I'm doing like 50 for Brattleboro right now, and I've already done 30. So
wow, that's good for you. Yeah, no, if it is something that you had time to do, we would certainly love that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if anybody out in BCTV land is listening, I'm sure that our rec department would appreciate any further help, and maybe Jean's sewing machine would appreciate a break as well. So.
Yours is real doable.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else, Seth?
Yeah, the big news is that we have a plan in place to open the pool. It's going to be met with some challenges, and it's not going to be easy, but it's something that we're prepared to do. You know, what we'll be looking at this summer, at least today, this is the plan. As our ever changing world evolves, we may have to, you know, adapt our plan here. But as of today, the pool is scheduled to open June 19th, as it would have normally. We'll be open 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday this summer. In order to meet kind of, you know, financial responsibilities, the 7th day is just not going to be able to happen as of now. The day camp program will use the pool in the morning from 11 to 12:30. We will be open to the public from 1 to 3, and again from 3:30 to 5:30. It will be only 20 patrons at a time will we be able to take, at least under the current standard regulations. And Vernon residents only, they'll be required to start. You know, they can call it starting at 10 o'clock to the rec number to essentially have a reservation for one of those time slots for that day. They won't be able to sign up for both. They can only sign up for one. That way as many people can get an opportunity as possible to use the pool. You know, there will be a great deal of cleaning. All staff, it's kind of an all hands on deck kind of thing. You know, I'll be meeting with the staff in coming days, and there really won't be any, that's not my job, or that's not my job description this year. It's going to be, this is what we have to do, and we're all going to do it together kind of thing. We will unfortunately not be able to hold swimming lessons. It's just not in the cards this year. But you know, we're happy to be able to offer the pool, and there will be a press release of sorts coming from us tomorrow. So good news in that front.
Seth, you said 20 patrons. I'm sure that we're going to get some questions. Does that mean 20 children in the pool and parents are a different number? Is the kiddie pool separate? Is the deep end separate? I'm sure that we're going to get all of those questions. So let's just get it done now.
Yes, you will. And that is part of the press release. That means 20 people, swimming or not. It could be 6 weeks old or 106 weeks old. They count towards that number of 20. You know, it doesn't make a difference whether they're in the pool or not. So, you know, grandparents could be bringing kids and they're not swimming. They still count towards our 20. So everybody that enters will have to pay the $1 fee. We will not be selling passes this year. We can't do that. We'll be making $20 a day per window that we're open. So that's where we're at on that.
And what about when the kids decide to go and play basketball? They've left